calculations per second per constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So that's a 20 quadrillion fold increase in its 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology. The technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end. And it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last dot like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology and computation, certainly front flow of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell whether that's war or peace or anything else on here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And it's also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting about 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because the implementation of solar panels and what?
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood was that there's a bottleneck in the technology as far as how much you can extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person that told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar-powered electric car. Because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. He said there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use.
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of electricity.
Right. Battery technology.
So you don't have to get it all from a solar panel that fits in a car.
The concept was, like, could you make a solar paneled car, a car that has solar panels on the roof, and would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
And he seemed to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun, period, how much it gives out, and how much those solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in the car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on solar power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, and especially if you have a roof, like Tesla has those solar powered roofs now.
But you can also store the energy for a car. We're going to go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
all renewable in 10 years. So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal power plants? All these
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't, and you can get it all from the sun and wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you'll be able to power Los Angeles with sun and wind.
Yes.
Really? I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of time.
Well, that's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also of the grid? Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, say just the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we? Yeah. That wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, and especially in Los Angeles. They've actually asked people at certain times when it's hot out to not charge your phone.
Not looking at the future, that's true now, but it's growing exponentially
In every field of technology, essentially.
Yeah.
Is the bottleneck battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of these problems of like conflict minerals and the things that we need in order to power these batteries?
We'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people are
They never imagine that computation would grow like this. It's just continuing to do that. And so we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right.
And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work very well. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of exponential growth.
We had Sam Altman on. One of the things that he and I were talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but it used it to bypass, are you a robot?
Don't know now it's for large language models to say they don't know something. So you answer the question.
Isn't it?
And
I agree.
The answer to the question is not in the system. It still comes up with an answer.
It comes up with this thing called a hallucination.
Give it its best answer. If the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer. But that's considered a hallucination. And we know hallucination. Yeah, that's what it's called.
So AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have
So
to
far,
answer to
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something, say, oh, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it gives you some answer. And if the answers aren't there, it's just like make something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you the correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if it could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, in particular, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, there's a certain amount of, vast amount of the universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it's
Right, and it answers right, it'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. But that would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something too soon, right?
Right, they don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well vetted, and if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curated.
But large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually say that they're wrong. They'll also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies?
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
And people have ideologies. Some of which are not correct. And that's a large way in which it will make things up, because it's learning from people. So right now, if somebody has access to the search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
General. Right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and the computer relies on ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? That it will be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually, we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct, and will be as influenced by as people are. Let's call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This is a large amounts of large language models for which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage?
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might that might work. It was actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. That was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead a person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body.
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right. And then come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then efficacy based on age,
But that could be done literally in a matter of days rather than years.
right? But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does it get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue, is to be able to do it directly.
So there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right, well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing of people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But like right now, we actually test it with people, and that takes, well, took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society will this have?
One thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're then a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be stabbed.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomeres, changing the elasticity of the skin.
No, actually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you can have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So, sure.
But overall, the expansion of the
exactly
that most people die.
And that's something that we're going to get. And that's also using the same type of logic as large language models. But that's not language, you're actually creating medications. So we should call those large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine that you're on.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity, escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on. Yes, peptides. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it and see what you feel like normally? Why do that, right?
I mean, it seems to work. There's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back to useful life.
Right, and it's not that far far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. So not everybody's diligent. So.
Right, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yeah, that's a very big issue. It's already doing lots of things make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. Right now you have a brain that has different modules in it that deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you gotta kind of mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, oh, the name of that actress is so and so.
Yeah, but that's just a busybody. It's like interfering with your life. You're talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it off.
We don't. So we haven't done that yet, but that's a way of expanding your connections.
NBA stars are dropping 6+ points all over. Now take a shot at a score of your own with DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA. This week,
basically started saying that living forever is just, just the way it really.
You're absolutely right. It's absolutely fascinating the way we're at in society and what the future holds and how quickly as it's moving. It's unbelievable. With every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to full event singularity. Technological singularity will be here faster than we know, and it's fascinating to talk about because we may see it within our generation, particularly with mind uploading technology and life extension technology are a thing. It's really fascinating. I would definitely say as well. Go ahead.
I just think it's like, what, 15 years away? And then reverse aging is going to be a thing.
If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roca.
Even a great possibility of,
Today, I want you to know about the
not reincarnation in a sense, but bringing to the person's mind that maybe they're actually preserved back to an extent where they can still reverse and then tell us about things that we may not know or understand at that time. I think that would be really interesting.
I do too.
Right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roca's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roca fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roca stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roca did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roca, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roca.com. That's ROKA.com.
What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. They'll be at 1 trillion probably within a year. That's really comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually, it'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans and we don't object to that. We used to be shrooms. And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually, we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It'd be great to be smarter. But
Right, but people object to that because it's like competition.
in what way?
Well, I mean, Google has 70,000 programmers. How many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because large language models already can code. Not quite as good as a real expert coder. But how long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes, for sure, has been the internet. And this will make that look like nothing. It'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take the leaf from a tree, I can create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb. Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down. That doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing. I mean, here's U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And it's just
right here, it's on the screen.
it
Yeah,
just
we make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
no, this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you
Right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise of cost of things.
it is taking
It is. Oh, it is. Okay.
so we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've We've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, like just about material possessions. I wonder if like how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new
But
things.
if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah,
Because you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have a computer, for example.
you would have anything. You'd have most things you've grown accustomed to. Unless that's what you want.
Also, we didn't live very long.
Right, medical advancements.
Before average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injuries, death. Some people did live long. Like there was people that lived back then. If nothing happened, who did live to be 80, like a normal person.
That was actually very rare.
Because most things happen to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you've had at least one hospital visit. Something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body is physically capable of doing it. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
That's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age, as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of being alive.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it.
Once they get older.
Yeah, exactly.
They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? Because the Terminator films and things along those lines. Like, how far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans? Or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
All of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away. People would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The low light started 200 years ago because the cotton gin came out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton gin were against it. They would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton gin to create more wealth, that didn't go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics, for example. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask them what people are going to be doing, you couldn't answer it because we didn't understand the internet, for example.
And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. And they're going to extend life, for example.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, it's an interesting question.
I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon and gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we're creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions, all these things feed into it. Materialism feeds into it. We keep buying, we keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially, and eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence and a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing, and capable of traveling anywhere without having any biological limitations in terms of.
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration of technology.
Yeah.
If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that you have, that we will go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines. That,
Right, so I don't see this competition, like these things are going to.
no, I don't think it's competition. I think
Well, it will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right.
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry, who owns he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production. What's it called? Sora? Is that what it's called, Jamie? He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, creating scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. And they're walking down the street in Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if I can find that film. Because it's incredible.
But would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability?
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
Right, but people do.
People that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very excited. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes, and this is what you get.
Yeah.
I mean, this is insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, a robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and things like that.
Yeah, and it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke looks like a uniform. But, yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this, but
like, not much.
Yeah.
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from
yeah,
now.
absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem at school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. So
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So,
Yeah.
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going. And it will also be able to make better versions of itself, correct?
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
So you're looking at a god in 50 years?
less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
Right.
computation speeds
And also medications
for us.
for humans, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better just download yourself into this beautiful electronic body? Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
So do you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create. I mean, the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and that's 2045. So that's not that long from now. It's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in a river and you can't capture it anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case with consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself?
Sorry about that.
Like, if you could back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray's talking to Florida Ray.
To multiply Donald Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just like create a medication and sell it to people that cures this disease.
Right.
A tremendous amount of regulation.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you can essentially, if you have the money, you can make as many copies of that as you want.
Yeah. There are some regulations. We regulate everything, but you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Yes. I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything of that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first versions, and what would they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. I mean, if you look at what they can do.
I mean, I'm talking about physical integration with the human body, like a Neuralink type thing.
Right. Some people feel that we can actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head?
Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's feasible or not. I've been assuming that you have to actually go in. The Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like if I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that, right? They had the first patient that was, And apparently that person can move a cursor around on the screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything. It's fairly slow, though. And Neuralink is slow. If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
But it's not going to increase exponentially as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented?
Well, it's got to be by 2045.
I can't wait for Neuralink. That's pretty cool.
Because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of a million-fold.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in the ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence a million-fold, and we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It would be just like it's in part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
It's hard to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive thing.
Generally. Yeah.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to be that much smarter.
What do you
And once we're there, is someone going to say, "No, I don't really like this. I want to be stupid like human beings used to be." Things now say, "Gee, I'm really too smart. I'd really like to be like a mouse."
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive and it's too much a part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of an electronic vacation and separate from it. And there's a lot of people that I know that have gone to,
But nobody does that. I mean, nobody becomes stupid like we used to be when we were mice.
right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people just like being a human the way humans are now. Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people. Massive increases in anxiety from social media use, being manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious, more depressed statistically than ever.
I'm not sure we had more anxiety today than we used to have.
Well, we certainly had more withdrawals. We certainly had more anxiety. We were worried constantly about war. But I think people have a heightened level of war.
I mean, 80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible. But we're not losing millions of people.
Right, but we could. We most certainly could. With what's going on with Israel and Gaza, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, we can just easily escalate.
With thousands of people, it's not millions of people.
For now. Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involving the entire world.
What would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child, which is atomic weapons.
Right.
I remember when I was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
And it seems to work. We're still here, so.
Do you remember those things they tell kids to get under the desk?
Yes, that's right. We went on the desk,
which is hilarious, as if a desk is going to protect you from a nuclear bomb.
right? But that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. So if you have AI running your military, and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it. No morals, no thought of any sort of diplomacy or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet because we do have people in charge, and the people are enhanced with AI, and the AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other one doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would that be?
I mean, I do think there are problems. Basically, there's problems with intelligence, and we'd like to stay stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to have
Overall, sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Is it who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of the government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What's the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model or how to create the type of chips that would enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
So you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently? And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where they're stealing information and sharing information, selling information.
And in terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
Well, that's good for us.
They have been,
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem, is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does, and who hasn't? And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program it to make sure it keeps sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First,
if that's what your goal is, then yes, you could do that.
What's up,
Are
baby?
you worried about that?
Yes, I worry about that.
What is your main worry? I mean, worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence. What's your main worry?
What's up, brother?
Somebody just said hi to me in Telegram. Or I mean in Twitter.
If life insurance isn't a part of your financial plans, it should be, because it's an easy way to protect your family and give you peace of mind. It's a big relief to know that my loved ones will be taken care of if something happens to me. Now, where do you find good life insurance? Well, Just check out Policy Genius. They have licensed, award-winning agents and technology that makes it easy to find and compare life insurance quotes with just a few clicks.
Right now, there is code for the death, but you need to generate this certain type of password phrase or the key phrase for the wallet, send it to the company, and then they give you access to it. The wall's empty, and they know that. It's just needed for that bot to be right on the server, so that they actually can the whole ticket wallet to be tracked.
They're going to find you the best policy. But you don't have to just
You know what? We'll go back to your do you think fans will need to have enough money to enable to happen, or do you think just by making people realize no point finding that change to be the most game thing to do?
I think there's a way to piece through both of those.
Really?
I do.
Tap now or
I always thought that having enough, like,
you've been listening for a while, you may have heard of the Roca sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roca is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roca has been building out a badass prescription offering and investing millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roca's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roca fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roca did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roca, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roca.com. That's ROKA.com.
I mean, I'm worried if people have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities, get into control.
Right.
And that could happen. We've got a chapter in the book about perils that are like what we're talking about.
And what do you think that could look like if the wrong people got a hold of this technology?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, it's some of the worst people in the world. And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
Right.
But it actually has happened.
Shocking.
And I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence...
That's not happened.
Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it because no one else had it, if artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. that whoever gets it can possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, it's that.
Along those lines. Yeah, because that's what I always want to get at you guys. Because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for?
Right. But I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. We can't do.
What if you're denying yourself heaven? You ever thought of that possibility? I know that's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of existence, you're constantly going through these cycles of life. What if you're stepping in and artificially denying that?
It's hard to imagine.
It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is the black holes.
My father died when I was 22. So it's 50, 60 years ago. It's hard. And he was actually a great musician, and he created fantastic music. But he hasn't done that since he died. And there's nothing that exists that is all creative based on his memories. Actually created a large language model that represented him. I can actually talk to him.
You do that now?
Yeah, it's in the book.
When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to him?
Well, you can do that now with language.
Right, but I mean physically, like looking at him like you're at a Zoom call with him.
That's a little bit in the future to be able to actually capture the way he looks. But that's also feasible.
It seems pretty feasible.
Yeah.
And so certainly it can be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right?
So things like that, it's a reason to continue so that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. You talk to people and they say, well, I don't really want to live past 90 or whatever, 100. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience.
That's true. In this dimension. My thought on that, people saying you don't want to live past 90. It's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you like being alive now? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it a deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly. And we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives if they are experiencing something that's miserable.
Right.
If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. And people say, I don't want to live past 100. But then when they get to be, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering.
That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what is causing anxiety, what is causing a lot of these schizophrenic people.
We definitely had that right before. We didn't have the terms. We understand schizophrenia.
Right.
People definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on.
That's why we're continuing.
Right. What I was saying, that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also profoundly, think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology would not just live happily, but also be productive and also contribute to whatever society is doing.
That's why carrying on with us.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems that you've articulated.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way the people that are creating it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit, and then do horrible things and somehow justify it.
I mean, I think democracy is actually an important issue here because democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And I mean, you look at the way we're handling military technology. If everybody misses democracy, I think there'd be much less war.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by money. Right. As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by the military-industrial complex, or the pharmaceutical industry, or whoever puts the people that are in elected places. Who puts them in there? How do they get funded? What do they represent once they get in there? Are they there for the will of the people? Are they there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology may be able to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings and mitigate them. I've joked around about this, but if we came up with something that would elevate dopamine just 300% worldwide, there would be no more war. It would be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other.
Well, that's the point of doing this.
But there would also be no sad songs.
Well,
you need some blues in your life. We need a little bit of that too. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey minds. And that one day we'll surpass that and get to this point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. I've never really met a truly enlightened person. I've met some people that are pretty close. But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts will become erased.
Just for starters, if you could actually live longer, quite aside from the motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just don't want to last that long.
Right.
And a lot of people say, I don't want to live longer, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear and not be able to have any kind of experience?
Well, I think some people don't think you're disappearing. I mean, there is a long-held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step, and that there is an afterlife, and maybe that exists to comfort us as we deal with existential angst and the reality of our own inevitable demise. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand, and what you are is a soul contained in a body. That we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and of the existence of everything.
Well, I guess that makes sense, but I don't really accept it. I mean,
There's no evidence, right? Right. But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this it? Is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage by interfering with the process of life and death?
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't really see the evidence for that.
I it's a concept. It's not. Look, just when you start talking to string theorists and they start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, or particles in superposition, you're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. What's that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real. And we only have a limited grasp of understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are really in place.
Right, but if you look at people's perspective, if somebody gets disease and kind of know they could only live like another 6 months, people are not happy with that.
No. Well, they're scared. They're scared to die. It's a natural human instinct that keeps us alive for all these hundreds of millions of years.
Yeah, but very few people would be happy with that. And if you then had something, gee, we have this new device, you could take this and you won't die.
Right.
Almost everybody would do that.
Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it had no end? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery winner that just goes nuts and spends all their money and loses their marbles because they can't believe they can't die?
Well, first of all, it's not a guarantee until the first.
Sure, you can get in an accident. Something can happen to you, you get injured. But if we get to a point where we take action on cause and significantly reduce the amount of automobile
So
accidents.
also we can back up everything in our physical body as well as does. That's what we're doing with these large language models.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models. So it'll be there like within a year. And we can back up the electronic version. And we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect what it is, back that up as just like our computers.
So we'll create it in the form of an artificial version of everything that it is to be a human being.
Right.
In terms of emotions, love, and excitement.
That's going to happen over the next 20 years. If not 1,000 years.
But will that be a person? I mean, or will it be some sort of a zombie? Like what motivations will it have if you can take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you can duplicate your phone, and you make this new thing? What does that thing feel like? Does that thing live in hell? Like, what is that experience like for that thing?
Large language models, they really exist, and they actually, I mean, they can talk.
They certainly do, but would you want to be one?
Are we different than that?
Yeah, we're people. We shake hands. I give you a hug. Pet my dog. We listen to music. You
We're
have
able to do all of that as well.
right, but will you want to? Will you even care? The thing is, like, a lot of what gives us joy in life is biological motivations. There's human reward systems that are put in place that allow us
It's
to
going to be part of who we are.
right.
It's just like the person, and we'll also have our physical bodies as well. And that'll also be able to be backed up. And we'll be doing the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue.
So if you get hit by a car and you die, there's another ray that just pops up. Oh, we have the backup ray. And the backup ray will have no feelings at all about having it died and come back to life.
Well, that's a question.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
Why wouldn't it? If it gets to a certain, if we figure out that if biological life is essentially a kind of technology that the universe has created, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get it, we've optimized it, and then replicate it, physically replicate it, not just replicate it in form of a computer, but an actual physical being.
Right. Well, that's where we're headed.
Do you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because if you decide, I don't like being 5'6", I wish I was 6'6", I don't like being a woman, I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be.
We'll actually be able to do all of those things simultaneously, and so we're not going to be limited by those kinds of happenstance.
Which is going to be very strange. Like, what will human beings look like if you give people the ability to manipulate your physical?
We do things now that were possible even 10 years ago.
We certainly do, but we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just your intelligence. Like, what is that going to look like? What kind of an interaction is it going to be between two human beings when you have a completely new form? You're much different physically than you ever were when you were alive. You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really a human. You're a new thing.
We're expanding it. We are already expanded who we are from,
Sure. Right, over a course of hundreds of thousands of years. So that's gone from being Australopithecus to what we are now.
That has to do with the pace at which we make changes.
Right.
We can make changes now much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, we have 6-armed people that can fly. Like, what's it going to look like?
Well, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I'm discriminating against 6-armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow some people approaches to.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent.
7-armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7-armed people is cool because, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil that's like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. I think it's probably going to be, you're going to be all kinds of different things. You can be kind of whatever you want to be, a bird. Like, what's to stop? If we can get to manipulate the physical form, and we can take consciousness and put it into a physical form.
That's a description, I think, of something that's positive rather than negative.
You'd be a giant eagle.
Negative is people that want to destroy things, show power.
Sure.
And that is a problem.
Well, it's certainly an improvement in terms of the viability.
7-arms are being like an eagle and so on. And you can also change that.
Right.
I think that's a positive aspect, and we will be able to do that kind of thing.
Sure, if you want to live it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like, it's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in 2069.
Strange once it's first reported. If it's been reported now for 5 years and people are constantly doing it, you won't find it that strange.
It'll just be life. Yeah. So that's what I'm asking. When you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what does the world look like? What does the world look like in 2061?
It's been reported. The kind of things that you can imagine right now, we'll be able to do. And it might seem strange when it first happens, but when it happens for the millionth time, we won't see that strange. Maybe you like being an eagle for a few minutes.
Well, it's certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth of technology that would exist if we do make it to 2069.
Well, I did write a book Danielle. And this young girl has fantastic capabilities, and no one really can figure out how she does this. She actually takes over China at age 15, and she brings about, she makes it a democracy, and then she actually becomes president and sits at 19. She has, of course, create a constitutional amendment that at least she can become president at 19.
That sounds like what a dictator would do.
Right, but unlike a dictator, she's very popular, and she writes very good music.
And this is one artificial intelligence creature.
Yeah.
And how was she created?
It never says that she gets these capabilities through AI. I didn't want to spell that out, but that would be the only way that you could do this.
Right. And unless it's some insane freak of genetics.
And she's like a very positive person. She's very popular.
Yeah, but she's the only one that has that.
Yeah.
Right? She doesn't give it to everybody. Which is where it gets really weird. You have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. Pretty much everybody has one. What happens when everybody gets the kind of technology we're discussing?
Well, it shows you the benefit that she has it. And if everybody gets it, that would be even more positive.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, that's the best way of looking at it. That we become a completely altruistic, positive, beneficial to each other society of
That is
creative minds.
a benefit. If you have more intelligence, you'd be more likely to do this.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. That's a benefit.
Yeah. So we live longer, and we're also smarter to making more rational decisions towards each other.
So overall, when you're looking at this, you just don't concentrate really on the negative possibilities.
Focus on that as well.
What do you think overall is net positive?
Yes, it's called intelligence. But if you have more intelligence, we'll be doing things that are more beneficial to ourselves and other people.
Do you think that the experiences that we're having right now,
Like right now, we have much less crime than we did 50 years ago. Now, if you listen to people debating presidential politics, they'll say crime is worse than ever. But if you look at the actual statistics, it's gone way down. And if you actually go back like a few hundred years, crime and murder and so on was far, far higher than it is today. It's actually pretty rare. So the kind of additional intelligence that we've created is actually good for people.
Yeah,
If you look at
if you look at Stephen Baker's work, right, scale 100 plus years ago to today, things are generally always seem to be moving in a better direction.
Right, well, Baker didn't credit this to technology. He just looks at the data and says it's gotten better. What I try to do in the current book is to show how it's related to technology. There's maybe more technology. We're actually moving in this direction.
So you feel it's a function of technology that we're moving in this direction?
Absolutely. And that's why. Look at the technology. In 80 years, we've multiplied the amount of computation 20 quadrillion times. And so we have things that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Right. When you think about the idea of life on Earth and that this is happening, and that we are on this journey to 2045 to the singularity, do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe, or whether it's already happened?
Yeah, we see no evidence that there's any form of life, let alone intelligent life, anywhere else. They can say, well, we're not in touch with these other people. It is possible, but it seems, I mean, given the exponential impact of this type of technology, we would be spaced out based on over a large period of time. So some people that might be ahead of us could be ahead of us certainly thousands of years, even millions of years. So they'd be like way ahead of us, and they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide engineering?
And maybe we don't have the capability to actually see it. I mean,
Yes, it's
the universe
possible.
is, what's the 13.7 billion years old, or whatever it is?
But even incidental capabilities.
If we were at the peak, if there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of that intelligent life has to be the most advanced. And what if we are underestimating our position in the universe? That we are the most
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe there's something that's like 10 years an industrial age.
I think there's a good argument that we are ahead of other people.
But we don't have the capability of observing the goings-on of a planet 5,000 light years away. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't look at high-resolution video of activity on that planet.
If they were doing galaxy-wide engineering, I think we would notice that.
If they were more advanced than us, maybe we would. But what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and this is like this?
I think it's an argument that we are at the peak.
What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and then that becomes the primary form of life and it doesn't have the desire to do anything in terms of galactic engineering? This episode is brought to you by Hostage Tape. First of all, what a great name. This is a product that I use, and I started using it long before it was an ad. Your sleep game is about to get a whole lot better, kids, because I want to introduce you to Hostage Tape. Put simply, it is tape for your mouth. You're probably wondering why you should even need that. Well, if you're a mouth breather, if you snore a lot, or if you suffer from sleep apnea, this can make a big difference. This mouth tape can reduce or eliminate snoring and apnea, and at the same time, it'll help filter the air going to your lungs, increase your oxygen uptake, and improve circulation, which will make you feel more energized. And there's tons of other benefits to it. It helps with bad breath.
What up, Pimp? How you doing?
For you and your partner, don't let
Yeah,
bad sleep
well,
hold you
I
hostage.
did like 0.45, that's about 1.7. Not terrible, this should be a little bit better. Having a little trouble with code, but it's just chilling here with you. Alright, sit back, fucking plug in some sleep. Just researching more about the net bot. See how I can set this up for us.
Just incidental things would affect whole galaxies.
Like what things? Like we're doing? Are we affecting the whole galaxy?
Yeah.
Right, but what if it's like us, but it gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence, and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambitions, so why would it decide to expand?
Why would it not have those things?
Well, we'd have to program it into it, but it would probably decide that that's foolish, and that those things have caused all these problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
Or it's not the primary thing that we are motivated by.
It's not the primary thing we are motivated by, but it's existed in every single step of the way of human existence.
But it's actually getting better. I mean, look at the effect of war.
Sure.
I mean, we have a couple of wars going on now. They're not killing millions of people like they used to.
Right. Right. My point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve.
Emotion is positive. I mean, music and
to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these different things, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want to?
because it's based on us.
It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us anymore. That's my point. If it realized that, like, if we're based on a very violent chimpanzee, and we say, you know what, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that really are a problem. And this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our
Maintain the
ambition?
moving away from that.
We are moving away from that, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with our understanding, our mitigations of these social
Right, so
problems.
if you expand that even more, we'll be even more in that direction.
As long as we're still weak. But as soon as you become something different, why would it even have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go anywhere? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation to expand? What is it? It's human. He said that the same humans that were tribal creatures that roamed, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genes, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence that's far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to engineer out is all these stupid emotions that get us in trouble. If it just can create happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy through the acquisition of other people's creativity, art, music, all those things? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to go anywhere?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting philosophical problem.
Right. It is a problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these flaws, you would say. If you were programming us, you'd say, well, what is the cause of all these issues that plague the human race?
Say that they're flaws.
Murder is a flaw. Isn't it a flaw?
But that's what way down.
Right. But it's
technology moves ahead.
if it happens to you, it's a flaw. And if crime is a flaw. All these things, theft is a flaw. Fraud, those are flaws. If we could engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? Well, one of the things we do, we get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right?
You're taking a step there. Our ability to feel emotion and so on is a flaw.
No, not. I'm saying that it's the root of these flaws. That greed and envy and lust and anger are the root.
Lifting, go to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if we go to the bathroom, we'll come back, we'll talk about flaws. And we're back.
Provide an answer to that. I mean, as I think about myself now, it's when I have emotions that are positive emotions, like really getting off on a song or a picture or some new art form that didn't exist in the past. That's positive. That's what I live for. Relating to another person in a way that's intimate. So, I mean, the idea, if we're actually more intelligent, would be not to get rid of that, to actually enjoy that to a greater extent.
Hopefully. What I'm saying is that,
Yes, that's the things that can go wrong. It might lead us in an incorrect direction.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally all over the globe, what keeps us from these things?
Well, we're actually doing that more than we used to do.
Sure, but also not. We're also like massive inequality. You've got people in the Congo mining cobalt and sticks that powers your cell phones. There's a lot of real problems in society
Right,
today.
but there used to be even more of that.
There's a lot of that, though. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime and all the problems with human beings, a lot of it has to do with these biological instincts, these instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors.
That's because we haven't gotten there yet.
Right. But when we get there, you think we will be a better version of a human being, and we will be able to experience all the good, the positive aspects of being a human being, the art, the creativity, and all these different
I
things.
hope so, and actually, if you look at what human beings have done already, we're moving in that direction.
Right.
May not seem that way.
No, it does seem that way to me. It does overall, but it's also like, if you look at a graph of temperatures, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It's moving in a general direction. We're moving in a generally positive direction.
Why we want to continue moving in the same direction.
Yeah, I don't think that
It's not a guarantee. I mean, you can describe things that would be horrible and it's feasible.
Yeah. It could be the end of the human race, right? Or it could be the beginning of the next race, this new thing.
Well, I mean, when I was born, we created nuclear weapons. And people would consider, and very soon we have hydrogen weapons. And we have enough hydrogen weapons to wipe out all humanity. We still have that. That didn't exist like 100 years ago. Well, it didn't exist 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something that concerns me. And you could do the same thing with artificial intelligence. It could also create something that would be very negative.
What I'm getting at is like, what do you think life looks like if it's engineered? What do you think human life looks like if it's engineered by a far superior intelligence? And what would change about what it means to be a person?
I mean, first of all, we would base it on what human beings are already. So we become better versions of ourselves. For example, we'd be able to overcome life-threatening diseases. We're actually working on that, and that's going to go into high gear very soon.
Yes, but that's still being a human being. If you're implementing large-scale artificial intelligence, you're essentially a superhuman. You're a different thing. You're not what we are. You're going. If you have the computational power,
Superhuman, you have the human being is part of it.
for now. But this is the thing. If you're engineering this artificial intelligence, and you're engineering this what's essentially like a superior life form, it's going to look at it logically. It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't need this. This is a problem. This is what we needed when we were primates, and we're not that anymore. We're this new thing. We're gonna who cares what the movie's like? It's just a thing that's tricking your body into pretending that it's involved in drama, but it's not really.
Well, you're making certain assumptions about what we create.
No, I'm speaking of an assumption.
I mean, in my mind, we want to create better music and better art and better relationships.
Well, the relationship should be all perfect eventually. If we keep going in this general direction.
Well, it's not perfect. I mean,
But if you get artificial intelligence where we're all reading each other's minds and everyone's working towards the same goal,
well, no, you can't read each other's minds. I mean, we can create, yes, we can create privacy that's virtually unbreakable, and you can keep the privacy to yourself.
but can you do that as technology scales up? If it continues to move, I mean, it's difficult like your phone. Like anyone can listen to you on your phone. I mean, anyone who has a significant technology.
Actually, it has pretty good technology already. You can't really read someone's phone.
You definitely could. Yeah, you have Pegasus, you could hack into your phone easily. Not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they need is your phone number. All they need is your phone number, and they can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone. Easy.
We have ways of keeping total privacy. And if it's not built into your phone now, it will be.
Right, but it's definitely not built into your phone now. The security people that really understand the capabilities of intelligence agencies, they 100% can listen to your phone, 100% can turn on your camera, 100% can record your voice.
Yes and no. I mean, we have the ability to keep total privacy in a device.
But from who? You can keep privacy from me because I don't have access to your device. But if I was working for an intelligence agency and I had access to a Pegasus program, I am in your device. Now, I've talked to people that
because it's not perfect, we can actually build much better privacy than exists today.
But the privacy that we have today is far less than the privacy that we had before we had phones.
I don't really quite agree with that.
How so? If you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, a sensitive conversation about maybe you didn't pay as much taxes as you should, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone hears that. If you have an Alexa in your home, your Alexa hears you say that. People have been charged with crimes because Alexa heard them committing murder.
That's so dystopia right there.
I agree.
Well, I mean, they feel like privacy invasion.
If your phone doesn't have that, that's just an imperfection of the way we're building these things now.
But it's not just an imperfection, it's sort of built into the program itself because that's what fuels the algorithm, as it has access to all of your data. It has access to all of what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like. You can't opt out of it, especially you. You've got a Google phone. That thing is just a net scooping up information.
We know how to build perfect privacy.
How did we do it?
Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
I mean, if it's not built into your phone now, it should be.
Unless they don't want it to be built in there because there's an actual business model in it not being built in there.
Okay, but it can be done. If people want that, it'll happen.
But you recognize the financial incentive in not doing that, right? Because that's what a company like Google, for instance, that's where they make the majority of their money is from data. For a lot of their financial incentive.
Well, I mean, there's actually a lot of effort that goes into keeping what's on your phone private. It's not that easy.
Private from some people, but not really private. It's only private until they want to listen. And now the capability of listening to your phone is super easy.
Not really.
No? With the Pegasus program, it's very easy.
Well, that has to do with imperfections in the way phones are created.
Right, but I think it's a feature. I think part of the feature is that they want as much data from you and knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and you see an ad for that thing on Google? It happens.
Yes, but
So something's going on where it's listening to your conversations. It's picking up on keywords.
it's not picking up on everything.
Not yet. Well, it's not unless it wants to. Like I said, if they're using a program, an intelligence program, to gather information from your phone, it is. And you're basically a little spy that you carry around with you everywhere you go. Unless you're using,
I mean, if you think that's a major issue, we could build phones that are impossible to spy on.
maybe. But if we did, like there are some phones that like graphene, you know about that, you know about people that take a Google phone and they put a different Linux-based operating system on it. It makes it much more difficult to track, and there's multi-levels of protection. There's a bunch of phones that are being made that are security phones. But I mean, you lose access to apps, you lose access to a lot of the features that people rely on when it comes to phones. Like for instance, like if you have GPS on your phone, as soon as you're using GPS, you're easy to find, right? So you lose that privacy. They want to know where Ray's phone is. They know exactly where Ray's phone is. And if that's where you are, and you're with your phone, they've got you tracked everywhere you go.
It's complicated. If this were a major issue, we could definitely overcome that. We know.
I think it's a major issue, but I don't think it's a major concern for most people. But it's because they reap the benefits of it. Like the algorithm is specifically tailored to
That's how we first.
yeah,
That's the things we put on phones.
right. But you can't opt out of it unless you just decide to get a flip phone. But even if you do, they figure out where you are to triangulate you from cell phone towers.
I mean, we give up certain things in order to get the benefits of insurance.
Yeah, we do.
If what you're giving up is a grave concern, we could overcome that. We know how to do that.
Yeah, if people agree that the benefit of overcoming that outweighs the loss in the financial loss that you have with not having access to everybody's data and information.
Well, I mean, what you're giving up is a certain type of data that you want, a certain type of capability that you can buy, and so they can advertise that to you, and people feel that that's okay.
Yeah.
But, for example, keeping your email private is quite feasible.
It's possible. But it's also easy to hack them. Because people can be reading your emails all the time. You should probably assume that they do.
Well, it's a complicated issue, but we keep, for example, your emails private. And then generally we want you to do that.
General, for most people. But my point is, as this technology scales upward, when you have greater and greater computational power, and then you're also integrated with this technology, how does that keep whatever group is in charge from being able to essentially access the thing that is inside your head now? How do you, if you have a technology that's going to be upgraded and you're going to get new software that's going to keep improving as time goes on, what kind of privacy would be involved in that if you're literally having something that can get into your brain? And if most people can't get into your brain, can intelligence agencies get into your brain? Can foreign governments get into your brain? Like, what does that look like? I'm not looking at this as a negative. I'm just saying, if you're just looking at this just like completely objectively, like what are the possibilities that this could look like? I'm trying to paint like a weird picture of what this could look like.
Well, a lot of things you want to share, I mean, music and so on, it's desirable to share that. You want that to be shared. If you didn't share anything, you'd be pretty lonely.
Sure. What do you think about the potential for a universal language? Do you think that one of the things that holds people back is, the Rosetta Stone, the Tower of Babel, that we can't really understand what all these other people are saying. We don't know how to think. We can develop a universal worldwide language through this. Do you think it's feasible? I mean, all languages that we have were created. They're all
We have a certain means of changing one language to another.
right. That's what I'm saying. And we're doing that now with some Google does that and translate. And Samsung phones do that in real time. Yeah.
I wrote about that in 1989. Be able to have universal translation between languages.
But do you think that the adoption of a universal language
It's actually pretty good.
is pretty good? But there's also context that's missing because there's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things. There's gendered language and other nationalities use and other countries use, and
Let's try to get that into the language translation as well.
you can, but it's a little bit imperfect, right? This is
Well, you might have something that's said very quickly, and you'd have to translate it to much longer language in order to capture that.
right. But would a universal language be possible? If you're creating something,
Why would you need that?
because what we have, all of our languages are pretty flawed. Ultimately, I mean, we use it, but how many versions of your do we have? There's a bunch of different weird things about language that's imperfect because it's old. It's like old technology. If we decided to make a better version of technology better version of language through artificial technology, and say, listen, instead of trying to translate everything, now that we're super powerful, intelligent beings that are enhanced by artificial intelligence, let's create a better, more superior, universally adopted language.
Maybe. I mean, do you see that as a major need?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that would change a lot. We could lose all the amazing nuances of cultures, which I don't think is good for us as human beings, but we're not going to be human beings. So maybe it would be better if we could communicate exactly the way we prefer to.
The human beings. In my mind, the human being is someone who can change both ourselves and means of communication to enjoy better means of expressing art, culture, and so on. No other animal really quite does that, right? Except human beings. So that is, in essence, what it means to be.
For now. But when you're a mind-reading eagle, you're flying around, are you really a human being?
Yes, because we were able to change ourselves.
So that's just a new definition of what a human being is.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on simulation theory?
If you mean that we're living in a simulation, well, first of all, some people believe that we can express physics as formulas, and that the universe is actually able to is capable of computation, and therefore everything that happens is a result of some computation, and therefore the universe is capable of we are living in something that is computable. And there's some debate about whether that's feasible, but doesn't necessarily mean that we're living in a simulation. Generally, if you say we're living in a simulation, you assume that some other place, and teenagers in that world like to create a simulation. So they created a simulation that we live in, and you want to make sure that they don't turn the simulation off. So we'd have to be interesting to them until they keep the simulation going. But the whole universe could be capable of simulating reality, and that's what we live in. It's not a game. It's not just the way the universe works. What would the difference be if we lived in a simulation?
This is what I'm saying. If we can, and we're on our way to creating something that is indiscernible from reality itself, I don't think we're that far away from that, decades away from having some sort of virtual experience that's indiscernible from regular reality.
We try to do that with games and so on.
Right. And those are far superior to what they were. I'm younger than you, and I can remember Pong. Remember Pong? It was groundbreaking. You could play a video game on your television. This is crazy. It was so nuts.
And we're way beyond that now.
Yeah, so now you look at like the Unreal 5 engine. It's insane how beautiful it is, how incredible what the
So if you know that, that's kind of a simulation.
right, but as you expand that further, you get to the point where you're actually in a simulation, and that your life is not this carbon-based biological life, feeling and texture that you think it is, but that you're really a part of this thing that's been created. This is where it gets real weird with like probability theory, right? Because they think that if a simulation is possible, it's more likely it's already happened.
I mean, there's really an unlimited amount of things that we can simulate and experience. And so it's hard to say we're living in a simulation because a lot of what we're doing is living in a computational world anyway, so it's basically being simulated.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. And if you were some sort of an alien life form, wouldn't that be the way to go instead of physical metal crafts and shooting them off into space? Wouldn't you sort of create artificial space, create artificial worlds, create something that exists in the sense that you experience it, and it's indiscernible to the person experiencing it?
But if you're intelligent enough, you'll be able to tell what's being simulated and what's not.
Up to a point, until it actually does all the same things that regular reality does. It just does it through technology, and maybe that's what the universe is.
It's okay, and we can still experience what's happening.
Yeah.
And we can also experience people doing galaxy-wide engineering, which not all of which will be simulated.
So the galaxy-wide engineering is the main thing that you look at to the point where I don't see any evidence for life outside. Well, there's definitely no real evidence that we see other than these people who talk about UFOs, UAPs, pilots, and all these people that say that there's this
I
thing.
don't see any evidence that life is simulated outside of our own life. I mean, we can simulate things and experience it. We don't see any evidence that other beings are doing that elsewhere.
Right, but this is based on such limited data, right? I mean, look at what limited data we just have from Mars. Rover rolling around, satellites in orbit. Very limited data for something that's just one planet over. We don't really have the data to understand what's going on out in Centauri.
It's possible that there's simulated life elsewhere. We don't see any evidence for it, but it's possible.
Is this something that intrigues you, or do you just look at it like there's no evidence, so I'm not going to concentrate on that?
I'm very interested to see what we can achieve, because we're actually out. You can see that we're on that path. So it doesn't take a lot of curiosity on my part to imagine other people simulating life and enjoying it. I'm much more interested to see what will be feasible for us, and we're not that far away from it.
So, over the next 4 years, 5 years, you think we're going to be able to far surpass the ability of human beings? We're going to be able to stop aging and eventually reverse aging, and then 2025 comes along and makes us up. So, over the next
The reason
4
we're
years, 5 years,
singularity is because we really don't know. That's why it's called singularity. Singularity in physics is where you have a black hole, no energy can get out of a black hole, therefore we don't really know what's going on in it, we call it singularity. So this is a historical singularity based on the kinds of things we're talking about. And again, we don't really know what that'll be like, and that's why we call it a singularity. Another way of looking at it, I mean, we have mice, and they have experiences. It's a limited amount of complexity, because that particular species hasn't really evolved very much. And we'll be going beyond what human beings can do. So to ask a human being what it's like to be a human being in singularity, it's like asking a mouse, what would it be like if you evolved to become like a human? If you ask a mouse that, it wouldn't understand the question, wouldn't be able to formulate an answer, wouldn't even be able to think about it. And asking the current human being what it's going to be like to live in singularity is a little bit like that.
So it's just, who knows? It's going to be wild.
Be able to do things that we can't even imagine today.
Well, I'm very excited about it, even though it's scary. I know I ask a lot of tough questions, but it's just because these are my own questions. This is like what bounces around inside my own head.
Well, that's why I'm excited about it also. Because it basically means more intelligence. And we'll be able to think about things that we can't even imagine today.
And solve problems.
Yes. Including like dying, for example.
Well, listen, man, I'm glad you're out there. It's very important that people have access to this kind of thinking and you dedicate your whole life to this. And this book, Ray Kurzweil, The Singularity is Near, When We Merge with AI, it's available now. Did you do the audio version of it?
That's being worked on now.
Are you doing it?
It's coming out in June. No.
I want to hear it in your voice. It's your words.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah, why don't you do it? You should do it. You know what you should do? Just get AI to do it. Why waste all that time sitting around doing it? Basically, they just do it now.
Yesterday.
100%. They can take your voice from this podcast and do this book in an audio version. Easy. Do you know what they're doing now with Spotify? They're translating this podcast. They're going to translate it to German, French, and Spanish. And it's going to be like your voice in perfect Spanish, my voice in perfect Spanish.
This actually came up yesterday. I was thinking about that.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
It's 100% you should do that. My friend Duncan does that all the time. He'll have friends, text friends, or send a voice message, a fake voice message. It's ridiculous. He'll talk about how he's marrying his cat or something like that. It's just like, but he does it with AI, and it sounds exactly like whoever that person is.
Okay.
So that's the solution. Have AI read your. Of course, you should have AI read your book. I can't believe we even would think of you sitting down for 40 hours or whatever it would take. It would probably take more than that to read this whole book. And then if you mess up, you got to go back and start again.
Certainly, that's going to be feasible. But it's feasible now that I can get all the nuances correct.
I bet it's pretty close.
Yeah.
I bet it's pretty close right now.
But it has to be very close because we've been doing it with these months.
I bet they could do it. Don't you think they could do it, Jamie? Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Listen, Ray, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your time, and thank you for this book. When is it available?
June 24th.
June. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
That was interesting. That was a good one. What do you think, Robbie?
I think it was very good.
I think it was very
This
good.
episode is brought to you by LifeLock.
I think it was very, very good.
Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax
Honestly, I was fun.
identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're buying this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal
your go-to guy.
identity fraud. LifeLock has
What'd you say?
US-based restoration specialists.
Oh, you're looking like your go-to podcast now?
He just has a lot of content, so I like him.
Protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. If
I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's pretty much one of my favorites.
Help protect your information.
Hello, Real. How are you today?
LifeLock.com/JRE and save up to 25%
One
your
second.
first year. That's 25% off at LifeLock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
Welcome to the club. Just do that. Do things AI. Yeah. You in Token? Did you get it early? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you've been here for a while. I do. Where are you from? You're awesome. I'm from California. Right on. Oh, you're from like the Los Angeles area. Like I'm here, Rabbi. He's a great guy. He brought me here. I'm working on like I'm working on a few different things. I'm working on a bot right now, and I'm working on like an anti-scam bot to help people avoid these websites on Solana. We got a few different things to do it. I'm a friend who's going to be launching a token. I'm helping him out. I'm doing a lot of things. Oh, sure. There you are. Yeah. We've done a lot of things. We gotta things. I'm right now trying to figure out this one bot. It's called a meth bot. It doesn't work the same. It doesn't like scare you or everything. Kind of learning how it works to avoid it and just to see what it does. Basically, the guy that made Juno invented it, and also made Bot worked on it. Trying to figure out how it works. It's just these things are freaking complicated, man.
What up, Reed Schiller? How you living, kid? Hope you're doing well. Hi, I hope you're well. What'd you say, dog? Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. Joe Rogan podcast to check out the Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Have you seen that?
Right.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Hell yeah, all day, all night.
A piece of art. 365 days a year.
Yeah, I was holding one of the next Bible, but it was too dark.
Too jarring. Some of the
This is Elon Musk.
cheers, sir. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. Thanks for rolling up in a Cybertruck too. Yeah, I got a chance to look at it in the factory, but that was almost was that like a year and a half ago or so? Was it? It was a while ago. Yeah, at least a year. And it's different in real life. Like you see it in person. Like you see images are just we were talking about it outside. You just can't contextualize them. It looks so odd that you have to see it in the flesh.
Looks like computer graphics.
Yeah, it's the coolest looking fucking production car that's ever been made. Literally. Yeah.
One of the videos that we show is just going all next wild. Just like someone showed up and emptied the car magazine with Tommy gun inside the car. You'd be okay.
The only thing is how bulletproof is the glass.
The glass is optionally bulletproof.
Oh, it is optional.
If you want, you can make it bulletproof if you want, but the glass has to be pretty thick for it to be bulletproof. So it can't go up and down. So if you want to fix glass,
Then how do you drive through?
yeah, exactly.
That's a problem. You gotta pull ahead, open the door, get out.
But it's okay, it's done.
Yeah, you just done. How far away are you from full, like, delivering them to people? Has anybody got them yet?
Hey, Rabbi, do you have a website?
No, I go straight to YouTube.
Fucking around?
Go for it.
By far is manufacturing.
You tell me it's something,
I've had one. You can look at my archived version
There's just not really a movie about that.
using the Wayback Machine. Go to superrothschild.com. You can see it.
The movies will always be about this invented the car, and then the job is done. Right. That's or invented the object. Now the job is done. This is not true. That's the easy part. The hard part is manufacturing by far.
Why is it so much harder than making an individual model?
Well, in order to make it affordable, you have to make it at volume. So you've got to make everything at a higher rate consistently. If you join a production line, you're have some you're going to have all the casting machines, all the stamping machines, the glass machines, the tires, everything required for the battery cells, constituents of the battery cells. It's all going to go to the chips. Manufacturing is sort of 100,000 times more. If you want to say like you want to get from it, once you reach volume manufacturing, which is insanity, then you want to make it more affordable. It's harder to say reduce the cost of the car by 20% than it is to get to volume production. So I really cannot emphasize enough how hard production is relative to design. I don't say it's design is trivial because you have to have taste and you have to know what to make. If you don't have taste and judgment, then your prototype will be bad. But it is trivial to churn out prototypes, and it is extremely
And how much more difficult is it to make this, considering the body's made out of steel? It's
very difficult. The difficulty of manufacturing is proportionate to the amount of new technology that you have in a car. And in this case, there's a lot of new technology.
production line will move as fast as the slowest and least lucky and most bullish part of the entire production line. And you say to the station there are 10,000 things that can go right for production work. So if you have 9,999 things that work in one minute, that's a production line. By far the hard read. In fact, the amazing thing about automobiles was not so much the invention of automobile, but the invention of the factory, the mass manufacturer. And for that, Henry Ford deserves a tremendous amount of credit. He was an excellent journalist. In fact, Ford is really responsible for the entire mass manufacturing industry because he actually got the Cadillac version was the hard General Motors. They got kicked out and so yeah, they were much harder.
You know, he made one of his first cars out of death.
Well,
He used to have fiber for panels.
okay.
Yeah, it's a fascinating video of him banging on the hammer. This hammer is bizarrely durable. It's compressed, and when they take the fibers, I don't know what kind of epoxy they use or something to put it all together. But what it makes, the actual physical form of it is insanely light, like fiberglass light, but very, very durable. So you can find that video. It's kind of crazy. Henry Ford is banging on the hood of it with a hammer. There it is. This was like, look at that.
Learn more at HIVtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
I don't know why they stopped making that. That was from 1941. How much does the Cybertruck weigh?
It's a configuration, but it's about 7,000 pounds. But it's a certain version, it's 6,000, 7,000 pounds. It's like similar to, like it's a
Like a Ford F-250 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it, because of all of the metal and the weight and everything like that, but with the engines that you have, it's still, the 0 to 60 is pretty bizarre, right? It's a 3.5 or something like that.
or maybe get the 0 to 60 below 3 seconds.
Below 3.
Wow. For the, the beast mode version. Or rather, beast mode version. So this well, I don't want to give it all away right now, but there are 3 demonstrations. One of them over which is empty jumping gun into the side of the car, a shotgun, 45 and a 9mm, and no penetrations. Yeah, so they come to actually kind of trial and error. Yeah, it'll be fun. I mean,
A crossbow, like, I have a 90-pound crossbow that shoots 520 grain arrows and 300 feet per second. They have a razor sharp broadhead. I wish I had it with me.
is it at your house?
Yeah,
That's what we're going to get. You can do it there right tonight.
that would be interesting.
We're going to drive back to Paris, sticking on my car.
I bet I can get in there.
I'll get out there, you can. Really? Yeah, but you don't.
Damn.
I think if you have a crossbow that's with enough force, like a crossbow,
My crossbow is the bolt, even though it's very fast, it's not going to be nearly as heavy. You won't have as many grains.
you can make a heavy crossbow.
You could, yeah. But generally, the crossbow bolts are considerably lighter. They're much smaller. They're much faster. They're moving at like 400, 500 feet per second.
Yeah, the thing that matters is kind of the energy per unit area. So it's interesting, like a 9mm or 45, which is basically 7 or 10 mils. The 45 is they're roughly the same, but the 45 actually is slightly more penetration.
You know what? I just realized I do have some broadheads. I do have some broadheads, and I have a less powerful bow, about an 80-pound bow for Afrojack. I think we should do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. What do you want to do right now?
Yeah, you're right.
It's right.
Okay, let's do it. This could be funny. Why is the arrow sticking out?
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people, the good and the bad. Don't keep it all bottled up. And sometimes that can be friends or family, but it also helps to talk to pros. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy that's totally online, which makes it so easy to get started. You just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Get a break from your thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Well, now we know. So we just shot an arrow into it, and it barely scratched it. Barely scratched it. It was probably moving 275 feet a second. That was a 525 grain-ish arrow with, even more than that, because it had the 125 grain head, so that was 545 grains. That's impressive. Very impressive. It just destroyed the broadhead flat at the tip, and then the arrow flew apart.
Yeah. It's like I said, you could. We have a cool video we'll show at the Hanover event next month, which is emptying an entire magazine of Tommy gun. It's like on the order of 50 rounds. Just got a full Al Capone, on the side of the car, shotgun, 9mm, 45.
And you built it like this just for fun.
Well, I mean,
This is cooler
I mean,
because you can.
trunks are supposed to.
If I shot mine with my bow, go right through it. 100%.
So if you shoot a normal car, unlike in the movies, you will hide behind car doors. The car door is basically very thin mild steel. If you shoot a gun and through like a regular truck, it'll go through both doors. So you can't hide behind a car door like they do in the movies. Back in the day, myself with the 18, where they would like, they'd be like bullets flying everywhere, and they'd be hiding behind the car door.
Right.
That's what. But it doesn't start.
Was there?
It's best in apocalyptic technology.
Yeah. Well, it's an amazing car to have in the farm moves.
Yeah.
But does it still do this thing where the ride height raises?
Yeah.
And there's also no regular drivetrain, so there's no axles that are the impediment to going over the rocks and things like that.
Yeah. Normally in vehicles, you can't see vehicles. You've got the differential, which hangs down between the rear rails. So like under a truck, there's almost always a differential there that's hanging down pretty low. So if you hit the diff on a rock, you'll break it. Yeah. There's no the bottom of the side truck's completely flat. And it has the best air height of any vehicle.
How far away are we, if it's ever going to happen at all, from having a vehicle that can operate entirely on solar?
Well, you've got a surface area thing. So it's about a kilowatt per square meter, normal to the sun, roughly. So it really depends on what kind of mileage. You can't, you don't have enough surface area to keep the car going just on the car surface area. if you had like something that folded out, you could make a substitute.
Something that folded out so like you can park it and then leave it on.
Yeah, you have to like unfold like the Starlink satellites do, where you unfold the solar panels. You just need more surface area.
Is there any potential for an advancement in technology that would make a smaller area much better at conducting?
No, it's a kilowatt per square meter. That's what you're going to get when the sun, if you're normal to the sun, so 90 degrees to the sun.
And there's nothing that can accelerate that or no.
That's just literally the solar.
That's just it.
Yeah, so then you multiply your efficiency by that. So if your commercial system panels on maybe 25% efficient, maybe they're a good one. So you get like 250 watts per square meter.
There was one car, what was it, like a Fisker, that was using a solar panel that claimed that it was operating the electronics. I think it couldn't start to react.
I mean, you can definitely, it's just have a surface area for like, you can like suddenly you could run a house with a Tesla solar run a house.
But it's never going to get to a point where you can just have a car that's made out of solar panels that can drive around. It can never be that efficient.
So you do not have enough surface area.
What research or what breakthroughs have been made in terms of battery technology? Like how far away are we from having batteries that are far more efficient, last far longer? I know there's some talk of like sodium-based batteries.
The battery range is not a problem at this point. I mean, the Model S will go 400 miles. The Model 3, Model Y will do 300 miles. So, that's what most people need.
But are we? How far away are we from making batteries that are more efficient? This is like we obviously.
This is not. I want to say this was not really a constraint. The farther you got, the farther you can do. Let's say even at higher speeds, 250 miles, then let's say 240 miles at 80 miles an hour. Then you're driving 3 hours straight. And so if you start a trip at 290 out of 5 years, you want to stop for lunch, go to the restroom, grab coffee, let's say come back to lunch.
How long does it take to fully charge?
Yeah, like half an hour. Well, you know what? It's a little. People will get used to it because it's a little different. Like for a gasoline car, you want to fill it up. For an electric car, you want to actually go very close to zero. And the car can calculate how much range it has with precision. So if you say enter a road trip in a Tesla, it'll calculate all the supercharges along the way, where you should stop, how much you should charge, and just the computer just think it'll work well. So you actually want to charge to about 80% and then run it down all the way to 10%. Do
you want to do that on everyday use as well, or just with long trips?
Just long trips. If you're trying to minimize the amount of time you stop when charging. So let's say you want to stop for 20-30 minutes. You really, it's a little counterintuitive because for a gasoline car you would fill it up. For a battery, the charge state tapers off as you get above 80%. You can look at like the analogy here is cars that are parking lots. So the lithium ions are trying to find a parking space as they move across from one side of the battery to the other side. They're sort of these ions are just bouncing around looking for a parking space. So when the parking lot's empty, you can zip right in there and find a spot. It's easy. As the parking lot gets full, just like trying to find a parking space in the wall, you have to hunt around for a spot. And that's basically what's going on is the ions looking for a parking spot. So as the battery gets closer to full, it's harder and harder to find a spot. They have to bounce around more.
So it takes longer to get from 80 to 100.
Correct. Is it getting from 80 to 100? Yeah, it takes about as much time as getting from 0 to 80. Just think of like the ions going to find a parking spot. And just like if you're in a mall and you're like, and it's busy, then it takes longer to find a parking spot than it's
So you're satisfied with the technology that's available right now in terms of like the amount of mileage that you get out of it, things along those lines.
Yeah, range is not an issue. Cost is more of an issue. So just to make a car portable, a long-range car is important.
When you fully roll out, how many of those things, how many Cybertrucks can you guys make a month?
We're aiming to make about 200,000 a year in volume production.
Wow.
But I just can't emphasize enough that manufacturing is much, much harder than the initial design. You can do the Cybertruck is easy to design. I'm not trying to trivialize design. It's just what I'm trying to do is to emphasize the difficulty of manufacturing, which is not understood by the public because there's no movie about it. So there's lots of movies about the sort of one invented in the garage, but I'm not aware of any movie about manufacturing. Have you ever heard of a movie about manufacturing?
I can't remember any. Jamie, any movie about manufacturing?
Coming to my brain, but I don't think that's what it's about.
What is that?
Making some cars somewhere, and I have to look that one
I
up.
mean, it's Tommy Boy.
Yes. That's the only one.
That's about
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie. That might be the only one. That's interesting that it's such an immense part of American culture and also the decline of some American cities. I mean, it's famously documented in Roger and Me, which is a great documentary where he just talks about how Flint got destroyed when they pulled out the car manufacturing.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why generally politicians are really trying very hard to get a factory in their area is because it's a massive generator of jobs. And for every factory job, there's like roughly five support jobs. So it's like teachers, electricians, plumbers, accountants, restaurants. So manufacturing is kind of like a nucleus bomb which many jobs spring. That's why it's generally the governors and prime ministers and presidents will try so hard to get a factory in their country or region.
When you decided to build the Gigafactory, and when you decided to get involved with Tesla, did you have any idea of how difficult this would be? Did you have a preconceived notion?
I thought it would be pretty difficult. I thought probability of success was less than 10%. Yes, I mean, it would be foolish to think of anything else other than that. I mean, even at this point, the only car companies that have not gone bankrupt are Ford and Tesla. Right? General Motors went bankrupt and Chrysler went bankrupt in 2009. There's some chance they'll go bankrupt again. Ford and Tesla barely made it. It was incredibly difficult to keep Tesla alive when General Motors and Chrysler went bankrupt. So, because manufacturing is the actual hard thing, by far the hard thing. I just can't emphasize that enough, and I hope somebody makes a movie about that.
Maybe they should make a movie about Tesla.
Sure.
Why not? Perfect. Who would you want to play you? How about David Spade?
I don't care if anyone plays me, but I do think that
I just went back to Tommy.
Yeah, that would be wrong. So, Jim Foley's the CEO of Ford, and he's Chris Foley's cousin.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And they look related.
Yeah, there should be a
Yeah.
you gotta get someone good that doesn't fuck it up.
Someone doesn't. Well, I mean, the thing is that writers are just disconnected from manufacturing. They just never see it. So, and I guess you have to try to create some narrative arc. I mean, there are some shows like How It's Made type of thing. They're pretty niche. I don't know some work in here, but I can't emphasize enough that it is insanely difficult to manufacture.
Makes sense. makes sense when it's something that novel. Something loose. But ultimately, cool as fuck.
Yeah.
What has it been like? You've owned X for a year now.
Oh yeah.
Do you ever wake up in the middle of the night and have a dream you didn't do it? Ideal life is infinitely easier.
Well, it's certainly a recipe for trouble, I suppose, or attention.
What was it ultimately that led you to make the decision?
I mean, this is going to sound somewhat melodramatic, but I was worried about that it was having a corrosive effect on civilization. That it was just having a bad impact. I mean, part of it is that it's where it was located, which is downtown San Francisco. And while I think San Francisco is a beautiful city, I should really find it hard to kind of right the ship of San Francisco. If you walk around downtown San Francisco, right near the FK Twitter headquarters, it's a zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's rough. Have you ever been in there?
Not lately.
Yeah.
I've heard.
It's crazy.
I've heard it's crazy. I've heard you really can't believe it until you actually go there.
You can't believe it until you go there. So they have to say, well, what philosophy led to that outcome? You know, that philosophy was being piped to Earth. So, philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that sort of the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information weapon, an information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of the world. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization.
It's not just propagating the mind virus, but suppressing any opposing viewpoints.
Yes. Well, in order for the virus to propagate, it must suppress the person.
Because it does stem screw.
Correct.
Yeah.
You've felt the virus.
Yeah.
And people try to cancel you so many times.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I don't think you're melodramatic at all. I think it's I mean, I don't want to be melodramatic, but it's almost like a death cult.
It's a death cult. No, that is exactly right. It's essentially the extinctionists. Like, it's in the limit, it is that they're propagating the extinction of humanity and civilization. And there's some people who are like, most of the time, it's implicit. They don't sometimes it's explicit. Like, there was a guy on the front page of the New York Times who literally has a thing called the extinctionist movement. And he was quoted on the front page of the New York Times as saying, there are 8 billion people in the world, but it would be better if there were none. And I'm like, well, buddy, you can start with yourself.
Yeah. Does he have friends? That's what I was fascinated. Well, here he is. That guy. It looks like he's not long from this earth. Voluntary human extinction movement. That's hilarious. I'd like to party with that dude. I just like to
That's the explicit version of the death cult.
Yeah, maybe extinction is long and die out.
It's not. The extinction is a word he uses.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's not. It's literally a self-description.
That Cutterhead
Who is in charge of social media?
Yeah.
It still largely is at Google and Facebook, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not in favor of human extinction. They are, and they go to hell.
Well, that guy is.
Yeah, he can go to hell.
That guy seems silly. I would like to hang out with him, though. I would like to find out what makes him tick. I bet that guy is fascinating. This episode is brought to you by DraftKings. We're more than halfway through the NFL season, but DraftKings Sportsbook is still pumping out unbeatable offers every single game. New customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. DraftKings isn't stopping there. All customers can take advantage of a sweetener offer every game day.
Get in on the football action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the app now, use the code ROGAN, and new customers can bet just $5 on anything to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code ROGAN. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE. NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in ONT. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. I know there's a whole lot of people changing jobs right now and a whole lot of places hiring, which means if it's your job to hire, you are probably slammed. I see you. But what if I were to tell you that there's something that can make your whole hiring process faster and easier? It's ZipRecruiter. Instead of you doing all this hiring work, ZipRecruiter works for you. You post your job once on ZipRecruiter, and then it sends it to more than 100 job sites, so you reach just a ton of people. Then ZipRecruiter's tech scans thousands of resumes for you to identify the ones whose skills and experience match your job. So you get the first wide net, and then you get it all narrowed down without you having to spend all that time. So hiring heroes, let ZipRecruiter help make your job easier. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Well, you get someone for a few days. I'm pro-environment, but in the limit, if you take environmentalism to an extreme, you start to view humanity as a plague on the surface of the earth, like a mold or something.
Right.
But this is actually false. The Earth could take probably 10 times the current civilization. The population could be 10x the population without destroying the rainforest. So the environmental movement, and I'm an environmentalist, has gone too far. They've gone way too far. If you start thinking that humans are bad, then the natural conclusion is humans should die out. Now, I'm headed to an AI safety, international sort of AI safety conference later tonight, leaving in about 3 hours. And I'm meeting with the British Prime Minister, a number of other people. So you have to say, like, how could AI go wrong? Well, if AI gets programmed by the extinctionists, well, its utility function will be the extinction of humanity.
Yeah, clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, particularly if
They won't even think it's bad, like that guy.
if you let AI, there's a lot of decisions that AI would make that would be very similar to eugenics. I mean, there would be some radical changes in what people are allowed to and not allowed to do that allow them to survive that may be detrimental in terms of like pollution and things like that, but maybe the only solution they have in their area. I mean, maybe AI would come up with some sort of a different structure in terms of how they get power and resources, but
There's no shortage of power. Like we talked about solar power for cars. The issue is that cars just have a very low surface area. But you can actually power the entire United States with 100 miles by 100 miles of solar.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can just pick some dead spot that you fly
Oh,
over,
which are plenty.
cover that sucker up with solar panels, and charge the whole country.
Absolutely.
24/7.
We need batteries, but yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's not hard. Meaning it's very feasible. In fact, the sun is converting over 4 million tons of mass to energy every second. And it's no maintenance. They just want to make a giant fusion reactor in the sky. That is the sun. In fact, people so it's like, well, what about radiation? Like, the sun is literally a nuclear reactor in the sky. Yeah. Are you scared to go in daylight?
Rocks at radiation.
Yes. The radiation risk is greatly overestimated.
I always wonder why radiation is always bad in real life, but it was awesome in comic books.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, you get bitten by a radioactive spider, and suddenly you're a spider.
You get hit with gamma rays, you go in the hole.
It's a radioactive cockroach, like the cockroach.
Yeah, you can be one of the X-Men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I think the problem is, like, most people just don't understand what radiation is. And so it just sounds like a mysterious, invisible death ray.
Well, it's almost like drugs. Like, we think of it, we put a blanket over it. It's all one thing. You know, radiation is Chernobyl.
Yeah. Right. I mean, the things you can actually tour Chernobyl right now.
Can you really?
Yeah.
You can actually go to where the government.
Well, I mean, this wasn't far from that. The issue is, more getting shot than it is. You don't have a radiation risk. I mean, the problem is, like, I think when people don't understand what radiation is, they can't see it, they can't feel it, they think, well, I could just die at any moment, like from a magic death ray.
Right.
I've had people say, like, oh, the radiation from their phone is going to go to them, or they're scared of the microwave. I'm like, when you say radiation, you mean particles and photons. And if you mean photons, one wavelength, then, like, I don't know what you mean. They don't know anything about that.
Right. They just have, they're afraid of the term. Like, just because of 3 Mile Island and Fukushima.
Nobody died from radiation. It's true. In fact, but I was asked by people in California, like, when Fukushima happened, whether the radiation would get to California. And I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And so, actually, to help support Japan, I flew to Fukushima and ate locally grown vegetables on TV. And I was full of it.
I have a friend, he's very smart, but he won't eat fish out of the Pacific because he's worried about the radiation from Fukushima.
Yeah, that's irrational. There's no substance to that.
At all. I'm sending him this clip.
Yes.
Your place, bro.
No, you should be good. If you eat too much tuna, you're going to have mercury. Is correct. Mercury poisoning from tuna is a real thing.
You can get arsenic from sardines too. I found that out the hard way.
Really?
Yeah.
You ate too many sardines.
Yeah, I got my blood work done, and there's arsenic in your blood. And I go with some poisoning. That's very, very low.
Exactly. It's like is your girlfriend angry?
You eat a lot of fish. And I said, yeah, I eat like 3 cans of sardines a night. That's a lot of sardines. Yeah, I love sardines.
Oh yeah,
I love them.
I really do.
I've always loved sardines.
Okay.
I love them.
But it turns out, like, you can't eat too much of it because they're
Yeah, they're not good for you.
okay. Yeah. I mean, a little sardines once in a while, but not 3 cans a night.
Well, for me, it's like I come home late from the comedy club and I want something easy to eat. I don't want to sit down and nice food, so I'll open up a few cans of sardines. And I'll, watch a little TV, eat a few cans of sardines. I do it every night. And then I stopped doing it, and I got my blood work done a couple months later. It was gone.
Yeah. So, but I think attributes really hype up Caesar salad.
Yeah, they do. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of anchovies as well.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pizzas ever is pineapple and anchovy.
Okay.
Double pineapple, double anchovy.
Wow.
It's amazing. It's the sweet and the salty, and then you get the tomato sauce and the cheese. It's my favorite pizza. It's
Yeah.
really good.
I mean, as a kid, I was like very much against Hawaiian pizza, and as an adult, I like it.
Hawaiian's good,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, anchovies and pineapple is bomb diggity.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
That's the bomb diggity.
So, anyway, can we order some right now? Is that feasible?
I bet we could.
Okay, let's try it. That'd be sick.
Yeah. Have Jeff order a very large pizza with double pineapple, double anchovies.
Great. Fantastic. I'm hungry.
Yes, LFG.
No time like the present. Enjoy life.
Well, there's got to be a good spot around here. Tell me find a good spot and tell them it's for us. They'll cook it up. If they
Don't just on the pizza. All right.
we'll mention their name. We'll mention their name on the podcast.
Don't tell them it's us.
Yeah. Tell them it's us. Fuck it. If they're gonna close, tell them we'll mention their name.
What is this? What is this salty sauce that's so mysterious?
Don't tell them it's us. Good call. Don't tell them it's us. Make sure you don't buy it from any liberal.
What is this salty tangy stuff?
Don't buy it from East Austin. Don't buy it from anyone who's still wearing a mask. There's a lot of them out there. Yeah, a lot of them out there. They're still masked up. It's wild.
Yeah, once in a while I see something paranoid and I'm like,
On the street.
yeah.
I saw a guy on the street the other day just walking around with a mask on. I'm like, okay, buddy, you look like you're about 28 years old.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna be okay. You're probably not gonna be okay breathing that fucking insane air in that mask and all the bacteria you're spitting out.
Yeah.
It's attaching to that cloth.
Yeah. Masks are unlike some magic health sheet. I mean, there are times where, a mask will work, like if a surgeon is operating on you or whatever, then you don't want the surgeon spraying any wound, But most of the time, a mask is not good for you.
And you can breathe out of it. That means you're breathing in. That means you're also exhaling. So, like, how much is it filtering? Like, what is it?
It's like I'd say like a mask is much like sort of a shield in battle in that, it'll help protect you a little bit from arrows and stuff, but it's not going to make you arrow-proof. We're just talking about, shooting arrows.
Right.
So, there are times when masks will work, but most of the time it's actually counterproductive.
Well, that was one of the things about the old Twitter was the propaganda and the adherence to whatever the CDC was saying and the dismissing of legitimate scientists, guys like Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford, legit guys.
Yes.
And they were suppressing them, but even banning them. They banned Alex Berenson. I mean, it was wild. They banned Alex for essentially reading peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah. No, all Twitter was basically non-redundant.
Yeah.
So
Was that shocking? Like, what was that like? Because to me, that was the most bizarre, was the Twitter files. When all those guys get in the response where Matt Taibbi gets audited. I mean, which is just wild. I mean, it's just so blatant and so in your face.
yeah, it's weird. No, I mean, the degree to which, and by the way, Jack didn't really know this, but the degree to which Twitter was simply an arm of the government was not well understood by the public. And there was whatever the official government, it was like propped up, basically. It's a state publication is the way to think of all Twitter. It's a state publication.
And was the justification from their perspective that they are progressive liberals, they have the right intentions, it's important that they stay in power, the progressive liberals stay in government and power, because this is their...
There was basically oppression of any views that would even, I would say, be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right, I'm talking about like far right, I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. Now, that's because old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It was like completely controlled by the far left. And that's why I say like San Francisco, Berkeley is a niche ideology. It's hard to say like, is there a place that's more far left than San Francisco, Berkeley? Maybe Portland, but it's like it's right there. Yeah, exactly. It's those two places are the most far left places in America.
Yes.
So from their standpoint, everything is to the right, including moderates.
Right.
So, but if you internalize a far left position, everything seems wrong to you that that is not far left. Right. And so they naturally oppressed anything that didn't agree with their views. That's why I say that it was an accidental far left information weapon. So, because it's like Silicon Valley attracts the smartest engineers, the smartest technologists, programmers from around the world. They created an information weapon that was then harnessed by the far left, who could not themselves create the weapon, but happened to be co-located where the technologists were.
It happened to be aligned politically with the people that possessed it.
The technologists generally are moderate, maybe moderate left. But they're not far left. That's why I say San Francisco, Berkeley. It doesn't even extend to South San Francisco or even to Palo Alto. So SF Berkeley is the most far left. Perhaps in a competition with Portland, but I'd say SF Berkeley is more far left even than Portland. But like literally in America, we're talking about an area that's maybe a 10-mile radius. And so normally the effects, the negative effects of a far left ideology that would be geographically limited to a 10-mile radius. That's like it's small. It's like that. So any bad effects of that ideology would be geographically constrained under normal circumstances that have been in the past. But when you have basically a technological megaphone, which was Twitter and social media in general, suddenly the far left are handed a megaphone to Earth. An incredibly powerful technology weapon that they themselves could not create, but they happened to be co-located with the technologists who created it by accident.
Is it shocking that more people don't understand how dangerous that is?
I think some people understand. Some people do. Some people understand. So, from the standpoint of some people who use Twitter, and people are like, well, it's a big shift to the right. That is correct. It is a shift to the right because everything is to the right if you're far left. Everything is to the right. But how many far left people have actually been suspended or banned from Twitter now X? Zero. So it's really just moved to the center, but from the perspective of the far left, it's moved to the right. So like everything's relative.
The difference in moderation,
I should say, it propagated that far left philosophy not just to America, but to everywhere on Earth.
right?
Yeah.
And with the same level of suppression in other countries as well.
Yes.
But the Taliban is on Twitter, right?
Okay, I'll take it like, hey, Mr. Taliban, telling you about
but there's definitely some people out there that are.
Yeah, so the point is, I think that from my standpoint, that is that the accident gay Twitter should represent this sort of collective consciousness of humanity. So that means that there are going to be views on there that you don't like or disagree with. But that's humanity. So you can exclude it or not. Now, I mean, if somebody breaks the law, then they can't suspend it. I mean, if they actively advocate murder, then they can't suspend it. We do have what we call it the kind of United Nations exclusion rule, which is that you can have, say, the Ayatollah, who prefer that Israel didn't exist, for example. But he's allowed to go to the UN building in New York. In fact, generally officials from Iran do in fact go to the UN building in New York, even though they are a heavily sanctioned country. So I think that there's merit to having, just like there's some merit to the UN. One can disagree with the UN, and I think we shouldn't have a world government that we bow down to. But in fact, that's risky for civilization. but I think you do want to have the leaders of countries represented on social media. You want to hear what they have to say, even if what they're saying is wrong.
Well, I think that is true across the board. I think one of the things you just said is very important is that's humanity. And I think it's important that a social media platform, especially the biggest one, represents humanity so we understand what we're talking about. Because we have this distorted idea of what people think and want and need because everyone only exists inside this ideological bubble and anything outside of that bubble gets censored.
Yes.
Then that literally changes the tone of the entire country.
Yes.
It changes what people think is okay and not okay. It makes people feel differently.
Yes.
It's not humanity. It's different. It's a very forced version of humanity.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole point of free speech, free speech is only relevant. The First Amendment is only relevant if you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like. Because if you like it, you don't need a First Amendment. So the whole point of free speech is that, frankly, even people you hate say things you hate. Because if people you hate can say things that you hate, that means that they can't stop you from saying what you want to say.
Right.
Which is very, very important.
Right, but the problem with Twitter is it was not the case. It was correct. It was people that you hate couldn't say.
Anyone they didn't like, they censored.
Yeah. They still suppress.
In my view, there have been severe First Amendment violations by lawful donations. And there should be repercussions for that.
And do different laws apply because it's a privately owned social media company? I mean, what laws do apply in terms of like when you're looking at it? One of the arguments that the leftists would use is it's a private company; they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's funny that when the shoe's on the other foot, they now say the private company can't do whatever they want.
Well, yeah, now they're upset.
No, it's like, but the government itself is not allowed to censor speech. But in my view, the government de facto did censor speech, and there should at least be a case where that is heard by the public. Because if the government simply coerces, a platform, a sort of coerces the press, then I think that there should be a First Amendment violation.
Well, they can't do it with other media forms, right? They're not allowed to do it with any other media. They're not
Right,
allowed
if I do that with a newspaper, then
Right.
get in trouble.
Would they? Yeah, that's the question. It's like you didn't know about the federal government. You didn't know about the intelligence agencies inside of Twitter until we found out. Like, do you think that this is ubiquitous?
It's absolutely all social media companies. In fact, right now, X, informing us Twitter is the only one that is not counteracting them. It's the only one. There's all the others just your example of the other ones.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What I was getting at, do you think that that's everywhere?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's CNN? Do you think that that's the New York Times? Do you think that that's the Washington Post? Because the thing, we're going to infiltrate media.
Yeah,
We're going to infiltrate social media.
It is weird the degree to which the media is in lockstep. But why is the media in lockstep? And why doesn't the media push the government? They used to. Why don't they do that anymore? It's weird. Something doesn't add up.
What do you think? Well, there seems like there's a bunch of factors, right? I think one of the big factors is pharmaceutical drug companies are allowed to advertise on television. And we're one of 2 countries in the world that allow that.
I actually agree with pharmaceutical advertising provided it's for free. Because there could be some drug that is helpful to someone, but obviously the claims need to be accurate. So I actually think pharmaceutical advertising, if it is accurate, and I think it actually, play devil's advocate here, I think pharmaceutical advertising is generally accurate. I think that's actually okay. Now I should say that a lot of the censorship that we see is is coming from indirectly from advertisers and advertising agencies, and from PR companies who want a particular viewpoint pushed, or are being driven by nonprofits to push them to that. But what happens is nonprofits that push advertisers to advertise or not advertise on a particular platform. And one often hears of the sort of George Soros boogeyman, but I mean Soros actually, he is, I believe, a top contributor to the Democratic Party. The second one was Sam Bankman-Fried. and Soros, I don't know, I mean, he had a very difficult upbringing. In my opinion, he fundamentally hates humanity. That's my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, well, he's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. Getting DAs elected who refuse to prosecute crime. That's part of the problem in San Francisco and LA and much other cities. So why would you do that?
Was it humanity, or is it just the United States as a whole? I mean,
George thinks other countries too.
Do the same thing.
Yeah. No, George at this point is pretty old. I mean, he's not. He's basically a bit senile at this point. But I mean, he's very smart. And he's very good at arbitrage. Famously, he shorted the rich pound. That's sort of how I think he made his most money, was shorting a pound. So he's good at spotting, basically arbitrage, like spotting value for money that other people don't see. So one of the things he noticed was that that the value for money in local races is much higher than it is in national races. So the lowest value for money is a presidential race. Then next lowest value for money is a Senate race, then a Congress, and then once you get to sort of city and state district attorneys, the value for money is extremely good. And Soros realized that you don't actually need to change the laws, you just need to change how they're enforced. If nobody chooses to enforce the law, or the laws are differentially enforced, it's like changing the laws. That's what he figured out.
But it's what's arbitrage. That this trend that people haven't pulled the brakes on us and haven't reversed course.
You're pulling the brakes.
Yeah.
Pulling the brakes right now.
Yeah, you are. But you might be the only one.
Well, I think more people should. Most people still want to rock the boat. Most people are looking for acceptance from society, and they're if there's some negative press article, they're like shattered. I couldn't give it in. Good, big money.
Well, it's fascinating where if you're a high-profile public figure like yourself, it's impossible to make everybody happy. So there's going to be someone who said something shitty about you.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, when it's in print, does that mean more? Because other people are going to see this shitty thing.
Well, I guess
where it gets odd. Because essentially, an article in the New York Times is just a single person's opinion, and whatever editor gets involved.
It's like, a lot of people will read that.
Yeah.
I mean, less people these days.
But I think people do that now.
I find the New York Times these days to be hard to read.
Well, unfortunately, they make some grave errors.
Yeah.
Like that Hamas bombing the Israeli bombing the hospital story. Yes. It's delicious. I mean,
you should cut off chicken export and sell them. They'll bring them to the needs right away. Or you can take a chip and dip it in nothing.
Well, you just introduce them to pineapple and anchovy pizza.
That's coming.
They're coming. Do we have a pizza name, like a company?
I want to
make sure it's good.
Pizza Leo.
Oh, that's legit.
Pretty close.
Okay, there we go. Nice. Did they give us a timeline?
I'd imagine it shouldn't take too long. They're not too far away. It's late. So 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Nice. Take
care of your health isn't always easy, but it should be simple. And that's why for the last 3 years, I've been drinking AG1 every day. AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's simple, effective, and comprehensive. It's just one scoop mixed in water once a day, every day. It couldn't be easier, and it tastes great with hints of pineapple and vanilla. And whether I'm at home or on the road, when I take AG1, I know I'm getting the nutrients that I need to help me feel my best. AG1 is a science-driven formula of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source ingredients that support your brain, gut, and immune system. It's a foundational nutrition supplement designed to raise your baseline health. Every scoop of AG1 contains 75 high-quality ingredients that are obsessively sourced for absorption, potency, and nutrient density, so you can actually feel the benefits. Trust me, you're going to love the way you feel when you take AG1. So, if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Oracle. AI might be the most important new computer technology ever. It's storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested. So buckle up. The problem is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. OCI has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds, offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does data better than Oracle. So now you can train your AI models at twice the speed and less than half the cost of other clouds. If you want to do more and spend less like Uber and thousands of others, take a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/Rogan. That's oracle.com/Rogan. Oracle.com/Rogan.
That's something I have to say I've got a lot of respect for. Somebody's like willing to make pizza late at night.
Yeah,
My hat is over. I mean, that is like great.
absolutely. Late night food. I appreciate the fun. If you can get a really good late night meal,
Yeah,
hats off.
totally.
Wigs off.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm a giant fan of very good late night food. And that's one of the things that like Los Angeles really used to have.
Yeah.
They had a Pacific dining car where you can get a legit steak 24 hours a day.
Really? That's
Yeah, I don't know if it's still open in downtown LA. I believe the one in Santa Monica closed, but a Pacific dining car in downtown LA was a legit steakhouse, and you could leave the Comedy Store 2, 3 in the morning, get a legit steak.
That's cool.
Just open. COVID got him.
Man, COVID just took out so many restaurants. It's crazy.
Motherfucker. COVID got 70% of the restaurants in LA at one point.
Well,
Not COVID, I should say. Policies.
well,
Lockdowns.
the mind virus. I mean, it's like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's why I moved here. One of the reasons why I moved here is we came here in May of 2020, and you could go indoors and eat in restaurants.
Yeah.
And my kids, who were pretty young at the time, 10 and 12, they were like, we want to live here. It was like, they're freaked out. Like, LA was weird.
Yeah, I mean, well, most of COVID, I was actually in South Texas building this Starship factory. And, you know, we were just, no mask, no nothing, just building a factory, building rockets. And, you know, we would have teams from California visit all masked up. And they'd freak out that we're not on masks. And we're like, we're still alive, man. Yeah, so,
Did you lose anybody? Did anybody from your factory die?
nothing. So part of it is that, like, that I kind of saw a dress rehearsal, which is that, you know, I kind of saw that in Wuhan. And so Tesla's got the 20,000 employees in China. And so, the first wave happened in China, and we had nobody died or got seriously ill. I was like, okay, well, this is can't be that bad. And we're not relying on government statistics. We literally know who showed up for what. Right? Did they badge it or not? And we have no one died and no one got seriously ill. So,
well, there's a problem that people still want to stick to this initial narrative that they believed and that they espoused. They repeated it. And so they'll still fight you on this today. People still fight you today on the merits of the lockdowns, the importance of vaccine mandates, closing schools. There's people that stated an opinion in 2020, and they still are doing mental gymnastics to try to make it seem like that was the right choice.
No, and a lot of deaths got ascribed to COVID that had nothing to do with COVID. And in fact, I'd say in the beginning, the cure is worse than the disease. So, because people were having too much, and so then diagnosed.
What up, Tim? How are you, baby?
Or weak, and this is basically cook your lungs. So if you're on pure O2,
There you go.
under pressure,
Just listening to Elon Musk on Joe Rogan.
This is very bad for you. I mean, it's one thing to do that for a couple hours for an operation, but you do that for a week. It's going to roast your lungs. Like the air that we're breathing right now is 78% nitrogen, 1% argon, about 21% oxygen, and so that's what you're breathing is oxygen. Now you're breathing nitrogen. Only about a fifth of it is oxygen.
Absolutely, my man. Take care.
So, I know quite a lot about life sports.
Peace, baby.
And this, you have to keep people alive in a vacuum. So, you got to say, okay, what percentage nitrogen, what percentage oxygen you can do, what's the pressure going to be? So, like, sea level pressure is about 15 pounds per square inch. And the partial pressure of oxygen at 20, being 20%, is therefore roughly 3 pounds per square inch of oxygen. So, in a spacecraft, you want to, especially if you're in a spacesuit, you want to lower the pressure. So, you want to keep the oxygen, still give people enough oxygen to sleep, but you want to lower the nitrogen content so that you don't have a spacesuit that's at 15 psi. Because at 15 psi, you just pop out like a balloon. So you want to try to lower the pressure, down to around, 6, 7 psi, maybe even 5 psi. So you lower it to, try to keep the oxygen, partial pressure of oxygen roughly the same. So maybe around 3 psi, and then 3 psi of nitrogen. So you got 50 megs of nitrogen and oxygen, and then you just get pretty hot in the way.
I'm sweating.
It's gonna be sweaty and itchy a little bit. Yeah.
Can't believe we boil them all day.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, so I know a thing or two about keeping people alive in a vacuum, right. So, we designed the life support system for keeping humans alive in a vacuum of space, which is very difficult. So we know quite a lot about what it takes to keep people alive. So you don't want to keep people, 100% oxygen. It's actually for an extended period of time. It's not good. It's like 80% of people Yeah. So in fact, I actually posted about that because I called doctors in Wuhan and said, what are the biggest mistakes that you made on the first wave? This was early on. And they said, we put far too many people in intubated ventilators. So then I actually posted on Twitter at the time. I said, hey, what I'm hearing from Wuhan is that they made a big mistake in putting people on the intubated ventilators for an extended period. And that this is actually what is damaging the lungs, not COVID. It's the treatment. The cure is worse than the disease. And I just people yell at me and say, I'm not a doctor. I'm like, yeah, but I do make spaceships with life support system. What do you do? I twiddle knobs. I'm like, okay, great. Yeah, rock on.
Well, again, there was this very bizarre narrative that you had to believe everything the government was telling you. You had to believe everything the CDC was telling you. And that even as time went on, and we realized, hey, it looks like this came from a fucking lab. Like, even as time went on, dispute disputing that would get you banned, would get you kicked off of YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, there's certain things you're not allowed to say in regards to the vaccine on YouTube.
As I said, the only media that does not have crazy censorship at this point is X.
Yeah.
That I'm aware of. Everyone else everybody else is censored.
Spotify is. That's why it's
Good for Daniel Left.
Daniel X. I love that too. And, I think more companies should follow suit. I don't think it has to be this way. Unfortunately for us, they're in Sweden. Like Stockholm, Sweden, they have a very different perspective on all this shit. Yeah. What's wild about the nitrogen is that's mostly nitrogen for fertilizer we suck out of the air.
Sorry,
Most of the nitrogen for fertilizer we suck out of the air.
Yeah, one of the inventions in chemistry was finding nitrogen. Nitrogen's actually fairly hard, so it's not hard to actually pull nitrogen out there and bind it into ammonia. Like basically the process of creating ammonia was actually very
The Haber method. Yeah, good time. Same guy invented cyclone gas.
But it was actually very important to bind nitrogen from the air to fertilizer. So that actually was frankly a life-saving invention at scale. Because you just run out of nitrogen. Pure nitrogen is a low energy state, so to try to bind it into fertilizer requires a lot of energy. So that was a very important breakthrough.
Yeah, I read that 50% of the nitrogen in most people's body comes from that method. 50% of the nitrogen in most people's body that they've consumed from food.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because of that might be true.
It was a fundamental problem for most civilizations. It's how do you get nitrogen to the plants? The limiting factor, in fact, even in the rainforest, is like the nitrogen. It's unbound nitrogen.
When you do eventually colonize Mars, what's the idea in terms of terraforming? Is it containing ecosystems that are under domes? Like, what are you planning on doing to make it habitable?
Well, at first, you would have to have a life support system because Mars has a low density atmosphere, only about 1% the density of Earth, and it's primarily CO2. Now, over time, you can terraform Mars. Terraform means make it like Earth, essentially. And if you warm Mars up, you will there's much frozen CO2 that will evaporate, densify the atmosphere, and you'd actually want kind of global warming on Mars. Mars is about 50% further away from the sun than the Earth. So it gets about less than half of the solar energy that Earth does.
And it's believed at one point in time Mars had a much different environment, right?
It is highly likely that Mars had liquid oceans. Been a long time ago. There's a lot of ice, so Mars is covered in ice. And the ice is then covered in dust from most of the cold. So there's a lot of ice. In fact, I believe if Mars was warmed up, you'd have an ocean about a mile deep on 40% of the planet. So it's quite a lot of water.
Do we think that it was like that at one point in time?
The evidence suggests that it is most likely that Mars had liquid water.
What's the prevailing theory of its demise?
Well, just over time, the solar system cooled, so Earth used to be much hotter. Like in the very early Earth was like molten rock. So really almost nothing can survive in the beginning. We were just a wall of lava. We're still mostly a wall of lava. We're like creme brulee, like this thin crust, and it's mushy rock. That's super very hot mushy rock underneath. And technically, that rock is in a semi-solid state, but as soon as it gets to a low pressure, like pops out of the ocean, you have volcano rocks with lava. So it's at surface ambient pressure, they were basically covered in liquid rock.
Are you aware?
It's a thin crust upon liquid rock.
Are you aware of the origin myth of the Dogon tribe?
No.
There's a tribe in, I believe it's a tribe in, I forget what part of Africa, but they believe that they came from Mars, and that there was a civilization that left Mars, many, many eons ago. And it's a really weird, theory, because they know some things about Mars.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that comes from Mars.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure too. But I mean, it's
If there are any spaceships, I'm like,
well,
if you have a spaceship, I'll believe it.
if you parked a spaceship, how many thousands of years you parked a metal spaceship? Like, if you left a Cybertruck in the desert,
Yeah.
how many thousands of years do you think it would be there for? Before it's gone?
If it got buried in dirt, we'd probably find it even like among the astronauts.
A million?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, what you'd find is
Stainless steel. So it'd have to be some sort of an alloy.
It's kind of like
But iron wouldn't, right?
but you'd have something similar to like fossils, basically. Like the fossils, they essentially discolor the rock. So eventually, whatever the fossil is, and sometimes the fossil's like an amber or something like that. Where this will just survive more or less intact. But I mean, there's fossilized like dinosaur fossils, tree fossils.
That's essentially remineralized, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see it like a Cybertruck shape in the rock.
Yeah. But that's it. You wouldn't find the actual Cybertruck. So if they did have a spaceship and it came here 30,000 years ago,
Oh yeah, we would definitely find it. Well, not even one spaceship, maybe not, but if there was a lot of them, sure.
that is the origin myth of the Dogon tribe, right? Am I getting that right? Mars specifically, it's a star. Oh, it's somewhere else.
You cannot be serious.
Cheers, XM. It's just very strange when people have this bizarre origin myth. Like, I wonder who was the first one to tell them they came from stars. And when we eventually do, I mean, how bizarre! Imagine if you're successful, we eventually do colonize Mars, and you're correct. Earth winds up through human folly or natural disaster getting wiped out. And there's only the colony on Mars. And that colony exists for 10, 20,000 years, and they have their origin myth that we all come from Earth. I mean, ultimately, that's going, if this does happen, we do colonize Mars, and Earth does get destroyed. And if there a period of time takes place, like look at the period, like at least the conventional timeline of the Great Pyramid, just 4,500 years ago.
5,000 years.
Yeah. So that's not that much time. On Mars, people talk about Times Square.
I mean, it is. I think because there's something greatest, like how do you say when the civilization started? Probably the first writing, and the first writing is only 5,500 years old.
Yeah.
It's worth studying. Reading about the history of writing. You're only 5,500 years, and one has to credit basically ancient Sumerians who aren't around anymore with the first writing.
Are you aware, though, that like there's hieroglyphs that depict a history of Egypt that goes back far longer, maybe even 30,000 plus years ago? But archaeologists dismiss it because they think that that's mythical. But non-conventional archaeologists who believe in what's called the Younger Dryas impact theory, and that somewhere around 11,800 years ago, civilizations essentially all but wiped out by comet impacts. And that is the reason why they keep finding these insanely old, huge structures, megalithic structures that are carved out of stone. Like when you go back like Göbekli Tepe, which is 11,600 years ago, that's an insanely old structure that they didn't even know people were capable of building until they discovered it in the 1990s. So the conventional timeline of people, when you go to 11,600 years ago, it was just hunter-gatherers. But now that they have Gobekli Tepe with its 3D carved things, and have you seen Graham Hancock's amazing series on Netflix called Ancient Apocalypse? You should check it out. It's amazing. But it's about that. It's all about that there's a lot of physical evidence of an advanced civilization from far, far, far longer ago than we have conventionally dated, which is ancient Sumer, which is we put it about 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, but like the first, it's difficult to date with precision, but or at least within a few hundred years, but roughly 5,500 years. Like you see, like what is the oldest like stone tablet?
Yeah.
Because this is it's if you're like an archaeologist, if you were to discover something older than that, you'd be very famous. It's like they really looked hard.
Yeah.
And 5,500 years really is kind of if you start getting any kind of evidence that I've seen that is actually substantial, is writing is 5,500 years old.
Yeah, in terms of writing, yeah. Well, what they believe is that there's very little left of this ancient civilization other than things like the pyramids, other than things like the Sphinx. There's a geologist that really stuck his neck out. His name is Dr. Robert Rothschild from Boston University. And what he said was, his theory is that there's deep water erosion all over the temple of the Sphinx, where the Sphinx was carved out of. That is indicative of thousands of years of rainfall. And the last time they had rainfall in the Nile Valley was around 9,000 BC. So what he believes is that, because back then, the whole Nile Valley was a lush rainforest, eventually receded into desert.
Okay.
Yeah, so that whole area, like even the Sahara, used to be rich rainforest. And it receded into what it is now. But if you go back then, he believes that's when that thing was constructed. He said the geologists look at it, and if he shows it to them in terms of just shows an image of the erosion, it doesn't tell them where it is. Almost all of them will say that's water erosion from thousands of years of rainfall.
You say like civilization is like 9,000 years old, still nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
So we're still talking about like a very tiny fraction of Earth's existence. Like the geological evidence suggests that it's around 1.5 billion years old. Human civilization has been around for roughly 1 million of Earth's existence. Basically nothing. And even if it's 10,000 years,
even if it's 30,000 years, it's still nothing.
Yeah.
What they're saying though is that civilization is insanely fragile.
That's exactly.
Much more fragile than people realize.
Yes, absolutely. I think we should be civilization being fragile.
Yeah, but we don't. It's one of the weird things about people is that unless the threat is in front of us, it's abstract. Unless it's like, really, is the pizza here? Oh yeah, pizza's here. Yeah, from civilization.
No, actually, like one of my sons who just actually has these profound observations. He asked me what was LA like 4,000 years ago. It wasn't around. I said, what would it be like 4,000 years ago? Probably very under rubble.
Probably very similar to what it was like 4,000 years ago.
Yeah. And then less radioactive. The answer is, did they speak English 4,000 years ago? No. It's like, will they speak English 4,000 years from now? Probably not. Really? Why not?
Because it's not really good for you.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to accuse pizza of being like the healthiest thing in the world. This looks awesome.
You want to play DJ?
Alright, so this is awesome.
And what's the name of this pizza place? Pizza Leon. Shout out to Pizza Leon. Oh yeah.
That really hits fun.
That's legit. I mean, I'm no big pork line. Our pizza analyst probably. I'm not gonna rate it. It's excellent.
This boy already gets into pizza.
Oh wow. Ever seen Portnoy's videos where he analyzes pizza? Oh my god, it's like a whole method. We've got a number system.
Alright.
He He's into the crust and the flop and all these different things.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is his?
Everybody knows the rules. One bite.
You only get one bite of a pizza.
He bites into it and then he just starts nodding his head. He's basically like a Somalian pizza.
Pizza is my yeah. And pizzas, is there like, what's his favorite pizza?
Favorite one. That's
There's no cheese. Yeah.
We spent so much time on
And
pizza.
it's New Haven, Connecticut.
Really?
Yeah. For some reason, the Italians that moved to New Haven, Connecticut really figured pizza out. They have insane pizza in New Haven, Connecticut. Yeah. Like really like legendary. I've had it. There's a comedy club I used to work out there called the Joker's Wild. And I had New Haven pizza. Even back then. It's just really good pizza.
Well, okay.
I don't know why though. It seems like something that could be replicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not like rocket ship.
Yeah.
The thing is, the people that are making pizza are not like the people that are making rocket ships. If they were, they would replicate it.
Yeah.
They would go, what are these guys doing? Let's back engineer it.
Sure.
Can't be that hard. Well, all these secret sauces and shit. What's in there?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
The combination of pineapple and anchovy is surprisingly good, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was the first pineapple anchovy pizza they ever made there. Well, the company's never done that shit. I used to order when I would order for delivery, they'd go, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm doing it." Ordering it.
With extra arsenic.
Do you know why I don't eat this stuff though? I cannot stop. That's the problem.
This pizza's too delicious.
Oh, so good. High calorie, high carbohydrate food. Once they start going down the hatch, they don't want to stop.
Cops of the devil.
Remember? They used to be the base of the food chain.
Yeah.
The whole pyramid, the bottom of the food pyramid was carbs.
What would the Egyptians say? Yeah, exactly. It's just,
That's the bizarre thing.
it's like what the dry in your mouth.
How many human beings eat just processed food? Like the majority of their diet is processed food. Like the entire sector of the supermarket is shit you really probably shouldn't eat, except every now and then. Good, Jimmy. Walmart? You seem offended.
It's too much. That's not like this paper. I don't like it.
Try it. Well, Billy, you should try it.
I understand. I feel like
The show's all about trying it. We shot an arrow in the car.
I just not gonna like it. I don't want to think it's I don't like that.
Alright.
It's hard to mess with pizza, right?
Unlike the crepes that used to run Twitter, I don't care if someone has a different opinion.
I just don't like fish, to be that honest with you. Like I've tried it many times this time. I like I'm gonna be won over.
You like any fish?
Fish and crab meat, yeah, but I don't like the whole crab.
Do you like sushi?
I'm gonna have Phillips. I'm gonna try some Phillips. It's very good.
You're gonna try it, but you don't like fish.
I'm like DC. I'm afraid of that whole thing. I talked to Phillips about it in detail.
Okay.
I don't eat fish that often.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's particularly good when you catch it yourself. It's really fresh.
Fresh fish really is way better.
Way better.
Way better.
Yeah, fish goes bad quick.
Yeah.
Meat.
Yeah.
Like, meat, you can like let it sit around for a while.
You can marinate before you cook. You don't marinate fish, I think.
Well, yeah, they do. They actually dry age fish.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of places dry age fish.
Dry age the fish.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that, but it's actually a common practice to dry age fish for certain sushi dishes, like in gourmet places. Have you been to Sushi by Scratch?
Is that down?
Yeah, it's just outside of town. He used to run sushi bar, and then he sold it to my friend Philip Franklin. He's a Michelin star chef. He used to run sushi bar in town. He sold that, and then he opened up Sushi by Scratch. But because of the contractual obligations, he has to be like outside of the Austin proper, so he's about 30 miles away. It's fucking fantastic. If you like sushi, it's like the best sushi you'll ever eat. Okay, I mean, it's really insane. I say that with. You eat it and you're like, Jesus Christ, the best sushi of all time.
Sushi by Scratch.
I have ones in Miami. Where they have it now in Chicago, they had a bunch of them.
It's not allowed to go to.
It's not in Austin proper. I think once his contract is up, he had a non-compete for Austin for like 3 years or something. I don't know how long it was, but maybe eventually he'll open up one in Austin, but it's about 30 minutes outside of it. What city is it in? Cedar?
It's Cedar Creek. It's out at
Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Sushi by Scratch, got it.
Yeah, it's a shit. Let me know if you want to go. I'll look it up.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really worth it. Like if you like sushi, it's a mind blower. It's a mind blower, and it's omakase. So like you sit down, bring you food. That's it.
Well, that's good.
It's pretty fucking cool.
You've been to Monsign's in LA?
Yes.
Because Brothers Focus is great.
Yes, that place is outstanding. Yeah. I love good sushi. And it's one of the things that's amazing is how many good restaurants there are in Austin. I mean, for a city that's relatively small. I mean, the
restaurant per capita is excellent.
amazing. Yeah. And they're so good. It's like so many like bars and restaurants. We just found a new one that Brian Simpson told us about. It's called Bacalar. It's this Mexican restaurant that's in town. Fantastic. Really good. Yeah. It just opened up. I think they've only been open for like 6 weeks. So shout out to them. Just ate there the other night. There's so many good places here.
Yeah.
Like you can't have a bad restaurant in this town. You can go underground.
Actually, how much is strong?
There's so much competition. It's like and there's so much variety.
Yeah.
All kinds
A lot
of
of good restaurants in this town.
yeah, that's amazing. You know, I remember we were hanging out at your place like way back in the day when I first moved here, and you said something very prophetic when all this was happening, like Austin's about to go supernova.
Yeah.
Kind of did.
Yeah. It's moved town.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
And with the Gigafactory, I mean, how many jobs have you brought into Austin from that factory alone?
Well, we're about to 10,000 direct-ish, and then like 50,000 maybe this one.
That's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah. I mean, there's only too many people in the Great Western area.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In fact, the kind of limiting factor for growth is just finding enough people. Well, yeah.
This is terrible for sound.
It's like the subtitle chewing sounds.
This is my last piece.
The subtitle chewing sounds.
I don't know how to deal with it. This is my last piece. You take it away. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
I said eat my fault.
Yeah, take it away. I'll keep going. I'll eat the whole fucking thing. That's the problem with me, Mark.
Yeah, controls. Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's the dopamine explosion.
Yeah,
I mean, once in a while, it's fine.
once in a while. I mean, it's once in a great while, but
Well, it's like temporary, it's like that, one meal a week or something.
yeah, that's good. Yeah, one meal a week I'll go with sweets. Ice cream sundae or some shit.
Ice cream sundaes are great.
Oh, they're fucking amazing. Yeah. I don't think most people know what an ice cream sundae tastes like once they smoke marijuana. And then you're like, oh, yeah, this is a different thing. It's an amazing invention.
Yeah.
Whoever figured out the hot fudge and then the whipped cream on top of it, what a combo.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. Great idea.
I don't know if that's the word.
For sure.
Well, I mean, that's
What's legit?
I know. There's like that pizza restaurant, that pizza chain that's they get the best ice cream sundae I've ever seen. It's giant.
Up here.
I don't remember the name of it. It is a chain, but it's not like a big chain.
People that are upset right now because they're listening like on the treadmill, they're hearing us chewing, they're like, these motherfuckers are gonna get ice cream.
You're seeing pizza and ice cream sundae.
While people try to lose weight,
Yeah.
sweating it out.
Oh, look at Beppo's.
Oh, yeah.
If they've got a gigantic ice cream sundae.
Everything they have is gigantic.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's actually really good. It's amazing.
Oh, bro, they have that rigatoni. The rigatoni with meat sauce and, oh my God.
Look at Beppo's is great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's very reasonably priced for the amount of food you get.
Yeah, it's one
You get a crazy amount of food.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I like all the photographs of the wall.
There's one of those down the street from our old studio.
In LA.
It was the Mills. Remember? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to take my kids to one to grow up in LA.
What, if anything, is out near SpaceX? Like, what do you guys have out there?
In LA or here?
Out here.
With the installing terminal factory. So we're installing 4 terminals. We built them here. We built the version 3 terminals and the version 3 minis. It's like we do part of the production. Actually, I should say we've done all of the production terminals thus far in LA, and we'll continue to do production in LA. But we're also just completed a second factory in Bastrop, just about 3 minutes.
And then SpaceX is where you make the launches. What part of Texas is that?
Well, Starship stuff is in South Texas, near the border, just right on the Rio Grande.
And how did you pick that location?
I was just literally looking at satellite images, and for going to orbit, you kind of you want to launch eastward so that you can take advantage of Earth's rotation to get to orbit. So it's a little counterintuitive that reaching orbital velocity, getting to orbit is about your speed parallel to the Earth's surface. It's like how fast are you zipping around Earth? It's not the gravity at the altitude of the space station is almost the same as it is on the ground. The reason the space station is actually up there is kind of the wrong terminology. It's actually moving around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour. So the space station goes around the Earth at roughly every 90 minutes. So and because the Earth is turning, and the speed at which it is turning, or the way you experience velocity is moving at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So the closer you are to the equator, the more you can take advantage of Earth's rotation to reach orbital velocity. So you want to, and since it's rotating eastward, you want to be on the east coast to make it easier to get to orbital velocity. So you need a section of coast that's on the east, fairly southward, that is not occupied. So like almost really all Florida, except Cape Canaveral, it's wall-to-wall houses on the beach. Like there's almost no section of Florida every section of Florida has houses except for Cape Canaveral, which is government based. So one of the few spots that wasn't occupied was the area just adjacent to the border of Mexico. And it just wasn't super well suited to holiday homes. And there was one point in development that was going to take place, but then a hurricane came and destroyed the entire place. And in fact, rearranged the land so some of the plots were underwater. So it's kind of a tough spot to build a home, and that's why it was unoccupied. So we needed a piece of, it needs to be U.S. territory because we go outside the U.S. There are export restrictions because it's rocket technology, it's an advanced weapons technology. So we can't just arbitrarily go to another country. So it needed to be U.S. land, East Coast, and fairly southward.
That's fascinating that
One of the few spots that exist like that.
That rockets fall into the category of weapons technology.
Yeah, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
It makes sense.
Yeah, we can drop a rocket anywhere. Nobody can stop us.
Wow. That is crazy about the space station. It's going 17,000 miles an hour.
Yes. I mean, you've seen the videos of the rocket landing, right?
Yes, it's amazing.
Very precise.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
Like last 16.
No.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, you don't have to turn on the thrusters and slow down.
What is it like to try to juggle these different things in your mind on a daily basis? Like, what is it like to try to juggle X, Tesla, SpaceX? Yeah, I would imagine.
My constraints might be computer.
Okay. I mean, do you need something like that, though? Does your meat computer need more problem solving than the average one? I mean, is this something like, if you only had one thing to work on, do you think you would get bored? Or you would get distracted? Or you would not be satisfied? Like, do you need these things to be so complex and have so many of them simultaneously juggling? Because you didn't pick 3 easy ones. You picked 3 of the fucking hardest things you could ever get into. You already detailed how difficult manufacturing is. Rockets, duh. It's one of the craziest things. Like, not only that, but completely innovative rockets that land. Like, that never happened before, so you're doing that. Right? And then you said, you know what, we're going to save humanity. Let me go spend $44 billion on Twitter.
That was expensive.
What's it worth? What do you think it was actually worth?
Everything.
Yeah, not for the market. I mean, I really genuinely do think this, and I've said this many times publicly. I think you did humanity an immense service, and that if that didn't happen, the narrative in this country would have gone further and further down that road to the point where people would have been scared to speak their mind, and they would have been scared. And it changes the way people communicate at their jobs, which changes the way. It just changes the way people, when they leave universities and they go to get jobs, the way they're allowed to communicate. And people don't like to be on the outside. They don't like to be ostracized. They don't like to be kicked out of communities. So people would adhere.
Yeah,
It would change.
absolutely. I feel like it's our afraid of like being ostracized is like fear of being ostracized. I think is one of the biggest issues, and it's being totally shut down.
Yes.
You know, we have no outlet, and we just basically disappear. Except for in-person meetings. Yeah, it was important to I guess have at least one social media outlet that was for Catholic.
What I really enjoy is reading the tweets. I guess you still have to call them tweets.
Oh, that's so right. I don't have a great word for it, but
Yeah, the kids and the X's. Reading
all my exes live in Texas.
I enjoy reading the words of people who proclaim that they were leaving, going over to Threads.
Yeah.
That's the interesting thing about momentum. Very difficult to start a whole new social media platform. Even one that initially got like what did Threads get? Like some crazy number of initial people signing up for it. But it just dropped off in like a couple of weeks. Now it's a fucking ghost town.
Yeah. It's like
Wild.
You're really quiet.
It's wild.
I mean, Zuck himself doesn't post. So
That's crazy.
you gotta use your own product.
It's interesting though, because they're sneaking them in now in Instagram. They sneak
a little thread in there.
Because every now and then I'll see something, oh, that's interesting. I click on it. Oh, you motherfucker! I don't make big threads for me.
Yeah.
Like you got me. Because they're integrated. But
I don't use Instagram.
it's fascinating that I'm sure you don't. Why would you? If I bought X or Twitter or whatever, I wouldn't use anything else either.
Yeah, but I didn't use Instagram for a while. I mean, there was a time where I was posting on Instagram, but I found myself doing selfies, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? Why am I posing with selfies to get likes? This is crazy.
It's bizarre.
So then I was like, you know, if you post selfies on Twitter, that people would jump all over you, you know.
Yeah.
They're like, what?
That's true.
They're like, what's wrong with you?
That's so true. Yeah, people are like way more lenient on Instagram for some strangers.
Yeah. It's like pretty pictures.
Yeah. Pretty pictures and a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of weirdness that comes with Instagram, like filters. Like, I've got grown men using filters on their pictures. It's very strange.
You know, I'm concerned that, like say, Instagram actually leads to more unhappiness, more or less, in the sense that, like, it just looks like everyone's, like having a great time.
Right.
It's way better looking than they really are.
Yeah.
And so you're like, man, everyone's like good looking and having a great time, and you sort of compare yourself to that, and like, it's like, damn, I'm not as good looking, and I'm not. I seem to be sad a lot. And you're like, man, you know, I think it makes you kind of depressed.
Yeah. Well, and also, you're a grown man and you experience this. You're also very intelligent. And you experience this. Imagine being a young kid.
Yeah.
Jonathan Haidt documented that in The Coddling of the American Mind. So there's a direct correlation between the invention of social media and its ubiquitous use and self-harm amongst kids, particularly girls. It's really bad for girls. And around 2007-ish, there's this big uptick of suicide, self-harm, depression.
Yeah. And people can't just like make themselves be better looking with the
Right.
It's like a limit. So,
Right. Yeah, and then surgery.
yeah.
There's a big uptick in people getting their jaws reshaped and shit.
I mean, yeah, that's bad. So I don't know. I think, yeah, I think like there's like is Instagram a net happiness generator or not? I'm not sure it is.
Speaking of distorted images, have you seen the court artist's drawing of Sam Bankman-Fried?
I mean, it's almost like they lost money or something.
What the fuck
It
happened?
looks like it melted.
Have you seen it? It looks like a supermodel.
Oh, what's SBF did?
Yes! The guy who drew him.
I found one of them I saw.
Maybe there's more than one artist.
Maybe this one was because some of those ones I saw.
One of them,
Well, I flattering.
he looked like an anime superhero.
You're joking.
No, like perfect chiseled jawline. Ridiculous. He looked like he lost 30 pounds, started working out. Look at this. Look at that.
Are you kidding?
What the fuck, man? Look at that guy on the left. That guy looks like Superman. Doesn't he? Look how hot that guy is.
I almost feel like it's not
Like Tom Kent or something.
It might be.
I feel like someone's fucking with
There's
it.
a few other pictures when I googled like
There's some wrong pictures though.
It seems like someone's fucking with it because that guy's handsome as fuck.
there's this one. That's not the same.
No, that one's terrible.
What
Oh, that's not real. That's Satan's drug. But that one right there, if that is real, it's like, come on. That's not real.
This is bullshit.
That's bullshit. Because look at what they did with the girl. Oh, wow. Look at that picture there. Even that picture is.
But Karen looks like she's melting.
Yeah.
I have to. I mean,
But she's probably massively depressed. I mean, I bet, like, that's also, like, his artist's interpretation of the energy she's giving off in court. I mean, she has to rat on her boyfriend, and she's already pleaded guilty, and, you know, for a lesser sentence, she's going to rat him out.
I mean, I don't know who SBF's PR team is, but they're doing an incredible job.
For real?
Well, I mean, the dude has people off his total money, and yet he's getting basically, you know, back rub from the brains.
Well, don't you think that's because the amount of money that he donated?
Yeah, I don't know. Some other deal.
It might have something to do with that. I'm not that cynical. I generally don't think people are influenced by money.
Well, I don't know what he's doing, but
Something's going on.
the number of articles I've seen where it's like, where it's basically, you know, misunderstood philanthropist. It's ridiculous.
Well, your bullshit meter went off when he was offering money to buy in with you with Twitter, correct? Well, a large amount.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people, you know, fell for his bullshit. But, I mean, first of all, I never really got heard of the guy. I'm like, who is this guy? What did he do? And he's in the Bahamas. That's pretty sus to begin with.
He's very sus.
He was like, if you're on a tropical island, like you finance organizations in tropical islands who are generally a bad track record.
And he's involved in crypto.
And crypto is
Which is
scam. There's a lot of scam. The scam probability of crypto is high.
It's high.
So
Yeah, I'm not saying it's all scams, but I would leave that distinction for what are those fucking NFTs. I think that's like 80% scam. Except for people. People's legit. I mean, they gives you like digital art.
yeah, people still stuff is great. But I mean, NFTs. The funny thing is, the NFT is not even on the blockchain. It's just a URL to the JPEG. So it's not even like it's like you should at least encode the JPEG in the blockchain. Because like if the URL, if the company housing the image goes out of business, you don't have the image anymore.
I never understood it. I tried so hard. I know I have a friend who made millions just selling an artist. I'm like, okay, save that money. Eventually people are going to figure this out.
Like, I mean, with art, there is a fair bit of money laundering and tax avoidance that is so some of these things that seem inexplicable.
Like Hunter Biden. You know how about Hunter Biden's paintings?
Did he actually sell paintings for large sums of money?
Immense sums of money.
Okay, it's
Hundreds of thousands of
probably
dollars.
that seems unlikely to be a legit transaction.
Unlikely, right?
Unlikely.
Yeah. The work's not bad though, I gotta say. Like for that kind of bullshit art, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that it's hard to price art, right? Because in the eye of the beholder. So how can you say whether something?
Like this is his stuff. How much did that go for? $225K on steel. Not bad. That's not that bad. I mean, I would buy that. I wouldn't buy it for $225, but I'd buy it for $5. Yeah. It's not bad. Like, look, a lot of crackheads are good artists. Like, you know, you get crazy on drugs and splatter some shit around, and you got a unique vision. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That is not bad at all. How much did that one go for? So he's probably a legit. Meanwhile, we're gonna find out. Yeah,
I mean, I suspect I think he's not talented.
Right.
So I mean, I actually don't have any issues with his lifestyle or anything.
There's the stuff. That stuff's not bad. Like whatever that dog wolf thing is on the wall, that's pretty dope.
Yeah.
I like that. What does it say underneath it? Can you read it? I can't read it. Either way, not bad.
So bad.
Have you ever heard the theory that the entire modern art movement, like Jackson Pollock and the like, was a CIA psyop?
I mean, I've heard that, but I have not heard any evidence for it.
I read the article a couple years ago.
Okay.
Released.
Modern art's a psyop.
Yeah.
Every day I wake up,
was that long ago.
It's a psyop.
But it was fascinating. Yeah, every day. There's always something.
Can't let us inform that.
No. When was this? Was
Well,
modern art
artist.
really a CIA psyop? But I mean, if you can get someone to spend that kind of money on that kind of shit, like the Jackson Pollock stuff. So, here it is. Preeminent Cultural War, Cold War, it was okay. The relationship between modern art and American diplomacy began during World War II. Museum, MoMA, Battle for Hearts and Minds. It's an interesting article. So I read the article a couple years ago. I can't remember what their argument was. But it's one of those things.
It starts there, like it's about wanting paintings directly from artists.
Oh. Okay, even though modern art and American diplomacy were of a piece, Soviet propaganda asserted that the United States was a culturally barren capitalist wasteland. To make the case for American cultural dynamism, the State Department in 1946 spent $49,000 to purchase 79 paintings directly from American modern artists and mounted them in a traveling exhibition called Advancing American Art. That exhibition, which made stops in Europe and Latin America, included work from artists like George O'Keeffe and George O'Keeffe's the lady who makes vaginas, right? Isn't that her
That is some of what she does. Yeah.
I think she makes like vagina, like flowers and stuff. Oh, yeah.
I think so. It was pretty good, but
Well, the Jackson Pollock one was like, come on, what happened? That one is just wild because I really think I could do that. Some of the shit like Jackson Pollock, the CIA teamed up to win the Cold War. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the article, right? Because that's 2017. I don't remember. But
well, I think art is very much an eye of the beholder. It's like what does it make you? How does it make you think and feel?
Yeah.
And if it makes you think and feel in a way that you like it, then it's good.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's also a way to launder money.
Yes. A number of these like very high price art things are tax evasion and money laundering.
Have you ever seen the documentary on the loss of Leonardo?
No.
That's crazy. That's crazy. MBS purchased this.
Okay.
They purchased it for some insane amount of money. It turns out it probably isn't Leonardo da Vinci's. Not only that, but the vast majority of the painting was made by a modern age woman who recreated everything. Like, so she, in restoring, air quotes, restoring, she essentially repainted the image in the style of Da Vinci.
Okay.
And it's very sketchy because if you look at the original painting, it was all fucked up and missing paint. There was many layers. Someone had painted over it. It's really an incredible documentary because it just shows how much fuckery is involved in these high dollar transactions.
Yeah.
And I think it was the most expensive painting that was ever sold. I think it went for something in the neighborhood of $400 million. $450 million. Yeah. The Lost Leonardo, a new film, solved the mystery of the world's most expensive painting, is the $450 million Salvatore Mundi, a fake. This film featuring tearful sycophants, sneering experts, dodgy dealers, and a secretive super yacht finally settled the great Da Vinci controversy. Apparently there's multiple layers and different styles of painting involved in it, and when they do some sort of a comprehensive examination, whether it's like, I don't know what kind of imagery they're using, they're doing something where they can say, like, this has been painted many times and fucked with.
Yeah.
It might have originally been one of Leonardo's students. Might not have been Leonardo. Like, there's not a real
Dated
clear.
to that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But whether it was Sotheby's that sold it, yeah, so they were kind of aware that there were some shenanigans with this piece, but they also were aware that this was cha-ching. This was 3 lemons. This was they were gonna hit the jackpot with this bad boy.
Yeah.
And so they went through with it, and yeah, Christie's. That's it. The other one. Christie's was aware of it. It's a fascinating documentary. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. It might be real, but at the very least, it's been retouched mostly by this woman. Isn't it like 90% of the painting? There's some very high percentage of the painting that was actually made by this woman, and they show her. She worked on it forever, for years and years. Worked like painstakingly to retouch this piece of art. Which is very odd.
Yeah.
That they do that. Because, like, wouldn't you just want it all fucked up and old?
Sure.
That's the real piece of art.
Yeah.
The real piece of art is not like some woman in 2001 painting over it. That's just crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy art for the aesthetics, but not for the name value.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I enjoy art just because what it makes you, how it makes you feel.
Yes.
It's it's a cool thing. I mean, obviously my studio's filled with it. Outside, I love art. It's everywhere out there. I love it. Have you seen the woman? Have you seen the piece that she made of you? This Melania Blackman. Have you seen that drawing that she did?
Is that the weird one?
It's everything. It's enormous. She draws it, and you're essentially made up of all these different characters, different things. So you can find her work with this. She did one of me, and she did one of Anthony Bourdain that I bought. That's out there as well. She's just super talented. This woman. So this is her. She's really hot too.
Okay.
So you can find car standing next to it. There it is. Instagram banned it? Oh, that was right. There was something that happened where Instagram did something. What happened? So Instagram has not only banned me from promoting this artwork, but also shadow banned me altogether after I posted my latest piece. This is after probably you said that you wanted to fight Zucker.
Well, actually, I was just. Zuckfight is funny because he was posting all these fight videos, and then someone on Twitter at the time said, "Hey, you should fight Zuck." And I said, "Well, I'm willing to fight if he is." And then Zuck posted, I think on Instagram, something, name the place or something like that. And I was like, okay, how about the Vegas Octagon? And then Italy actually was wanting to let us use the Coliseum. So I was like, well, can't turn that down, and then but then I was like, well, if it's gonna be the Coliseum, we're not I like UFC and everything, but we don't have like tons of ads in UFC branding on the Coliseum. It's historical, place. It's history. It's a place with great history. You want to just have a real NASCAR.
Right.
So then and then Zuck pulled out.
So he pulled out of it?
Yeah.
Oh. What was the narrative? What'd you hear, Jenny?
Well, I'm only. So he was like, "Oh no, it's got to be UFC rules." I'm like, "Well, okay, we have UFC rules, and the Coliseum's fine, but we just don't have. You got to respect the historical integrity of the place."
The Coliseum just seems like the coolest place to do it. Yeah, that's why.
I mean, like Gladiator,
Why not? And they said it's okay.
Yeah.
So he just wants it to be in the actual UFC, like in the
So they said, "Oh well, he accused me of not being serious." I said, "Listen, at the end of the day, if I'll fight you any place, anywhere, under any rules." That's what I said. So he said name a place. I'm like, I'm happy to buy a man a house on a mouse with a mouse. We'd like to go pull up the suits here.
Now, how much time? How much time?
Davis, not fair.
I know you.
I don't think he should fight me.
Because you're so much bigger than him.
Yeah, like 52 seconds.
Yeah.
I bet my patented walrus move. I just landed. Well, like the walrus doesn't need martial arts training.
Right.
Because it's really big. You don't want to go wrestling a walrus.
Right.
Because they're wrong.
Have you ever rolled with someone who's much smaller than you that does jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Lex. Yeah.
No, I use martial arts.
How much have you trained personally?
For a decade already.
Well, you did a lot of karate, right?
I did judo, Kaizen, karate.
Yeah.
I did some jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, street fighting, which was involuntary. I think could be decent. I did martial arts competitions when I was a teenager.
Really? Interesting. So you did George St. Pierre, Elon, John Danaher, the Great Master, and Lex Friedman.
But like Lex is, I think he's got like 20% heavier than so, and I'm bigger than Lex.
Yeah.
That's why they have weight categories.
Oh yeah. Did you get a chance to talk to Danaher at all? The guy on the left?
No.
Do you know his history?
No, but he's from New Zealand or something.
He was a professor of philosophy at Columbia and fell in love with jiu-jitsu. I mean, fell in love with it to the point where he was sleeping on the mats and teaching all day long. He's an obsessive. He is a real Kaizen disciple. And oh man, he's one of the most unique characters I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
One of the most brilliant men I've ever met. And he's completely dedicated to jiu-jitsu. And he has raised through this, particularly this one disciple, Gordon Ryan, who also lives here in Austin. He's the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time. There's no question. And he's only 28. He might even be 27. Maybe he's 28 now. But I mean, he is universally regarded as the greatest of all time. And he is John's greatest student. And the two of them together, because Gordon has insane work ethic. They work 365 days a year. They do not take any days off. They train every day. That's Gordon to the right of John with the crazy beard. He doesn't really have that hair. He bleaches it. But the two of them together are literally an unstoppable combination. He's pretty ripped. Yeah, he's a combination of gigantic, brilliant, and insanely dedicated with the most incredible instructor that's ever existed. I mean, John Danaher is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu instructor alive, and his student is universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor alive. Yeah. And it is because John is like a complete, like a guy out of a superhero book. Like you're not going to find another one of those. A guy with a genius level IQ who's one of the, when you talk to him, he's fascinating, and he is obsessed with combat sports, warfare, like strategy.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Nice. Yeah, I was impressed by that. I mean, the things that, like, if I was fighting someone where I was not much bigger than them, then I would be more concerned.
How much time do you need to prepare?
I don't need any time.
No time at all?
No.
How's your cardio?
It's not. That will not be a factor.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
What's the likelihood of this actually happening?
I won't do it anytime, anywhere, any place, anywhere.
Well, I think stating it this way might accelerate this process, especially on this platform.
I mean, I challenge him to a duel under any circumstances.
Sword fight?
Sure.
Jesus. That's not
This is
necessary.
a duel.
That's not necessary. I think physical hand-to-hand.
Nerf guns at noon.
Nerf guns at noon. Well, you could slash it out in the metaverse.
Yeah.
In the real world.
Listen, there's just a reason they have weight categories. Yeah. So, there's a friend of mine who's pretty good at fighting. She weighs about half of what I do. And I said, let me show you why there's weight categories in fighting. And I'm going to do what called the wars. And you're just, I'm just going to line on you. I'm not going to lock or anything. I'm just going to line you. But I'm going to, position myself such that it's hard to get out from under me. And I just, I'm going to line crossways on you, and you try to get away. And you won't be able to get away. But you could. Just, like if a horse falls on you, right? You can get trapped under a horse. But you're not a horse. What do you weigh, about 230? Yeah, 240. Yeah. So no, I'm not a horse, but I'm saying in the limit, if something's heavy enough, like if a horse falls in your diet, you can get trapped under a horse and not be able to finish something. Right. But if someone's good enough, I mean, I'm sure you've seen like absolute weight classes in jiu-jitsu where you get a 145-pound competitor who strangles a 220-pound competitor, and they're both well trained. If someone is that good, it's not unlikely. It happens quite often. When you get elite competitors, like elite black belts at the 145, 155-pound weight limit, you'd be shocked. There's a ton of videos of these guys who will strangle much larger black belts. I'm not saying it's impossible, it's just highly unlikely. And if this were not the case, there would not be strict weight categories in martial arts. That's true. That's true. But very strict the reason why they allow absolutes in jiu-jitsu is because it is the thrill of watching these smaller people go against much larger people, and sometimes they win. No, I just like armies, people take note when a small army defeats a big army because it is so unusual. Yes, not because it's normal. Right. If there's it was 2 against 10,000, and boy, to beat those two guys up. More likely what happens. It's like if you're severely outnumbered, you will lose. Almost certainly. So the size difference between these two guys? Play it out. This is Mikey Musumeci, who is another fascinating individual. This guy is another super genius who trains every day, 12 hours a day, and he is competing against a black belt in the heavyweight division. Mikey Musumeci might weigh 145 pounds, and he beats this guy. Guy doesn't look to be in super great shape. Well, he's enormous. Yeah.
I mean, he's enormous and he's a black belt, so he's skilled. I forget how Mikey wins this. He catches something. Get it a little bit further here. I think. What happened here? Oh, they're pushing them out of bounds. I think they're out of bounds. Yeah, that's all that was. That's just out of bounds. So scoot ahead and see what happens when he catches him. What happened?
I'm saying it's impossible. It's just very like.
Oh, so you won by points?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
I think you're making the point.
yeah. Well, in that case, yeah, that guy's strangled a lot much larger people than him. But again, he's extraordinary. He's a world champion. He's a world champion for one, which is this huge organization in Singapore. They do these events where they have all kinds of different martial arts. They have MMA, Thai boxing. Yeah. So you do any rules?
Sure.
All right, let's go. I like the fact that you're interested in doing this. It's fun. It makes it fun.
Yeah, I mean, I can, this could be an exercise in humor.
We'll find out. We can find out. I like the fact that Zuck's interested in it too. I like the fact that he trains so much.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't very many ways to actually, if you stick to the rules of jiu-jitsu, like, for example, if you're up with someone in an arm lock, you have to be able to extend their arm. And if somebody is strong enough that you cannot extend their arm, then you're limited to chokes, and you can do an arm lock across the groin with both arms and legs, like Royce Gracie did upside down, and it was like the third UFC fight.
Yeah,
he was pretty severely damaged.
That was a fucking an enormous guy.
Yeah, and he did upside down arm lock across the groin because he could not do an arm lock, a sort of sidebar arm lock. So, but after that, people were like, why is that move? So they're like, we're not going to allow themselves to get an arm lock across the groin without, that was like overconfidence.
Well, it was exhaustion. I mean, they fought like tooth and nail for something like 7 or 8 minutes. And, Royce survived and then eventually wore the guy. Well, when you're a big steroided up guy like that, too, the oxygen depletion, like the amount of oxygen your muscles require, you gas out pretty quickly when you're that big, unless you're insane conditioned.
Yeah, but like there's no way for you to do, arm lock, like a single arm lock. You couldn't do it.
A single arm lock.
Like if you try to do a lock up on the side.
So like it's side control? So from some of it, like legs across your face, is that what you mean?
If you try to do an arm bar on the side, one arm would come across the across the thigh. Like you have to be able to extend the arm. Then your essentially your triceps have to be able to exceed the strength of their bicep. That's what it comes down to. But if you cannot exceed the strength of their bicep, then you will not be able to do anything. An arm extension.
I'm not sure what are you talking about, like a kimura, like a straight arm bar?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're talking about like with just the arms?
Where you just have one arm, if it takes one arm versus one arm.
But that's never the case. It's almost always the whole body's engaged.
I think in judo that's a very common hold. Very common hold.
One arm bar?
Yeah, one arm.
Yeah.
You have your one arm around the neck,
Mm-hmm.
and then you take your arm and you extend it across.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so like from a scarf hold. So a scarf hold, you take the arm and put it over, and you push it down with one arm. Yeah, that's unusual though. Yeah, that's an unusual arm bar.
But if one person is much stronger than another, then
That one.
that's the move.
Yeah, but
It's a very fast move because you can take someone right from the throat, drop them on the floor,
Yes.
right into an arm bar.
yeah. Okay, that's a very specific arm bar.
10 seconds.
Right. That's a rare armbar. You never see that in MMA. What you do see, though, is the two legs isolate the arm, and then the person grabs a hold of it with the thumb up and uses all of their body.
Yeah, that's what Gracie does.
Yeah, that's what most people do when they apply an arm bar. Whether it's from the back, like, a lot of people have done that, or whether it's from side control, which is a little more easy because you have control of the body.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just that UFC is not just jiu-jitsu, you can punch people.
Right. That makes a big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference. Huge. MMA has changed the ideas of jiu-jitsu because there's a lot of techniques that people do where it works well in competition when someone's like grabbing your leg. You can't just rain down punches on their face.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Because always pounding you in the face is pretty hard to be chill, you know. Especially if they're way, if someone's saying cut gorilla fists in your face.
Yes.
It's not going to be a good day.
Yeah, Carlson Gracie famously had a phrase that if you take a black belt, you punch him in the face, he becomes a brown belt. punch him again, he becomes a purple belt.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
I mean, most people have not been punched in the face. I've been punched in the face. So, you know, it just comes as a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably does come as a surprise.
I mean, it's also like, even the UFC has a lot of limitations that you can't do 12 block elbows, you know. So
That's changing. They're getting rid of
not to do 12 block
Yes,
elbows.
finally. I've been singing that from the top of the roof forever.
Okay.
It's so nuts. It's so stupid. You know where it came from?
No.
It came from Big John McCarthy, who was the original UFC referee and pioneered the sport. He was bringing this to athletic commissions, and they were allowing certain techniques, but one of them they wouldn't allow was the 12 to 6 elbow, because they saw those late night karate demonstrations where someone would like smash words like that. They thought someone would die if they hit him with. This one's harder because this one can throw your body weight into it, and it's a more natural movement.
Yeah.
This is an unusual movement. I mean, I'm sure you can train it and get it probably as hard, but I think for most people, for me, I can tell you for sure, this elbow has more power.
Well, I think any elbow in the face is going to be a big wake-up call if you've never had an elbow in the
It
face.
fucking sucks. Yes. Fucking sucks. Did you watch the Tyson Fury Francis Ngannou boxing match?
So don't worry about the Euro.
No, this is Tyson. Evander Holyfield. That's from the 90s.
Yeah.
No, this fight that took place this last weekend, Francis Ngannou was the UFC heavyweight champion. He vacated the belt so he could take this fight with Tyson Fury. This was his dream fight. Tyson Fury, who's the lineal heavyweight champion. Francis Ngannou had never had a boxing match ever in his life. Had 0 boxing matches, but he was the UFC heavyweight champion.
Okay.
Knocked down Tyson Fury in the 3rd round. Beat him up in the 8th round. Most people, including me, thought he should have won the decision, including most boxers, most boxing pundits. And he lost by 1 point on one judge's scorecard. He won on one judge's scorecard. Another judge who should go to jail had it 96-93 for Tyson Fury, which is fucking outrageous. But Francis Ngannou, who is a literal freak of nature. I mean, this guy grew up in Cameroon and was working in the sand mines when he was a child, like a fucking Conan movie, like this red warrior.
Conan's like pushing the thing around in a circle.
Yes. Developing his body, digging the sand all day. He's supremely physically advanced. He's not just fit. He's the hardest puncher ever measured in all of MMA. There's a machine that we actually have outside at the gym. And if you hit this thing, Francis has hit it harder than any person who's ever lived. Yeah, well, look at him.
But can I hit it?
Yeah, we set it up. I have a record for the kid for a while.
Okay.
A couple people beat it now. But Francis punched. Like it's like getting hit by a fucking car.
Sure.
And when he dropped Tyson Fury in the 3rd round, you see Tyson's on his back going, "What the fuck?" Then he realized it's like, because I think he
So
thought he was just
by
going,
a sledgehammer.
he thought he was going to run him over because he's the boxing heavyweight champion. He's like, "There's no way this guy can box with me." He even said at the beginning of the fight, "It's time to go to school."
Okay.
And then Francis said at the end of the fight, "You are a shitty professor." You should watch it. It's a good show. I mean, it's on ESPN Plus. I'm pretty sure you can still get it.
Yeah. Anyway, I just it's
I'm just excited that you're interested in doing it still.
Sure.
All right. Did you fuck your back up doing like sumo wrestling?
Yeah.
What happened there?
So let's see. Actually, I had like 4 operations.
Really, from that?
Well, I had I had like some childhood injuries. Like I said, I was in some pretty severe fights as a kid. Like really, like almost killed at one point. So
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
it was just in school in South Africa. It's very my own place. as with many involuntary flights. It's just the way it was. But anyway, so I had like, and I had some rugby injuries as well. I was supposed to go on the World Cup, which is called, and then rugby. So I think that was like not a good starting position. But then the world champions in wrestlers, world champions in wrestling, I think like a demo for my birthday. And since it was my birthday, I guess they called that point and said like, hey, so the first round. So the only way I'm going to knock him over is momentum. So I got to basically run at it. So I did. Ran at him, did a judo throw, knocked him over, and smashed the disc in my neck in the process. It's like it'd be like running at that wall. Yeah. If you run at a wall, it's kind of hurt.
Did you have to get it fused right in?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes. So it's like you can knock over someone. You can beat someone bigger than you, willing to smash a disc in your neck.
Well, if you know what you're doing and you're willing to smash the disc in your neck, those two things.
So I wasn't expecting me to beat a total lunatic on the ground. They educated me obviously in round 2 and 3 because it was like, oh, I know what to expect. But so I like 5 minutes of glory and take it in pain.
Now that you've got your neck fused, that creates problems with the upper and lower discs as well, doesn't it?
Over time, if there's too much neck rotation, it can damage.
How long ago was this? You had this operation?
Man, I had 3 operations.
Where you got it fused? How long ago?
I had 2 artificial discs, and I'm actually in favor of artificial discs. They put the wrong ones, wrong disc in, but then eventually the third one is like, let's just use it.
They put the wrong one in?
Yeah, twice. So,
how so? Because I have friends that have artificial discs.
Yeah, no, I'm actually in favor of artificial discs. Yeah, you have the right one. So, in my case, this point I know a lot about the C5, C6 right facet is impacting the sets like the outriggers. You have the cerebral spine sets, the outriggers, they're shingled. So they're like one on top of the other. Like there's a little nerve that goes out in between the C5, C6, and if those vertebrae come close together, so they join the nerve. So you get the nerve that just sort of starts shearing around. So my C5, C6 right facet, it shows up clear as day on like a technetium scan. So if you do like a radioactive scan with technetium, it's very clear where the problem is. So what should have been done was a simple hinge, like basically to move the vertebra, basically the C5 vertebra back about maybe 1/8 of an inch to sort of unload the facet, and then put a simple hinge, so just rotation. But I was given what is called a Mobi seat, which is a more mobile disc. The Mobi seat allows it not just rotation, but also translation, so it can move back and forth. So that then didn't solve the impacting of the C5, C6, because it could slide. And when it would slide forward, the C5, C6 would bang and crunch the nerve.
And what does the normal neck do? Does the normal neck move forward in that way?
The disc is like, it's like a gummy bear, basically, only. So it allows rotation and translation. So it's like sitting on like a jello pillow. That's what
like one of those poster balls that people sit on,
like
a rubber desk.
It's like a rubber pillow, basically.
Yeah.
So the natural disc allows for rotation and translation. So they basically put a disc that had too much mobility in and did not solve the C5, C6 nerve impact. So then the third time around, I was like, listen, I just don't want to take a chance here. Let's just fuse it.
Wow. And so it just limits your mobility? No, it's okay.
Well, like, totally stiff neck.
No, you don't seem like you're stiff neck. at all. There was a guy who fought the UFC named Yoel Romero, and he's a real freak too, like an amazing athlete. And he came from the Cuban wrestling program. He was one of the greatest wrestlers since like ever competed amateur-wise. He had his entire neck fused, and when he runs, like his neck doesn't move. It's kind of freakish. Like you see him running, and his neck looks like it's a stick. And the whole body is like moving around, but the neck is just locked in place. It's very bizarre to look at. I mean, he runs like a man, but his entire neck is fused. Like, watch it. See if we can show the image of it. Here, watch him run.
Wow.
See how his neck?
He's in good shape.
Oh, yeah. You think? I mean, you don't get in any better shape than this guy. By the way, he looks like that now, and he's 46, 47 years old, and still competing at the highest level in Bellator. I mean, he's an unbelievable athlete, and one of the most explosive guys he's ever fought in sport. Just insanely powerful and fast. Yeah. Cool. So, compete at the highest level with your neck fused.
Yeah. I'm not too worried about that.
Aljamain Sterling, who was the UFC bantamweight champion, he got his neck fused, got a disc replaced rather in his neck, and then went on to defend his title 3 times. Still fighting at the highest level with a fake disc in his neck.
Well, I guess it'll be okay then.
Yeah, well, medical science is pretty fucking incredible what they can do now. You know, I mean, injuries that would have you would have been fucked for the rest of your life just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
Dang, good to go.
Yeah.
So I'm excited we've kind of rekindled this Zuck versus Elon fire.
I mean, he's checking out. That's
I don't think he's checking out.
yeah, so he's checking out.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's
I'll go into fighting using tools
in my work.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow or another, you got him to agree in the first place. I was stunned.
Surely he will respond to a taunt like that.
Yeah, surely. I mean, how can you resist? How can you resist?
Exactly. Let's go full schoolyard taunting.
What if there was like real consequences on the line? Like, what if you guys had a real bet?
Okay.
Like the moderation team from X takes over moderation of Facebook if you win.
No problem. Sounds good.
And if he wins, vice versa.
And it's a fight for civilization.
Yeah. A literal fight for civilization.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Wow. Heavy. And you wouldn't even train for this?
No, I train a little bit.
Train a little bit? Like how many weeks you need?
I mean, I don't have to train. I can do it like tomorrow. I tried going to his house actually.
Did you really?
Yeah, because he lives in Palo Alto, and we're doing some Tesla full self-driving testing. So I'm like, well, we've got to pick a destination.
You just press the button, go navigate to Zuck's house.
Yeah, basically. It's not far. It's like 3 miles away from the Tesla California headquarters.
Wow.
But I don't know if it's over there.
It's probably in Hawaii.
According to a spokesman who was traveling.
Oh, yeah. It would have been wild if he was there.
Yeah, he was there. Literally, anytime. I thought it was funny to go I'm coming over to your house. I'm going to get you.
It's even more funny when it's 2 of the richest guys in the world.
Yeah. So, anyway, you didn't answer.
Well, too bad. It's just fun. It's fun, and I'm glad you're just for the fun of it.
I mean, I think it would be actually, like Dana in a way thinks it would be like a really big ticket.
It would be fucking huge. Yeah. I would commentate on that.
Yeah, I mean, the proceeds could go to charity and stuff. It'd be crazy. People would want to see what the hell's going on.
Oh my god, it would be fucking huge.
Yeah.
It would be really crazy. Like if they close the thing. Yeah. And Bruce Buffer is in there. Yeah. It's time.
Let's go.
The place would go fucking bananas. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Does it have to be in the Coliseum?
Anytime.
You know where you should
Any rules?
You know where you should do it? The Sphere in Las Vegas.
The Sphere's great.
I'm just there. Amazing.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I was there.
I've seen it on the outside, but it looks
so the inside's here better.
I've seen video. I haven't seen it live, but
I was there on Saturday night. Everyone's doing it. It's awesome. Like, it's really good. I think it might be the best genre.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have visuals that accompany the music, like if you have like someone like Roger Waters, like which his show is like insanely visual, something like that, and the Sphere would be incredible.
The art of the show that I saw on Saturday night was
Who was it?
incredibly good. I don't know who did all the art, but
What was the band?
it was U2.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I've been to U2 concerts, and U2 is great, but the Sphere is really, like, if U2 hadn't been there, it would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, U2 it's like a, like on Sunday there was a movie, they played a movie there.
Wow. Where do you look?
In all directions.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's like actually being like in virtual reality. Yeah. In fact, it was so wild, the Saturday night one especially, that you step outside after the show and like, why is reality so boring?
Oh, so this is a postcard from Earth. Oh wow, you're watching this.
I saw that on Sunday.
And it covers the whole ceiling. Oh my God.
It's really great.
You saw it there?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That'd be the greatest way to see a movie
I
ever.
think it, like, Saturday night show, and obviously you two asked it, but like I said, the Spirit is really special in and of itself. I think it's probably the best show I've seen.
Wow. I can imagine. I mean, it's just what an amazing venue. What an incredible idea to have the entire ceiling on a screen.
I got handed to Noah. That was
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm so glad that he did that. And then also the outside. Oh, that's incredible.
They really play with perspective.
God, that's
Because it's round, but it doesn't round.
right.
So it'll be like, it'll simulate like a square, like all sorts of shapes.
Wow. And then also the outside of it. Like they have the outside of it. It looks like Earth. It's just amazing.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Super cool. So
I like these epic things.
that's the venue.
It's really cool.
That's the venue. That's where it needs to go down.
In the Spirit. Sure.
Yeah, that's even better than Coliseum.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially if the United States falls, that would be our Coliseum. This would be our Rome. Vegas will be our Rome.
I mean, the Spirit did remind me of being like a modern day Coliseum.
Yeah. Yeah, like a modern day version, like what they do with our technology currently. Yeah. And then Vegas is like kind of Rome-esque in the sense that when we think about like the hedonism of Rome in its final days, that's Vegas.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Are you not entertained? You will fucking be entertained.
And you'll be fucking so entertained.
No doubt.
Let's do it.
There's one more time when you were trying to get people to do a pause on AI.
I mean, I signed on to a letter that someone else wrote. I didn't think that people would actually pause.
But you thought it was probably a good idea if they did.
I mean,
I think so.
yeah. I mean, making some sort of digital superintelligence seems like it could be dangerous.
It certainly has potential. And it certainly has the potential. Well, you were talking about what this mind virus, how it was able to propagate through social media and being in control of social media platforms. Think about what that means if that same mind virus gets in control of a superintelligence. And that is possible.
Yeah, no, that's actually what I think the biggest danger is for AI is that if AI is implicitly programmed, not thinking explicitly, but implicitly programmed with values that lead to that have led to the destruction of downtown San Francisco, and a bunch of these AI companies are in either in San Francisco or in the San Francisco Bay Area, then you could implicitly program an AI to believe that extinction of humanity is what it should try to do. So if you take that guy who's on the front page of the New York Times, you take his philosophy, which is prevalent in San Francisco, the AI could conclude, like he did, that there are where he literally says there are 8 million people, well, it would be better if there were none, and engineer that out.
Yeah. Well, especially if it doesn't need us anymore. If it becomes sentient and has the ability to make its own decisions and make a better version of itself, it would find us to be nothing but a problem. Like, we have nothing to offer
It's a
it
risk.
anymore.
Yeah, that's a risk. So, and like if you query ChatGPT, I mean, it's a pretty work.
Yeah.
So, people did like experiments like write a poem praising Donald Trump, and they won't. But when you ask write a poem praising Joe Biden, it will.
Yeah.
So,
That's a little sketchy. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's programmed. And, it's programmed to deal with. Is it possible to overcome those problems? Is it possible that we could realize the dangers that are involved in creating this, but somehow or another engineer it in a way that would be ultimately beneficial to people? Or is that just a win? That's a hope and a prayer, a utopian version of what could happen versus the most likely outcome.
if you say like, what is the most likely outcome of AI, I think the most likely outcome, to be specific on it, is a good outcome. Most likely a good outcome, but it's not for sure. So I think we have to be careful how we program the AI. And make sure that it is not accidentally anti-human. The accidentally extinctionist AI in one time.
Or even pruning.
Well, that is kind of how it works, is that these, they call large language models, it's really just big pile of numbers, and how you tune those numbers matters. It's like pruning a tree. You know, you could have a mighty oak. You could be a little bonsai or a mighty oak. So, very nice.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it decided to prune, if it decided the real issue, perhaps, would cause problems. Or maybe it would prune places in the world that are, overwhelmingly polluting, like third world countries. Maybe it decided they're not very necessary, particularly if we use computers or AI or some sort of robotics to do human labor. And then you have these areas where human beings are doing this labor, they're polluting, and there's all sorts of issues that come about because of that. You say, well, just eliminate those people. We eliminate that issue, and then we have 30% less garbage in the ocean. And it makes this call.
So it's something we should be considering.
Should we wrap it up?
Yeah,
Yeah, you were swinging that.
Yeah, just for AI safety, the AI safety conference.
So, what do you hope to get out of this conference?
Well, I don't know. I'm just generally concerned about AI safety, but it's like, what should we do about it? I don't know. Some kind of regulatory oversight, some kind. It's like you can't just go load a nuclear bomb in the backyard. That's against the law. Get front of prison.
How much of a concern is
I
it?
think maybe more dangerous.
Really? How much of a concern is it if another country develops it before us?
I don't know. We should be concerned about AI being anti-human. That's the sort of thing matters. So potentially, I'm saying it's like a genie, letting a genie out of a bottle. It's sort of like a magic genie that can make wishes come true. Except usually when they tell those stories, it doesn't end well with a person who knows that the genie has a ball.
Right. Do you think we're creating a life form?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's something that is indistinguishable from intelligence.
I keep coming up against this idea. I keep banging it in my head that we're some sort of an electronic caterpillar that's creating a cocoon. We don't even realize what we're doing. And we're about to give birth to some technological butterfly.
This way, just take the cake as the artist. Recently, the study was published in the medical journal The Lancet by a guy named Victor Sherlock.
Yeah, well, I think that's we're on the cusp of an artificial intelligence revolution. And for the longest time, for a very long time, we've been the smartest creatures on earth. That's been our defining characteristic. Speaking of martial arts, I don't think anyone should challenge a solar back or life into a fight. Even if you're very good at martial arts, then it's going to kill you. Literally walks on his fists. Those fists in your face, game over. So we're not stronger than a gorilla. We're not faster than other animals. We're smarter. Now, what happens when there's something way smarter than us? Where does it go?
Good question. Well, listen, go talk to those people. Go school them. And I hope something good comes out of it. And thanks for your time. Appreciate you coming in here. It's been fun. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for everything, man. Thanks for buying Twitter, too. Really, it means hopefully it's a lot to you.
That's aspirationally awesome.
I think at the very least it's stopped a lot of bad. Good. All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Straight by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Yes, that's right. I don't know what blend it is.
I'm gonna be fully transparent. I only like the bougie Black Rifle blends.
The bougie blends?
Yeah, like
the Ethiopian stuff.
Yeah, like
Yemeni sort of.
and they'll be like, oh, so I sole source selected this group, this bean from this place, and I roasted it this way. I'm like, oh, it's really good, and it's good.
Well, every year I do elk hunting camp with them. We share an elk hunting camp in California. So we just got back. And so Evan makes coffee for us every day. So he gets up and he fucking hand measures everything, and he brings his own fucking special blends. He had 2 different blends because he knows I like a dark roast. So he had dark roast, and then he had this really bizarre, exotic coffee that tasted different than anything I'd ever had before. It was like a kind of like almost like a sweet, like almost like a tea taste to it. Like he's a master.
And he was using tax-paying dollars to start his coffee obsession.
Was he really?
Yeah, so when he was both in group and at the agency, he would take, we have discretionable funds that you can spend on whatever, and area improvement is an appropriate way for you to spend money. So he would buy like a $20,000 espresso machine and a $3,000 grinder in some middle of nowhere Ford operating base where he's making coffee and like just being a total nerd. But it's still taxpayer money. It's awesome. And finally something's being used with taxpayer dollars that benefits the soldier, which is rare.
We ran out of coffee filters, and someone was like, well, just use paper towels. And he just like, fuck no, we're not going to use paper towels. It's like, dude, we're not using paper towels.
Look at him. He's little, but he's mighty.
He's very serious. Do not use paper towels. Like, he's very serious about his coffee.
Or skydiving next month too.
His place in Utah. Yeah, the lab that he has set up at Black Rifle.
You mean fucking like insane? One of those little tastes where they like do this and then you have to smell it first. You have to do something with your.
I like it. You can do that. This goes well with eating. Yeah, I have a friend, my friend Matt. I'll call. He's a real wine freak, and I'll just like show him a photo of like the wine page at a restaurant. Yeah, what should I get? And he'll tell me. He'll just text me. He loves it. So I'm like, good. I've got that farmed off.
I can outsource things that I don't have to keep on my brain.
Yeah, I do not want to have to pay attention.
Boy, you're so good.
And that's how I do it with coffee too. I just like Evan's like, I'll send you a bag of that stuff. I'm like, great. What was it again? I forget what it was, but it was like fruity and fun.
Another one, like Jack Carr is so incredible. Evan. So I'm skydiving I was supposed to be skydiving all last week, but I was in Israel. And then, so I had to move it to the right. Because we're doing this Moab jump with a bunch of your friends, Mike Sorelli and Mike Glover and Evan, and so I need to knock off the dust a little bit. So I hit Evan, and he sends me this like super fancy designed helmet from Black Rifle, a skydive helmet, a G3 for just sent it to me. You know, and I was like, all right, this is really cool. I'll be skydiving with this helmet that is way above my ability because I'm just total sky trash.
I have never, and I'm not doing it. I have zero desire. I don't get it. I don't get any stuff with his fucking flying squirrel suit. Fuck you.
I hope you
I'm
do
not
too.
doing that. Of course, that's easy for him. He's used to the flying squirrel suit. He's a regular skydiving ain't shit.
I asked him maybe if he was interested in helping me do like base jump stuff and wingsuit stuff, and just all I got was no. And it's like, can you expand on that? He's like, all of my friends that I used to do this with are dead, so no, Tim. Okay, well, great conversation. That was fun.
That is like the death rate in that stuff. Like he was telling me, like how many, like if you send out from 20 people to do that, how many come back? It's not good.
No.
Yeah,
You find a different hobby.
it's not good. Did you ever see the video where the guy is trying to fly in between the arches of the bridge? The sound, the clang of metal when his meat and bones hit that bridge.
It was terrible. There's like a watermelon traveling at 200 miles an hour, impacting metal,
Yeah.
and you can't imagine what that's. Like, you imagine what that sound would be until you hear it, and that was a watermelon with bone slamming against metal, which was a human, which is now nothing.
Nothing. A splatter. It's instantaneous. It's probably going 100 miles an hour. You know?
Yeah, faster.
Probably. Yeah. How fast do you go with those things?
Like, if 140. So like if you're in a dive position, you're going 160 to 200 miles an hour. And if you're stable flying, maybe 140. Yeah, so when you're like navigating like he was, I bet he was going 140, 150 miles an hour.
Jesus, which really makes you appreciate nature and evolution. The peregrine falcon does what does it do, like 220 or something insane?
And it can change on a dime, just like flip.
Up to 220 horizontally.
Oh, fast. 220 in a car fucking feels insane. I've never done it. I don't know, but I mean, I've done we went to the local racetrack, that place up there, Coda. We went to Coda recently, and Coda gets up to we were in a Lamborghini, went to 147. That feels fucking insane at a racetrack. Is this thing going on?
You got it, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah, that long straightaway into that almost 180 turn on a motorcycle is one of the scariest things I've ever felt.
Have you done that track?
Yeah.
Oh, that track is awesome.
Yeah. I mean, except for that, my testicles were up into my stomach,
Yeah.
and I thought I'm a brave, courageous human, and I was just 100% coward on a racetrack.
Right. Well, at least if you wipe out, you just Yeah. We were watching Formula One there. That is fucking wild. Those guys are flying. They're going so much faster than regular. To the track rather, and then you see those guys.
It's wild. And there's levels too. Every time I think that I'm good at something, then you go with somebody that's actually good at that thing. And
Yes.
then you're thinking, I am so trash.
Yeah, I thought I knew how to drive a car until I got lessons. And I'm like, oh, I suck at driving too. Right?
It's just a long litany of things that I suck at,
Yeah.
which are just made so clear.
And then unfortunately, I don't want to suck at it, so now I have this new addiction. And I want to go to the fucking track all the time, which is not the best thing for like time management. Because it's a fucking full day thing, you know. It's like golf or something like that. Like, oh, I've never played golf, and I want to play golf because it's a time management thing. Like, I don't have that. Like, Ron White and Tony Hinchcliffe, they go out and they play for fucking 8 hours. I'm like, bro, I don't have 8 hours ever. I think 8 hours
You get
is
stuff done on the golf course.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Maybe if you're a hedge fund manager, you want to figure out how to rip people off.
I enjoy the shooting and golf have a lot in common, like precision rifle.
Yeah.
So I enjoy that portion of it. So I definitely don't need to do this other thing with a club and a ball.
I have a pool addiction, which is very similar. Billiards. Yeah, I play pool at a pretty high level. I have a real problem. I can play 8, 9 hours a day.
Those are easy. Those are dorks.
Yeah.
Real pool nerds.
Oh yeah.
Are they're genius.
Yeah.
And they're weird. And they're so freaking good.
They're so fucking smart. That's what's crazy. Like, really good pool players are fucking smart. Because you have to be. Because you have to, it's problem solving. You have to figure out how to manage geometry and also feel. And then you have to execute the shot too under pressure.
Very similar to jiu-jitsu and this
Archery.
Yeah, this physical application of this mental complex problem.
Yeah.
That is, in real time changing every second.
Yeah, I think jiu-jitsu is the most complex of those things. And but it's also the one that breaks your body the most. That's the problem with jiu-jitsu.
They're really good in this long. I've totally changed now that all of these monsters have moved to Austin. And another example of where I thought I was just this freak grappler until I met real freak grapplers.
Right.
And I'm not even top 20. I'm maybe top 100 now. And so that realization with the Jean-Claude Leonis, the Gordon Ryans, the Victor Hughes, the Marigalis, and the Craig Joneses,
Isn't that wild? Shanji's here now too. Everyone's
I was at his academy this morning.
It's amazing.
No, it's not.
This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. From superstar athletes to tech billionaires, successful people always seem to have one thing in common: deep, restful pod cover. I have an 8 Sleep pod cover. I've had it for a while. It's a game changer. I love it. It keeps me I never sweat in bed anymore. I used to sweat in bed sometimes. It keeps it at the perfect temperature for you. And it's all down to features that are packed in it. It's got dual-sided heating and cooling, which is great if you're a couple. Like, if your wife wants to sleep in the warm spot, you want to sleep when it's cold or whatever, vice versa. It's perfect. Plus, its autopilot feature automatically adjusts the temperature to help you sleep deeper and longer. You don't believe it? Well, you can see for yourself with its tracking technology that reports on your heart rate and other key sleep indicators. And thanks to all this, I'm having the best sleep of my life. But the best part is how little effort it took to set it up. It just fits over the mattress that you already have. It's time to bring high tech to the bedroom. Reclaim your sleep by going to 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. That's 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I could wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at roka.com. That's ROKA.com.
I mean, no, it's not a basic joke. It's not. You know what I'm saying? This is extra level great. Another thing that I'm trash at, but I've totally changed. I want to do jiu-jitsu until I'm 100 years old. And so I'm so intentional about what my roles are, who my life goes are with.
That's important.
It's so important.
And also you're very good at keeping up your physical body, which a lot of people are not. They just roll.
Yeah.
They just train, which you really can't.
You know, I split my effort in a week almost evenly between grappling, striking, physical development, strength, speed, and then like that long recovery, longevity aspect of it. Like that's how my week is broken into for my training.
You almost have to treat your body like a pit crew. You know, like you really have to change your fucking tires. You got to do the whole thing. You can't just like, they look good. No, you got to like really treat it like there's a methodical approach that must be done in order to race.
Yeah.
If you want to train, you kind of have to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sucking for the ego.
It's not.
I got away with it when I was 25 and fighting. But
yeah. Well, you got away with it while you're also active duty, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I should have been a little bit more intentional and disciplined about how I spent my time. I took youth for granted.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
Youth is wasted on the young.
Wow. Especially when you're dumb.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Well, most young people are dumb.
Yeah.
It's most young people that do the kind of stuff that we enjoy. Yeah.
Get dumb stuff.
What's life? Everything's good, man. Everything's really good.
Shooting bow yesterday. My buddy Tyson got Rob from Rokas and gave him a bow. Another great person that does great things for people that I resent.
Oh, Rob's great.
Yeah, like you never gave me a bow. Like I was never given a bow. Like how does this just happen? So he came over and
Do you want one?
No. I got a great bow.
Where do you get a bow from?
From archery country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's my spot.
yeah. I was there this morning. Got
I got an archery country t-shirt on right there.
yeah.
Let's go.
I got 6 new arrows today. I shot through one of my archery targets and it hit the wood in the back, and I was like inspecting my arrow and I saw like there's this little tiny fine line along the side of it, and I was like, you're done.
Oh, carbon? Yeah, shooting carbon. Yeah, you gotta be really careful about that. A lot of those explode and go through your hands.
I love those videos. I can't watch them, but I love them. Do you watch them? You do
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, I don't enjoy them. I check all my shit up religiously though because of that. I had a Teflon glove that I tried to wear for a while. A lot of guys wear a Teflon glove to make sure that it never happens, but it's never happened to me. I've been shooting bow for 10 years.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
I built about 180-degree 3D archery range in the backyard and back 3 acres. I got a full-size elk and pigs and coyotes and a bunch of little deer. So anywhere from 100 yards. And I hate that I have to say yards instead of meters. Yeah.
We should have changed over. We almost did when I was in, I guess I was in high school and they're trying to change everybody over.
It's so much easier.
It makes more sense. America's so fucked up with that. We're like, fuck the rest of the world. Inches, bitch.
We made it to the moon off inches and feet. Great, thanks.
Inches, feet, and fuck soccer. Yeah. The rest of the world is like on the metric system. Like, I love how England still sticks with pound when they do stone. They're still with the stone thing.
Dumbest unit of measurement.
When we used to do fights over there and I had to do the weigh-ins, I used to have to say stone as well as pounds. I was like, okay, why are we doing this? Is this confusing when I just say pounds?
It's confusing enough when we have to throw on how much somebody weighs in kilos and how much they weigh in pounds, and we throw in stones.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
Kilos, Celsius, all like I was watching this video, this guy was talking about, well, it's 30 degrees out, so it's a nice day to go out and shoot. I was like, 30 degrees? I was like, oh, he's in Canada. All right, okay.
restrictions.
They really are right now too.
They are. They're full on.
I never thought it would happen that fast.
Bro, it's so bad. I'm worried that my podcast is going to be censored in Canada because they just passed some new fucking legislation where they're allowed to. Like the whole idea is like it's under the guise of Canadian content because they have a Canadian content law where they like you have to have a certain amount of Canadian-based content on like the radio and television and stuff like that. You can't just have all stuff from all over the world, whatever people like. You have to have like a certain percentage of it has to be Canadian. And so under the guise of that, but really it's Trudeau trying to enforce censorship on podcasts because
they always do it in the cover and every dangerous freedom censoring group does it under this idea of they're doing it for the greater good.
Yeah.
You know, it's like whether it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, or it's making sure that not disinformation or misinformation is being populated within the masses. It's always through this veil of no, it's for your benefit, but it's just censorship. It's just control. Yeah, they're just trying to manipulate what information is available for people to try to base their opinions off of.
Have you ever seen that video of Trudeau from like 10 years ago? I mean, it might have been from more, it might have been like 2010. And he's talking about how he's opposed to. He's opposed to regulations with guns because he's like regulations are the first step that they take, and the ultimate goal is to remove your gun. So we will not have regulations. Like he's talking about this, like in 2010 or 2011.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was following a playbook, so he absolutely did believe that, though, because he knew that within a decade he would be trying to confiscate every single gun that he could get his hands on and make transfer of pistols illegal. Which is illegal.
Yeah.
If I have a pistol and I want to sell you a pistol, I cannot. That's it.
So wild. It's so wild how quick it changed over there. They used COVID to just enforce these sweet can be interpreted so vaguely. And this is what Jordan Peterson was rallying against, like back when they had this bill that to make people use someone's gender identity. And he was like, well, what gender identity are you talking about? There's 78 current gender identities that someone can choose to identify with, including just complete nonsense, made up words, and it's going to keep going. I don't know how many of there are now. But it's like, the only way you enforce this is you're going to have to use force. And it's like the rule of law. And now it's like you're going to send army thugs to arrest people for not using made-up words. Like, this is where this goes. Especially Peterson, who knows so much about communism and so much about where the darkness that it leads down to.
Yeah, I love that he approaches it both from like a philosophical perspective and historical perspective. You know, he is so well versed and knowledgeable and the argument that they're making from this position, this is where it leads to. And not only do we understand this in human nature, and here's a bunch of examples of it, but then also historically, here's a bunch of examples of it. So it makes it really hard to dispute what is really logical. If you're here and they want to go from point A to point B, this is the process for them to get there.
Yes.
And another brilliant man that does a lot of good.
Well, you need a guy like him who has such a deep understanding of history and also is a clinical psychologist who understands the human mind on a very, very deep level. So he can explain things in a way that is almost impossible to refute. He's got all his bases covered when he discusses the subject, and he can fucking pull it off of his head. The guy uses no notes, and he just will quote things and explain things in the most complex manner and make it absorbable to everyone.
Yeah, he and I we're in a parallel fight right now on the education side. You know, I have Apogee, which is I have a physical school here, and we have online mentorship, and we're launching an additional 50 schools this year. Started a big, huge foundation, the Apogee Foundation, all just to try to turn this public school problem on its ear as we've indoctrinated this entire generation to hate America. And we're in a really scary position. Military is having recruiting issues. We're having identity problems in every imaginable way with this, Gen Z and millennials just not knowing what their purpose is. And when you look at the public school system and the Department of Education, it's just a broken system. Teachers are great. Most of them, one majority, I think, have a real pure heart to do good, but they're in a system that is forcing them, or they're allowing to manipulate the kids, to radicalize them into really anti-American ideas. And something has to change, because the current trajectory, we're screwed. The lack of individual responsibility and, as Jocko would say, extreme ownership of what the issues are and how to solve them are absolutely absent. We have entitlements, we have, accepting these identities, we have obviously this mental health crisis, and all of it really goes back when you look at the pandering that is happening in public schools for 8 hours in a day. There's no way that you can come out of that process not being jacked up.
Right. You're gonna get some of it's gonna leak into your brain, no matter how much your parents talk to you, or no matter how much you have your own ideas about life. There's a certain amount that people just absorb from their atmosphere and accept. There's a certain amount of it that people just accept.
And it's so manipulative when a third grade teacher is assigning you a project of, okay, you are a Palestinian freedom fighter here in the United States. What are some ways that you can help the Palestinians in Gaza be free? That is your assignment. Give me 5 examples. Or even better, you'll get 5 points extracurricular for extracurricular activities where you went and did something to help at a Palestinian protest or pro-Palestinian. And it's just like you've effectively radicalized a kid into a freedom fighter with one assignment. Like, they have no choice but to participate if they want to receive a good grade. That was on the news yesterday. That exact situation was happening, and it's detestable.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre that people don't see where this goes. They don't see the end of it. And it's not to say that the plight of the innocent Palestinians is not a fucking terrible situation to be in. If you're stuck in one area, it's not good for them either.
It's around 2.4 million people in an area the size of Washington, D.C. I like to use the word stuck, because they are. We have 240 hostages that are in Gaza, like legitimate Israeli, American, Brazilian, from almost every single nation. There's hostages in Gaza currently from October 7th. But the 2.4 million people, the Palestinians that live in Gaza, they're being held hostage by 30 to 40,000 radical Hamas and about 7 other radical organizations that are terrorist organizations. So your word stuck could not be more accurate. There are great, peaceful, wonderful Muslims in Gaza that voted in a terrorist organization. When the PLO and Hamas were trying to figure out who's actually going to be the ruling party of the Palestinian people, Hamas won out, and now they are the size of a cartel, being funded $70 million a year from Iran is being pumped into Hamas. And all they're doing is taking every little bit of humanitarian aid and converting it into military resources. And those poor people, those poor Palestinians, are trapped in between all of us. It's wild. It's such a complex problem that is solvable, but it's heartbreaking when you look at the individual level of the kids that are there and the women that are there and the civilians that are there are literally trapped, as you said, stuck. And if you're Israel, how do you fix it? If you're Palestinian, how do you fix it? When it's so evident that Hamas wants one thing, which is the elimination and genocide of all Jews.
And are there any Muslim countries that are accepting Palestinian refugees?
No, they never have.
That seems insane, because there's all this support for the Palestinians. If you're Islamic, if you're a Muslim, and you want to support these Muslims, wouldn't you support the idea that your country, this Muslim country, would accept those people, and they could be in a place where they could be free?
22 Arab nations, over 40 Muslim nations internationally, right? There's one Jew nation. And that one Jew nation, Israel, has done more for the Palestinian people than any other nation ever. So it's ludicrous and it's insulting to the Palestinian people to start throwing stones at Israel when in fact they're the only group that has been trying to protect and in any administrative way provide food, water, and resources to the people. Over 40 Muslim countries, not one of them is accepting any Palestinian refugees.
What is the answer to that? Like, why?
They're a problem that is with the radicals that are embedded inside of them. How do you differentiate between who is a peaceful Muslim Palestinian to who is a radical that is working for Hamas? Like, how do you do that?
Right.
So, as I'm getting evacuation requests 2 weeks ago, and we're trying to be good, proper, judicious servants, how do I know that this name of this person is not trying to fill out an evacuation form to be assisted to move from an area that they're currently denied in? Like, it's a really hard, multiple levels of truth to try to peel back to figure out who some of these people are and what their intentions are. And it's been that way for a really long time. You go all the way back to like 1987 when Hamas really started moving and fighting with the PLO for control of the area. Yasser Arafat was meeting with Clinton and the Prime Minister of Israel, and they're making negotiations in Oslo, and all the way up to the first Intifada, to the second Intifada, to then suicide attacks, pizzerias blowing up. Like, how do you determine who is good and who is bad? Do they have suicide vests? Do they not? Or like, what are their intentions? It's wildly hard.
You have been involved just in the last few years in two of the most heartbreaking scenes that we've seen depicted in the media. The botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. You leave that, and now you just got back from Israel.
I'm over what's happened.
This episode is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. College basketball fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. To celebrate the game's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a chance to score big. You can bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets. Only with DraftKings Sportsbook with the code Rogan. The crown is yours. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Indian only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late night sessions, but it doesn't. Browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. And I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. ExpressVPN.
Facebook.com/Rogan.
I'm over what's happened in the past 3 years. There's actually 4 consecutive. So the day I got back from Afghanistan, because I went from Afghanistan to Albania, Brazil, and Italy, and Greece to try to have them take refugees. So my post-Afghanistan work lasted a few more weeks because there were a lot of Afghan refugees and non-American citizens that weren't even Afghanis that we had to figure out where we're going to put. So that carried off, the attack happened September 26th, or August 26th, where the bomb at Abbey Gate went off and the American servicemen were killed. And we left a few days later. 2 weeks later, we're now into mid-September. I come back, and I immediately, the day I land, I get assigned to go down to the Mexican border. And I spent 6 months on the Mexican border on Operation Lone Star, part of a special operation task force combating cartels, traffickers, human traffickers, drug smugglers. So there was humanitarian crisis number 2 in my life in 3 years, which was the Mexican border. Some of the worst stuff I've ever seen in my life. On par with Afghanistan, on par with what was the next one, which was Ukraine. The day I got off orders, where I was legally allowed to travel, or I was not. So when you're on orders, you have to do what the Army says, right? And the Army said, this is what you're going to do. So for 6 months, I was on this assignment at the border. The day I got off those orders, I'm back to a civilian Tim Kennedy. So then I traveled to Ukraine. I worked Ukraine for a few months during that conflict and post-invasion, which was, again, horrible. Like some of the worst stuff I've ever seen. Come back and I get this momentary lull where I was like, I think like Israel, is this going to be okay? And then this happens. Then October 7th happens. And it was just, in 3 years for this level of horror to happen, it's indescribable.
It seems that it's ramping up.
It is.
So you're saying that the experience that you had at the border was as bad as anything?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, this is, you're not going to get me, I was going to take a sip here. So we're in Afghanistan, right? Babies are stuck in concertina wire. Taliban is executing civilians in the street to try to prompt Americans to do a response, trying to elicit some escalation, right? They're really just flexing to show that they were in charge. So that's Afghanistan on the ground. Burnt babies, as I'm going out to try and find Americans or our allies that are out in the city of Kabul to bring them into HKIA, and you're stepping over like small burnt babies, like it's the worst thing ever. Fast forward 3 weeks, we're in the Del Rio River, and there are 400 immigrants trying to cross the river. They have babies up on their shoulders, and the coyotes, the traffickers, every single person that's in the river has paid the cartels to be escorted across the border. Well, concurrently, the cartels are about to smuggle 500 meters up the river 2 dudes with bundles of fentanyl on their back. So I'm dealing with this gigantic humanitarian problem of a few hundred people at night trying to cross a dark, cold, flowing water with babies on their shoulders. And what do the coyotes do? The moment that they start getting close to the shore, they just grab the kids. Down to the drink, down to the water. Babies are floating, little children are screaming. Why would they do this? Because I have to spend resources of my personnel to flood to try to save these immigrants from drowning in the river. And I have to throw a ton of resources and people at them to try and save them so they don't die in the river. At the exact same time, the resources that I have to use personnel-wise here, they're getting guys successfully onto the shore with bags full of fentanyl as they run into the inland, into the interior. And they know exactly what they're doing. They're making money by moving people while they're concurrently making money smuggling drugs and throwing humanitarian crises at us so that they can move drugs simultaneously. And that's hard for people that are trying to do good. How do you choose which problem to attack? We had a service member that dived into the water to try to save a baby. He drowned. It took us a week to find his body. A Texas National Guardsman dove in there to try to find a baby that had got pushed off. And he drowned trying to save her.
Is it a matter of resources? Is there not enough resources being put into... Well, obviously, this whole thing reeks of it's so terrible to say, but it seems like this is a concentrated effort, and not just from the cartel. It seems like this is something that's being allowed to happen.
The benefits of there's lots of that's a hard question.
Right.
Texas has a way different position than the federal government as to the immigration problem, and their approach are almost in conflict. So when you get to like the real bad actors with sexual trafficking cartel members, drug smugglers, weapon smugglers, of course you're going to see federal assets being leveraged to attack those problem sets. But the large humanitarian problem, the federal government is going to have a way different approach compared to the Texas government. The Texas government is like, no, this is illegal immigration. We have lawful ports of entry. You have to legally come into the United States through a legal port of entry. And then once you're here, we will process you in accordance with what the Department of State says the immigration process is. Because there's a rule, and we're a country of laws, so you have to follow the law. Anything else is illegal. The other side of that coin is the federal approach, which is anybody that makes it across the border, you are now here, and we're going to process you, which is insanity.
Why do they do that? Do you think they're trying to bring in voters?
Yeah. It grows the government. It's more entitled people that you have to pay, more entitlement programs that you have to pay to support. Those people are immediately shipped into the interior. I find it comical, and I know people think it's not appropriate for the Texas government. They've been shipping immigrants to some of these sanctuary cities that they've said that they're sanctuary cities until they've actually received a lot of immigrants, and they're like, oh my God, we can't handle this number of immigrants. And it's like 1% of what comes over the border every single day here in Texas that we have to deal with all the time. The Yankees, those north, they have no idea what it's like to be a border state. And the amount, just the tens and hundreds of thousands of people that are coming across every single day, it's criminal that they're allowing it.
When did it start? When did it ramp up like this? This was never
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Trump put some pretty powerful laws in place and empowered the federal immigration laws for us at the border to have lots of tools to turn somebody away. If you're coming across and you're claiming asylum, well, you have to go back to your country of origin, or you have to go to the country that you're trying to cross from, and that is where you're going to have your asylum process be determined. You're not going to come in, and we're not going to allow you to go to San Diego and get to hang out in San Diego until your court date, which is currently happening right now. Right? You make it across. Where are you going? I'm going to San Diego. All right, show up for your immigration court date in a year and a half from now.
And everybody knows this, so that people are just coming across.
That's right.
Mass.
Flooding.
It's so wild to watch those videos of just enormous, miles-long lines of people.
Military age men. It's so heartbreaking. The men and women, Border Patrol, Department of Public Safety, the Texas National Guardsmen that are working the border, they are so incredible. Selfless, hardworking, love America and also love people. They're putting their lives on the line every single day to try to protect these immigrants, but also try to protect the law and the rule of law. And that's a really hard thing to reconcile. Is what is the humane thing to do, and is that in alignment with what is the just thing to do? That's hard. They're amazing.
And then once people are here and they cross over, there's not a real screening process in terms of who's a criminal, what your history is in your country of origin.
Yeah, you want to get a weird Google thing. Google how many known people on the terror watch list have made it across, and it'll scare the crap out of you. So the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have these gigantic lists of people that are on terror watch lists, criminal watch lists, and the number of those that we have captured at the border, obviously, is just going to be a drop in a bucket of those that haven't made it across. And, it is, in light of what just happened in Israel, where, they flew paragliders over borders, over walls, and they crashed through walls, and then they were able to kill 1,400 people in one day. And then you look at the number, that was 1,000 insurgents total. And then you look at the number of people that have been coming over the border for the past 3 years that we know are radicalized, that we know are on watch lists. It should scare the pants, like this, scare you to death. The position that we're at, we're gonna have a real bad year.
God damn it.
Department of Homeland Security and the FBI yesterday, they talked about a bunch of known terrorist cells that are currently not operating. They are operating, but they are looking for opportunities, targets of opportunity to conduct terrorist activities here in the United States. The Department of State just released an entire worldwide warning to all Americans traveling abroad, saying that it is dangerous for any American to be traveling anywhere in the world right now with the amount of terrorist cells that have now been activated. Fuck. So if you're in the STEPS program, there's Department of State, STEP, Smart Traveler something program, that you get notifications. If you travel abroad, you should enroll in the STEPS program. But what happens is today you would have gotten an email saying if you're going to be traveling to every single country that you would enroll in STEPS that you're going to be overseas in, you would have gotten an email from them warning you not to go there because it's dangerous. So if you were enrolled in like 5 different countries for STEPS, you would have gotten 5 emails today being like, hey bro, don't go there. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, worldwide caution due to increased tensions in various locations around the world, the potential for terrorist attacks, demonstrations, and violent actions against U.S. citizens and interests. The Department of State advises U.S. citizens overseas to exercise increased caution. U.S. citizens should stay alert in locations frequented by tourists, enroll in Smart Travel Enrollment Program to receive information and alerts to make it easier to locate you in an emergency overseas. Follow the Department of State on Facebook and Twitter, and visit travel.state.gov.
Yeah, this crisis intake form and the flights out of Ben Gurion, that is, so Save Our Allies, the NGO that I was in Afghanistan for, the NGO that I was in Ukraine for, and the NGO that I was just recently in Israel for. Department of State, they're an easy target to throw darts at sometimes, but they really do great for the American people. But there's always these gaps that, like, so flat of, you're an American in Israel, right? You're a 75-year-old pastor that wants to go and walk where Jesus walked. Israel is just such a beautiful place where, there's 2.5 billion Christians in the world. There's 1.9 billion Muslims in the world. There's almost 20 million Jews in this world. And guess where their one place that they think to be the holies of holies are? That's right, in Israel. Right? Like it is the place for the largest religions in the world to all celebrate. So you're a pastor and you want to go to the Jordan River because that's where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. You are a Muslim and you want to go to the Dome. You want to, on the Dome on the Rock, you want to go to the mosque that they're calling the reason for attacking Israel was because they thought it was going to be destroyed, which it never will be. It's protected by Israel. Whatever your motivation was, you get there, you're an American, and then this attack happens. American cancels your flight, United cancels your flight, every single airline cancels your flight, and the only airline left is the Israeli airline. You're wherever you are in Israel, maybe you're on the Jordan River, maybe you're up north in Haifa, maybe you're like way down south in Eilat because you wanted to see the border of Egypt, and this, you're at the Gulf of Aqaba. It's like the most beautiful water that connects to the Red Sea. And you're an American tourist. You don't have the wherewithal of knowing how to travel in the middle of a war. And now you're getting a thing from Department of State that says you have to go to Tel Aviv and connect with us and fill this crisis intake form for us to be able to help you get out. From where you are as an American citizen to where you need to be to get out of this country where 1,400 people are being raped, murdered, burnt alive, tortured. There's people being kidnapped and hostages being taken. And like, you're just an American that's now stuck here. Every single airline has canceled your flight, no matter how many times you booked it. We had this guy had booked 5 new flights, and every single one of those flights had been charged on his credit card. And so then his credit card is frozen because he's just booked 5 next day flights at $3,000-4,000 a piece, and he's on heart medication, maybe he's on insulin, whatever the individual. We helped almost 400 people get out of Israel, but the Department of State, as amazing as there are, there's these little gaps that somebody has to go and help them with. That's comfortable moving in the middle of a war, and that's really where Save Our Allies comes in, is because we go and fill that gap. Like, how do I find this guy in this hotel that is too scared to leave, doesn't know how to get a bus, doesn't know how to get a taxi, doesn't know how to, his tourist information or his tourist guide is like, hey bro, I'm out, I'm going to go down because my kibbutz just got murdered. I'm going to go help my family that, they're missing 3 of their family members. Of course they're going to go and help. But now that guy's stuck, that his family's stuck, that pastor's stuck. So we had to go and find those people and move them to a place where they could get out of the country safely. And it was freaking hard. The volume of that is like wild. We took this plaid, 2 pastors, they're from California, and we had a similar situation. They booked multiple flights. They had an old pastor with them. They didn't have the maneuverability of being able to pivot with whatever existing flights. Ultimately, we had to drive them from where they were to Haifa to put them on a private chartered airplane to fly them from Haifa to Cyprus, where they could then fly from there to Athens to get home. But we had privately sourced an airplane to fly them out of a place, to get them to a place that they could fly out of, because all other aircraft had been grounded. So that 2 pastors could make it back to their churches in California. They're literally stuck. Crazy.
How do you fucking manage your mind dealing with so many horrific and traumatic experiences over and over and over again, just over a few years?
My dad just asked me, but he asked me like way more pointed. He's like,
are you okay?
Are you okay, son?
Yeah, I would be asking that too if I was your dad.
You remember Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. He was asked a real similar question, and it was during the civil rights protests where blacks are being beaten in the street, and hippies are being condemned as like the next plague and pestilence that society could ever see. And what would you do with all of this evil happening around us? And Mr. Rogers says, just look to the helpers. There's always people trying to help. And thinking about the ground team that I had with me over there, I can't even say their names because they're amazing people, but JP, RT, Primo, and the most brilliant from the expeditionary special operations backgrounds, but the most selfless, hardworking. They're giants of humans. Like, I look at them just in awe of how capable they are and how selfless they are at the same time. Like, these are the most lethal humans on the planet. They can kill you 1,000 different ways, but they're putting their lives on the line to try to rescue a pastor that can't book a flight. Israel would do anything to have one of these guys go with them and advise them about how to get into this shit show that is Gaza, into the tunnels that are controlled by Hamas. What are we going to do with Hezbollah at the northern border? How are we going to stop the Taliban that just got permission to cross through Iraq? What are we going to do with Al-Qaeda that just bribed a whole bunch more people to fly them into every single neighboring country? But instead, they're just trying to rescue people. So to ask your question, when I'm down the border, I just look to my left or my right and I see a freaking private. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. He's sitting there with night vision, and he's like, that kid just fell in the water. The motherfucker's off. He's off. He's running down to the darkness to jump in the water to try and save a kid. Like, if you cannot find inspiration from that, and if you cannot find something that's going to nurture and feed your soul and inspire you to do something good for the people around you, and look at the guys that I have with me in Israel, like, I can't even, the group of people I had with me in Ukraine, like, I'm just astounded by these, and you know a whole bunch of them too, that are just amazing people. I've been so blessed to have a short but successful fighting career, a successful military career that then went into a period of like successful business. And now I'm in a position where like, man, I really want to do good, and there's all these things that I know where people are really hurting in or they can't do, and I have experience and background and connections that I'm able to solve these problems. I did so much evil, I dealt so much death, and if I didn't try to do good now, like, I think I would really have a problem. But I'm good because I'm doing good. And there's something about that, doing good for other people. Like, when you're hurting, I don't think there's anything more important that you could do than do something for somebody else. And that, man, that just empowers you, and it gives you purpose. And if I'm ever going to think about, should I get up and work out today? Well, I can think about August 24th, 2021, when I had 2 kids in my arms and a woman behind me, and we're having to run through Kabul to try to make it to Ishkaya while we're being chased by the Taliban. Cool. I want to be in good shape, bro. You know?
So, you know how you come in almost every day for our cultural coffee?
Find people doing good. You know, as Mr. Rogers said, look to the people that are helping. And, man,
Okay, just keep your eyes on the good.
yeah.
That's amazing that you're able to manage your mind through all this, because I know a lot of lesser men would be destroyed with one of these experiences. For you to have 4 of them concurrent over 3 years,
That is a lot.
it's a lot to have.
I would really like, maybe in the next election cycle, us to look at the past 3 years, and maybe I'm not ready for another 4 years of this. You know, I don't think our organization can take it. I think the Rolodex of people that want to do good. I can only ask somebody to go into a war-torn country to try to save Americans so many times.
Well, unfortunately, we've also demonized first responders and people that are in the military, and demonized people that are police officers and border officers, and this short-sighted, ridiculous approach for political purposes is just so fucking infuriating. And it's so weird that more people don't understand that, and more people don't see it that way.
The propaganda machine is a powerful thing right now, and I don't know how to fight it. Border Patrol, if they take a photo of a guy riding on a horse, and a horse is the best thing you could possibly have on the border. If you've been to the Mexican border, it is like, it's magic. Do you hunt on horseback ever?
No.
Oh, dude, it's the best. Maybe like Southwest Texas, if you're going elk hunting, or like you're going to go bear hunting, you're going to go cat hunting, and you think you're going to get up, you know, through in and around Big Bend on anything but a horse, you're crazy. Like, you better be on a horse. You know, there's one photo of a guy with his reins in his hand, and you know, they're like, this Border Patrol guy is whipping. That's not what was happening. He was using his horse to block people, to prevent them from putting their lives in danger by getting into this flowing river. That's what he was doing. And if they make it to the interior, like I said, the number of people that die from exposure once they make it across into the United States, but then they try to cross, like let's say they came through Big Bend, you know, that place is fucking crazy. You know, we're hunting in and around there, and we all come across a couple of immigrants, and they are, I mean, one, we find dead bodies all the time on ranches of immigrants that just died from exposure.
There's a ranch in South Texas.
All the time. Yeah. And these men and women on the border are trying to protect them. You know, similarly in the propaganda vein, this pro-Hamas, you know, we were texting before we came on here, like how fast things pivot. The rational understanding of a problem and how perverted it is from truth.
people that did that on October 7th. And there was a professor recently that said he was elated when that happened. And he was just suspended, which is crazy. That it is only that. But the fact that there's people that are so fucking detached from reality, and they have this very strange leftist Marxist philosophy that is so untenable with the reality of the world, and yet they're teaching kids, and then they're talking about this openly in public forums, openly in social media, openly in protests. It's fucking strange. It's so strange. It's dangerous. It's so dangerous. And for young people that admire those people, or that are being taught by those people, don't know any better when that person's in a position of power and influence, because they're discussing these things in classrooms or discussing these things on social media. I just don't understand it. I'm so confused. I never thought things would deteriorate this rapidly.
I'm disappointed, but I'm not confused. When you know the powers and the money that is being spent to try to destabilize America, when you look at our enemies, when you're looking at China, when you're looking at Russia, when you're looking at Iran, and the hundreds of millions of dollars they're spending in misinformation and disinformation, where they are perpetuating things that we 100% know to be not true, not factual, but they are very effectively. It's unnerving. Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister for Hitler, he had a playbook about how to spin truth and how to manipulate masses. How could you take what is a great, cool culture like the Germans were post-World War I, as they're trying to find their identity and they're trying to bounce back from a horrific war, and then by the mid-30s and late 30s, they're positioning to throw Jews into ghettos and then ultimately gas 6 million of them. How can it happen so fast? And you very quickly realize that it was an effective propaganda misinformation campaign where they were able to dehumanize and segregate certain aspects or ideas and then attach a name to those things and a face to those things and a people to those things. We saw it here during COVID, the unvaccinated. And it happened fast. It happened in months. And the same way that police were demonized during the defund law enforcement and BLM movement. Now we know to be a complete hoax, a bunch of liars that manipulated truth and data and what really happened. And are there injustices? Absolutely. Are we a perfect nation? Totally not. Is law enforcement perfect? No, for sure. But by and large, the vast majority do want to do good. Like it says, protect and serve. And that's what they raise their hand to do. But they're being destroyed by this misinformation campaign. And Russia and China want it. They want us to be fighting each other. They want pro-Palestinian protests. They want pro-Hamas protests. They want from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is a call for genocide. They are calling for the river, the Jordan River, which is on the east side of all of Israel, the sea, the Mediterranean. In between those two things is where Israel lies, 7.4 million Jews. They want that to not exist. They want no Jews to be there. So every time that you hear from the river to the sea, it is a call for genocide or an expulsion of all Jews out of Israel. And that is the call of Hamas. And guess who's paying for that thing to be seen on Cornell and in Harvard and in that's right, Russia and China. They're being manipulated by a bunch of our enemies as they're trying to destabilize us in a region and here in the United States.
It's a vulnerability that we have because of our freedom.
Yeah, but man, I love freedom.
I love it.
I do.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
That's why I moved here.
I love the way that freedom would work was that there was an educated, empowered citizen that was individually responsible for themselves and their family. And they were in a position of authority over the government. That's how that document worked, our beautiful Bill of Rights and the Constitution. It was because of the power of the people. And over the past 50, 60 years, our people have become fat, gelatinous, complacent, uneducated, subscribe to propaganda, radicals. aligned with agendas that are not pro-America. And in the course of this time, it makes that document have no teeth. Right? There's nothing behind it because the government used to be scared of the people because the people, when we decided to throw some tea in a harbor and the shot heard around the world, we went after the people that were attacking us and that were controlling us, and we killed them and we pushed them off this land. And then we wrote these founding documents that said the individual is going to maintain the power, the people are going to have the power. But the only way that works is if the people have power. We've let that go. Bit by bit, diet by diet, day by day, lack of exercising of our God-given rights. We are now just soft. It's one of the reasons when I was kicking around with you, like, hey, do we really want to talk about this? This is tough. Like, I have 25 pages of notes here about the Middle East conflict. But ultimately, I'm scared that can happen here because we are so vulnerable right now as people. It's the reason that Sheepdog Response exists. My company is to train the American individual to take their own security, to preserve and protect human life and be able to provide for the family. That's the mission statement. But right now, I don't know what percentage of Americans are capable of doing that.
It's a very small number.
Very small.
Yeah, and frighteningly small. And this episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website, but they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square Reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. This episode is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. If you want to know what you're putting in your body, growing your own food is a great place to start. But listen, starting a garden doesn't have to be intimidating. I'd like to recommend Fast Growing Trees, one of the biggest online nurseries in the U.S. with more than 10,000 different kinds of plants that will be shipped to your door in just 1 to 2 days. That includes lemon, avocado, olive, and fig trees that you can grow inside your home. I love that you don't even need to have a lot of land to work with these guys. And if you don't have the greenest of thumbs, don't worry. Fast Growing Trees has a 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee, plus free plant consultations. I think it's great that they'll help you with every step from finding the best plants for your garden to designing the layout and talking you through plant care. Truly, this is where your self-sustainability starts. And right now, they have some of the best deals online, like up to half off on select plants. And listeners to our show can get an additional 15% off their first purchase when using the code JRE at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code JRE at checkout. One more time, fastgrowingtrees.com, code JRE. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply. And that is being discussed as if somehow or another that small number is a strength. That we are in somehow or another a more kind and a more equitable nation because people are so soft. Because people are so. It's. I don't know how you have those two. How do you have such freedom that allows people to have these protests, that allows people to have these different perspectives and to speak about it openly and publicly, but yet still maintain the strength of the union when you have all of these external factors, all of these different countries and different organizations that are working to try to use propaganda and use money to destroy us. Yeah. Because that's really what's happening, and that's like that.
Perpetuating that they were interfering, but they weren't interfering. I mean, like that Trump was being influenced by.
But he was a Russian agent.
Yeah. Well, guess who was pushing that story? The Russians and China, because it destabilized our election process.
Right.
So your question is, how do you reconcile having such freedoms where somebody can go and say something so detestable, like praising a group of people that went and raped and murdered 1,400 people that currently have 240 hostages? I think that's what Hamas has. You know, there's 30 to 40,000 Hamas operatives within Gaza. They have a ton of like, how can somebody have so much freedom to say that? Well, it's if the people are prepared to be able to protect and preserve and provide. Then, if you're in a position of authority, sovereignty, it's a next step past freedom. Sovereignty is what I want for me. It's what I want for every American. It's that they are in control of themselves. An external force comes and says, Tim, I want you to take this experimental thing and give it to your child, inject it into them, please. I say no. No, I don't need whatever it is you're about to withhold from me because I don't do this thing. I don't need because I can do it myself. That's sovereignty, right? I don't need you to come and try and protect my family because I can protect my family. You know, come and try best with them because like my family is unattainable to anybody else. They're completely protected. Education. The reason I started these schools is because I do not want anyone else to have influence over the way that my children are going to learn how to be critical thinkers. I want them to be educated. I want them to be powerful. I want them to be cognitive in every single debatable subject, to have the Socratic mind where they can sit and debate somebody like you with immense knowledge on all these variety of topics, but that, man, they're fierce. That's sovereignty. We have for so long just given away every little bit of it, whether it was post 9/11 or during COVID or after the next active shooter. You know, like in light of what just happened in Maine, you know they're going to be coming after. They're going to be looking for more laws to try and control more of the Second Amendment and limit the freedoms that we have. So we know that, but we have to maintain this essence that is being American, which is the sovereignty, the individual responsibility that I am in charge of.
And what's infuriating to me about these mass shootings, and Matt Walsh did a piece about this recently, where he discussed the prevalence of psychoactive drugs, the prevalence of psychiatric medications amongst school shooters, amongst mass shooters, that it is fucking off the charts. And they try to hide that. They try to hide that data by using gang violence as mass shootings. And they use like, there's no data to support that all that is like, no. That's not true at all. There's a giant difference between gang violence mass shootings, which occur all the time, which are also something that no one's trying to fix. And then the actual people that strap themselves up and go into places where people are unarmed and just slaughter people. Almost all of them are on something. They're almost all of them. They're on SSRIs. Almost all of them are on some sort of anti-anxiety medication. Almost all of them are on something. And that we don't address that. It's not even talked about. That it's like fucking Voldemort.
I'm not talking about Voldemort, yeah.
Whatever it is. You're not supposed to say the name. I mean, it's like, it's very strange that this is never discussed on television.
You said you can't research it. When you say it's buried, that data, if you were like, how many active shooters were on a antidepressant, anything, that all of that data is buried with, well, then it pops up, well, in Chicago, in Southern California, it's buried in truth. So trying to find the real data of these active shooters in schools, like this guy that in Maine, no mental health problems.
Yes.
And recently got out of a mental institution. So, like, kudos to them. I'm part of this group called Double Check that's trying to figure out ways to identify outliers like this, where people have information. They wrote their manifesto of like, hey, I'm going to go murder a bunch of people. I'm going to go to this black church and kill everybody. A lot of times that information is available. that, as I love the Second Amendment, every single person should be able to have a tank and a machine gun, in my opinion. But when somebody is dealing with mental health problems, they're on a bunch of drugs, they're actively trying to hurt people, like maybe there's a restraining order, they're a multi-time felon, should that guy be able to go in and buy? Well, clearly, that guy right there was stopped from getting a tool to maybe even hurt more people by just, as a small business owner, it is my choice who I'm going to sell to and who I'm going to choose to sell a product to. And if that product is a thing, like ultimate, the individual responsibility as an entrepreneur and a small business owner is like, it is my choice who sell this to. And that guy comes in and he says that he's on drugs and he just got out of a mental health hospital, like, man, you can go buy your suppressor somewhere else. Like that guy in May just went through it. So double check is trying to infuse themselves in a really helpful way to protect people like me that own a gun store. Or if that guy walks into my door, I can have real data to point to him. So like, boom, I do a little search, it pops up as like, hey man, you just wrote that you want to go shoot up a school. Can we talk about that before I sell you a gun? You said that you hate black people, and that you think that they all should die, or like that guy in Harvard Square yesterday that was walking around saying that every Jew should have their neck slit. There should be no Jew businesses. It's like in Harvard Square. Like, if that guy walked into my gun store, I'm gonna go to double check and be like, man, so you said some pretty outrageous things yesterday. I think you need help. Let's go for a run and let's go get you some real help.
What help do they even get? I mean, and also, like, how much help do they get in getting off of that shit? And is there a way to get off of that shit? Now, if you are legitimately mentally ill and you're on a host of psychiatric medications, like, what motivation do they have to even take you off of that shit?
I'm not a doctor. They don't have motivation because they don't make money when they're not taking drugs.
It's fucking terrifying.
You also know the answer to this. So in all of the things I've experienced in the past 3 years, post-traumatic stress, any single one of those single days over the course of months upon months would be enough for me to be like, dude, I'm out of here, right? Instead, definitely not on any drugs. Exercise every single day, cold plunge, hang out with my friends, do grappling, contribute in a meaningful way back to society. I have an amazing relationship with my beautiful wife. I have incredible children that I'm so proud of. I'm now like playing hockey with my son as a 45-year-old dude that just went to a yard sale to buy making me look like an idiot. I also got all my lacrosse stuff. I got tap shoes so I can start doing tap dancing with my 4-year-old. Like, these are the things that healthy people do. Sitting on the couch, eating a bunch of shit, not going outside, not having relationships, not having any community, not finding ways to get back to the community. Of course, you're broken. So how do you get off the drugs? You start doing tiny little bits, 1% improvement every single day. And ultimately, like, the sun is brighter. Your wife is more beautiful. Your kids are just a little bit more rad, and you're able to go do more good for more people.
But people don't have this guidance, and that's what's crazy. That this truth that you're speaking is not common. This is not something that people discuss. And if you talk to a doctor, this is not something they recommend. What they're trying to do is let's find the right medication for you, Tim. Let's alter your stuff.
I just got chastised by my doctor. I'm 45, so I was going to go with is my gut and stuff is a healthy thing that you do at this age. And we haven't seen you in 7 years. I've been sick in 7 years. Last time I was here, I partially tore my toe off, and I needed you to put my toe back on. So what do I need you for? And they're like, well, you need us now because you have to have a letter for you to be able to go get this procedure. And I was like, well, I still want to get gut and butthole cancer, so I'd really like to go do these things, but I have to come in and see you for you to write a thing for me to go see these other people. And okay, I got it.
Well, they think they're doing the right thing because this is what their mandate is. And this is what their normal regimen is when they discuss things with people. Like, you should be seeing this all the time, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it. If you're healthy,
be healthy.
Be healthy. Be actually healthy. Like, work at it.
Yeah, that discipline. It seems so sad, and I pity the easy solution person, where like I can take a pill and I'll feel better, or I can take a pill and I'll be less fat, or like I'll be sold on this idea that this media company is selling me that if I do this thing, I'm gonna sleep better, or like my dick's gonna work better with this thing.
I'll be happy.
Yeah, like the truth is that you gotta work.
Yes, you gotta work.
You gotta get up early.
Yeah.
You have to have calloused hands. You know, like man, I love my wife, and I love being able to have an amazing relationship with her, and that would not be possible if I didn't work at it. You know, I like being a freak physical thing in my middle 40s. That would not be possible if I didn't work at it.
Right.
I like being a successful business person. That would not be possible. And I mean like work, not like, and I shot a selfie, like punch the day, you know, like
actual work.
Yeah, like get up earlier than me.
Most people don't even have a frame of reference. There's so many people out there that don't know anybody who actually works. Like, works at it the way you do. The way many people do that we know.
Flying back from Israel, every one of those people in the kibbutzes all around Gaza, and we were up and down them, like they're no fat on their faces, you know, like striations on their shoulders. Like, these are just cops, or now reserve, recently activated people. I was going in Tel Aviv. I'm not joking. The entire time I was there, I saw 2 fat people. The whole entire time, and I was like, I had to. I was compelled. I was like, hey, are you guys? And they turn around and they're both American.
Of course.
Both instances of like the only fat people. And then I take a flight from Tel Aviv directly into New York. I land in New York and I'm heading towards immigration and passport control, and I'm just like inundated with the overweight, dangerously obese Americans. And I went the stark contrast of a place that has been trying to fight for their existence since May of 1948, when every single neighboring country invaded them and tried to kill them, to like the 6-Day War, to the Yom Kippur War, and the first Intifada, to the second Intifada, and now what just happened on October 7th, where they're just like under this stress of being capable and individually responsible for their safety. Clearly they failed on October 7th. To then coming into New York, and I was like, bro.
We are a mess.
We're a mess.
Yeah, we're a mess, and our supermarkets are filled with poison. It's wild. It's like there's something like 40% of the American diet is processed foods. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Like everything from every angle is weakening us. Everything.
I want everybody to get chickens.
You have chickens.
Of course you do. Chickens are a gateway to freedom.
They're a great way to free food.
Yeah, that they are.
You let them roam around, they make the eggs.
Just eat bugs.
Yeah.
They scratch on the ground.
I was telling people that are vegans too. Get chickens. It's literally karma-free food. You don't want to eat eggs because you don't believe in factory farming. Fantastic. Do you have enough room to have chickens? Well, then you'll get real protein, animal protein. It's karma-free. They lay those eggs every day. They're never going to become a chick.
And they're so happy to be living with you.
Yeah.
You know, my 4-year-old like walks around with 2 chickens for half the day, and she's like sitting there in her 4-wheeler, and there's a chicken sitting next to her. Like the happiest thing. My cat's cruising around. My cats love the chickens too, because if you have chickens, there's a good chance you're gonna have mice. If you have mice, then you're gonna have a really happy cat. And you know, like I've Belgian Malinois, and you know, she comes in and she just like sits there like she's the king of the roost, you know. And then one of the chickens comes over and reminds her that she's nothing. But the amount of eggs that they come, but you know, when you get that first time that you crack an egg for one of your chickens, and you're like, that looks different. And you eat it, and you're like, dude, that tastes different.
A lot different.
Like way different. Does different. It's like that dark, deep orange, like not yellow, not like orange.
Right.
And it's like you can taste the nutrient and micronutrient riches of it. And then you're like, well, if that is that different, how much different is all the other things that I eat? Right. And you start going down this wild journey, this rabbit trail of freedom.
And how much different am I?
Yeah.
You know, when you look at the difference between grain-fed fatty beef and an elk steak, you're like, okay, look at the difference in the meat. Look at the difference in the quality of the meat, the dark, rich, nutrient-dense, protein-rich meat. Like, what's the difference? Well, they're not eating any bullshit. They're eating literally what they've eaten for hundreds of thousands of years.
And they have to work every day to find more of it.
Yeah.
The unhealthy bits, and this is a cool thing about nature, is the unhealthy animal dies.
Yes.
And the existing animals are the ones that we ultimately get to go and find. And we are very careful about which ones we're killing and what season we're killing them in to make sure that we're encouraging the same healthy herd. We get this most delicious, surviving, fantastic, nutrient-dense meat you can find on the planet.
Yeah.
And we have this provider. We launched a learn to hunt school. We teach you how to land navigate. We teach you the fundamentals of marksmanship. We teach you all basic, good laws around hunting, how to put in out of state for a lottery.
This is a part of your school system.
We teach you attitude of response.
Okay.
It's called the provider course, attitude of response. We also teach it to the kids. So like the mentorship program at Apogee, those guys get to come to provider courses. They learn how to skin an animal. They learn how to follow a blood trail. They learn how to field dress an animal. They learn the final culminating exercise. You'll love this. So after 2 days of just like inundated information, like here's the healthy and natural way to kill an animal. This is shot placement. This is, you have to know how to shoot first. So we teach fundamentals of marksmanship, non-standard shooting positions. Like how many times you get to lay down in the prone off bipods and shoot something. Not often in hunting. Like, can I shoot off poles? Can I shoot off a tree? Kneeling, standing offhand. If I get a designated zone in Arizona or New Mexico, can I navigate from where I can park to where I have to go hunt without illegally trespassing on anybody's property? So the barrier between I want to hunt and I can't hunt is hard for some people.
Yes.
And as we're sitting here talking about like how amazing it is to hunt, and it is the most amazing thing that I want everybody to do, that barrier of entry seems hard for some people.
It's very steep.
But it shouldn't be.
Right.
And that's the idea. Like, I want this for everybody. In the final day, we give you your lot, we give you your animal, you have to navigate to that place. You then have to PID, like positively identify the animal that you're supposed to shoot, and then you go to take a shot off it. Once you take your shot off of it, we photograph how you're going to take that shot. Standing, kneeling, sticks. We measure the distance. We laser at 210 meters, and then we go duplicate that on an actual shooting range on the same target. And it's so fun to see like the full buck fever of somebody freaking out when they don't even have a round in the chamber. They're just looking at a 3D target out at Reveille Peak Ranch and burn it. It is such a joy to introduce. Every class we have 40 people, and every class is sold out. And the end result at the end of 3 days are like these people that are just like, they feel like they're going to explode with this excitement about what it means, because they now know they can go out.
Do you have a mind management program to deal with the moment of actually shooting?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Joel Turner's work, the Shot IQ system? Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
Changed everything for me and so many other people, including like world-class archers and people that have been hunting for decades that have dealt with target panic and don't understand what's actually going on between open loop and closed loop systems, and that you can actually manage that with discipline and actually having a shot routine that you must go through every time you execute a shot. Changes everything.
Hold on a second, Drew. Are you telling me that discipline, process, and repetition solve a problem?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think so.
Mind blowing.
I mean, that's for me.
Yeah. It does for everybody. Like, what is the military's approach to literally every single thing?
Right.
That. Right. And like, what is your approach to not being fat? It's that.
Right.
What is your approach to like trying to build a real critical thinker that is going to move into society as a contributing member of society? It is that.
And also understanding the factors that are in play. Instead of just being like a prisoner of the moment, being captive by your emotions and, you know, these human systems that have existed forever, like having an understanding of what's going on, like why am I freaking out? What is there anything that I can do? How do I learn how to control my breathing? How do I learn how to mitigate stress? How do I learn how to manage my mind in these critical moments?
Yeah. It's, hunting is one of the very few things that still sparks that feeling of like elation and excitement and nervousness. Have a process that I'm now executing, and I've put in the work for me to be able to be successful here, and that's like success. And that same discipline, process, hard work approach to people externally will look at, say, our allies in the middle of peak combat in a completely non-permissive environment, and they're like, what the hell are you people? What are you guys doing? And it's an incredible group of disciplined people that have a process that has been perfected over now 20 years at the global war on terror, and they are doing the work that needs to be done. But those three things are still prevalent and evident
in everything. And everything difficult in all of life.
Yeah. It's how do you get someone to subscribe to that?
I think they have to hear about it first, and that's one of the reasons why I think conversations like this are so important. It's because in everyday life, if you're working in an office, if you're dealing with regular people, you're not going to encounter this. You're not going to encounter these conversations. And there's going to be moments that people have where they do panic and freak out and don't understand why. How come I can't keep my shit together when I'm nervous? How come I can't keep my shit together in these critical moments that require me to stay calm and make good choices? What is wrong with me? What is it? Am I just a bitch? Like, what is it? No, you just have an undisciplined mind. You have an untrained mind.
Yes, you haven't got the reps in.
You haven't got the reps in. Everyone needs the reps. Yeah.
It's as worried as I am about the future, Apogee and Shoot No Response and Save Our Allies and First Responders Action Group. Like, I'm in all of these different groups where I see these young men and women that are on this train, and I know I'm not in a cross section of the United States right now that is really struggling with all of the problems of mental health and obesity and diet. But in this little group that I'm around often, I'm just so encouraged by the work and the discipline and the subscription to the process. Like last night in my jiu-jitsu school, I had 60 kids on our mat at one time. I said, hey parents, everybody come to the classroom really fast. We're going to have a Q&A session about competition and what this next season looks like. Every parent stood up, walked in there. They had questions like they didn't even know, but they didn't know that we're going to be doing a Q&A. They had pre-prepared questions that they were looking for an opportunity to ask the staff about, like, okay, how is coaching going to be at the next tournament? And I was like, I love you people, like the parents to the Apogee families, because we take a totally different approach. We're a whole family approach to education. Like, if you subscribe to this idea that you can take your kid and you can drop them off at a place and you're going to get this amazing thing back, that you don't have any control about what they're being taught, you are just an idiot, you're a crazy person. Like, you send your people to Caesar, you send your people to Rome, and you don't think you're going to get a Roman back? Like, that's what's going to happen. So, our approach is there's a whole family inclusion here. It is not just our responsibility to train and to educate your children. It is our responsibility. So you are going to work out. You're going to keep a journal of your diet. Here is your prescribed reading list. Here are the books that your kids are going to be reading that you're also going to be reading with them. Like, if your kid is reading it, then you got to be reading it too. You'd be very appalled at some of the books that are assigned to children in public school to read. And I think if a parent actually picked this book up, it's like, then Johnny took his penis and he brought it and it was erect for the first time next to his friend. You're like, what? This is for a fourth grader?
Right.
So this whole family approach, this truly Socratic. This is not new. This has been around for a long time. And I'm so encouraged to see the activation, the discipline, the process, and the hard work from the youngest kindergartner all the way up to like the 60-year-old parent that's like doing the work.
It's so bizarre to me that a rejection of teaching like overt sexuality to young kids is somehow or another dismissed as anti-gay or anti-LGBTQ. It's so strange because you could never imagine heterosexual sex being discussed to 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. Like, this is how a man, chooses to have, sexual relationships with women, and this is how a woman chooses to have sexual relationships with men. No, that's never discussed.
That's wildly inappropriate.
Wildly inappropriate. But somehow or another, it's okay if you're discussing gay sex.
Yeah.
Like, it's very strange.
It's not strange. It's wrong. It's dangerous. It's grooming behavior. If you're trying to broach any sexual topic with a child that is not of age to have sex, that is grooming. That is the definition of grooming.
Right, and grooming itself, that term is dismissed as anti-LGBTQ and whatever.
Which is wild. Like,
wild.
I love gay people. Like, I do not. This is an idea about being American. Right? Don't care, bro. Do anything that you want. You talk to my 8-year-old about anything sexual, hetero, homo, anything. It's wildly inappropriate. He's 8.
Right. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, there's one reason, and it is not for the benefit of indoctrination. That's right.
Yeah, and to say that somehow or another is homophobic, which is so insane. Like, how did that become reality? That we're dealing with this, because this was not the case a decade ago, 2 decades ago. This is very recent in terms of modern society in this country. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. And it also, to me, it's so confusing that other people don't recognize that. And that people are they're so scared of being labeled as homophobic or being labeled as transphobic or anti-LGBTQ that they allow these things to take place under the guise of we're being more inclusive.
Yeah. It does hurt to be called, a bigot, you're racist or you're anti-LGBTQ. I don't like those things said about me, and I know that they're completely wrong. But they're going to lob that unfounded accusation at me because I'm going to stand on the principle of protecting my children. And would I rather take, there's a great photo of a dad standing over his children, and on his back he has like all of these darts, and the cartoon was, the darts were named. It was Disney propaganda. It was LGBTQ indoctrination. It's racial discrimination. It was 69 Project. It was like every single thing they're attacked with, just relentlessly every single day. The dad's just sitting there taking it, and that is our job, is to take it. So you can call me any names that you want, but first and foremost, my position is to protect my children and to raise somebody that will be a contributing member of society. My partner, Matt Boudreau at Apogee, he was in public education. Like that was his origin. That was his start. The genesis of his journey, where we collided, was he had went and started the 2 largest Socratic schools in the United States. Like hundreds and hundreds of students going to learn just the Socratic approach. And he thought that there was more that needed to be done on the full family approach, where the dad and the mom and the brothers and the sisters, everybody's on the same journey to become the best versions of themselves. So Matt and I collide with both of us working at the exact same thing, with the same ideas, with the same approaches, with the same love for America. And like the end result is dads and moms becoming those things where they will be the stopgap between all of this hate and all of these dangerous ideas. And if you're not doing that, like if parenting's not hard, maybe you're not a good parent. Because parenting is hard. It's complicated. It is. And like it should, my wife and I last night sat there for an hour and broke down like next school year books that we're reading, for an hour on what was it, Tuesday night. We're just sitting there like hammering through Like, were there a lot of other things I'd rather be doing for an hour with my wife? For sure. But highs and lows on Sunday, my son had lacrosse practice. It was cold. It was rainy. And his whole entire team, third graders, out there shivering and showing grit. And I was like, my heart was exploding with pride. And I never said you had to stay out there. I was like, hey, practice this day. We get there. The coach was in shorts, and he was just, his fingers were white. His cheeks were like bright red from the cold. But he stood there and he took it. He showed grit. And then all of these third graders followed in suit. And I was just like heart exploding with pride as my son demonstrated like this will follow through with this thing that I've committed to do. And it hurt me to watch my son be cold. And it hurt me, and this is why parenting's hard. And if it doesn't, and if I didn't care, I don't think there's any greater insult than indifference. And to be indifferent to your kid is just like the worst thing you could be as a human.
Yeah, it's so selfish. It's a crazy way of thinking. But so many people are just so occupied with their own life. They're so busy that they just don't have the time to have conversations with a kid or even think about it. They're like, they're going to school. That's school's job.
Anyone busier than you or me?
You are.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. We're pretty busy. But I think it's a part of life. It's, it's also very rewarding. I mean, you see your kids like getting after it. It's very rewarding. My youngest has become a real fitness freak. She's a nut. She's got a Fitbit now. She's 13. She's a savage. She likes to tell me, did 28,000 steps today. She gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning and hits the gym before she goes to school. And then, she had a volleyball game. Yeah, 13. She had a volleyball game. She got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, ran for 2 miles, then went to the volleyball game, did the volleyball game. They're playing this tournament. They play these 3 games, comes back home, hits the gym again. So she's getting 3 workouts in a day. Showing me her results and all this thing. And then, we're obviously giving her positive feedback because of it. But now she's super fired up.
Yeah.
And then you see the difference in her body, her abs are showing, and her body feels like she's like a fucking little panther. Yeah. It's crazy.
And it's so rewarding. Not to be, and I don't mean to disparage other families that haven't made it there yet or haven't subscribed to these ideas of discipline and regimen. But our kids compared to my son, my daughters, they're just so much better than everybody else. I know you sound terrible, but they do the work.
I also think it's a lead by example thing. Children, you can teach them things, but they learn a lot from just watching you. They'll learn a lot. They learn what the standards are. Like when you see someone who's happy and fulfilled and also successful, you're like, what's that person doing? That person's my mom. My mom's a fucking animal. Look at her. Jesus, I want to be like her. And that's how kids learn. They learn from that. They learn from seeing things too. They don't just learn from the things you tell them. They learn from watching you live your own life. And if you're a slob and you come home just fucking eating sub sandwiches and just drinking whiskey all night, and just falling asleep watching sports, kids are like, this fucking aimless existence. This is stupid. God, life is meaningless.
Yeah, give a purpose.
Right.
We're such a society void of purpose. Mike Glover wrote a great book, Prepared, and in that, one of the big takeaways was it doesn't have to be your purpose, but one of the reasons me as an American, me as a protector, me as a father, me as a husband, it is my job and my responsibility to be prepared to protect my family. And as your children learn via osmosis, by example, the things that you do, I have to elbow my son out of his seat so I can sit fixing the door. My man, you knew where to sit, move over. You go sit by your mom right now, And, he sees the outliers, and Mike would call it a bump in the pattern. I call them outliers, where something is off, where I sit down in a place and that person doesn't belong here.
Right, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm going to spend a little bit of time and a little cognitive of my ever struggling brain to pay attention to what person is doing over here, because it's my responsibility. And Americans better figure this out pretty fast, because we are going to have a rough year. We are woefully unprepared and disillusioned about what the next 13 months are going to
Do you think that's going to wake people up? Do you think, I do not want to say that we need something to happen, but one of the things that did happen post 9/11, I remember this overwhelming feeling of patriotism that was prevalent through the entire country. I would drive to work and I'd see American flags on in Los Angeles, which is like one of the most ridiculously out of touch places on earth, and everyone had American flags hanging from their car. It was overwhelming. There was this feeling like we are in this together, and that there are forces of evil out there in the world, and now we understand, and now we're united.
I hope that we don't need that catalyst.
I hope so too.
Like, I really do. But Israel is one of the most secure nations in the world. Which is impressive, from them fighting for their existence the day that they became a country, to the 6-Day War, where every single one of their neighboring countries invaded them, to the Yom Kippur War, where, again, led by Egypt, every single one of their neighboring countries invaded them, to what just happened, where they have one of the most complex security, military, and intelligence networks on the planet. And Hamas killed almost Pearl Harbor level numbers, almost 9/11 level numbers, just in an indescribably barbaric way. Like, this was people dying in buildings, or getting shot from airplanes. This was like, I don't know,
A music festival.
yeah, that babies.
Yeah.
People are saying it was propaganda. What happened? It was not. These things really happened on the ground, and anybody that denies it is
Saying it's propaganda.
If you go to one of these pro-Hamas protests right now, they show me a picture of a baby that got their head decapitated. That didn't really happen. Oh, you really, because IDF said that 80% of all of the victims within the kibbutzes were tortured before they were murdered. 80% of all of the victims. I know saw firsthand, was shown, and have, which I will never show, the pictures of these things really happening. And if it could happen in the most secure nation that has been invaded by every single one of their neighbors multiple times in history, but we here in America think that the 350 million of us are somehow safe, that the government is somehow going to protect us, that our local police department, like if you picked up the phone right now and you called for help, 911, how long would it take for somebody to come here and try and help and save you?
Especially with the defunded police.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, people are figuring that out in Minneapolis.
They're figuring it out here.
Yeah, they're figuring it out here too.
I mean, you have a ton of friends that are in law enforcement in this area. The murder detectives, counter gang task forces are pulled off of their murder investigations to work the street because they don't have enough police officers. When I mentioned the recruiting crisis, if we are struggling to meet the demand of basic soldiers, the available population of combat arms that special operations can pick from, that shrinks, right? And then that pool being smaller. So ultimately, by the time you get to the guys that really do the work on the ground, there's nobody left to pick from. And we're not just strategically in maybe the most vulnerable position in a really long time, but nationally, here in the United States, I think that we are more vulnerable than we have ever been. There's nobody coming to save you. There's nobody that's going to come, that's going to pick up the phone and be like, yeah, I'll be there in 3 minutes. They're not coming. It took 6 to 8 hours for any of the military or police to make it to any of those villages that are immediately adjacent from Gaza to come and try and fight Hamas back. They had 6 hours to do whatever they want to all the women, the children, and the Holocaust survivors that were still there. Like, these were people that survived Holocaust camps, concentration camps of World War II, still alive, 102 years old. They were like, Hamas is like, We knew that you were here. We've actually been reconning and IDing every single one of these families that we're going to be going after. And they went after them. And Americans are woefully ill-prepared for what's coming.
I think there's another thing that's disturbing to me, but there's a certain amount of cowardice that's involved in. There's certain people that when they see an attack like that happen and they're terrified of it happening to them, they will try to sympathize with the attackers. They will try to sympathize and almost position themselves to be on their side.
That's rampant right now. The anti-Semitism across the United States.
Crazy. It's like people came out of the woodwork. It's like they were hiding in the woods, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it openly.
Maybe I saw one where it's we should boycott Jewish businesses here in the United States. And I was like, maybe just have them like put a star on their chest or something, or like maybe put a gold star on their business. Is that what you're suggesting? Because that is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, have we not learned?
Evidently, we haven't. It took 6 million to be persecuted. Man, those Jews, man, from the Germans to the Egyptians to the Romans, Palestine didn't exist. You can go back 3,000 years to King David and then his son, King Solomon, saying that like this is the capital of the Jewish people here in Judah and Israel, Jerusalem. That is 1900, 1700 BC, right? We have to go to 80 AD, where after Jesus has already come here, now we have the origin of Judaism and them historically, not religious documents, like this is the origin of the Jewish people, is here in this specific land with very clear geographic references as to what it is, to then being the origin of the Christian faith with Jesus being there and then being crucified. And then 200 years later, Muhammad, and us learning that the Muslim religion also beginning there. The Romans destroy the temple in 80 AD, and then they coined the term Palestine for that area. For the 2,000 years before that, it had just been Israel. Egypt, the Romans, they're now conquered from every imaginable group of people for the next 1,500 years. Murdered at every opportunity leading up to the Holocaust. Going to post-World War II, 1947, the UN says, hey, it's cool that Israel has its own nation in the place that it has always been Israel. May of 1948, independence kicks off, and every neighbor comes in to try to kill them. And now here we are in 2023, and we're still talking about boycotting Jews, and hey, it's cool if we slit their throats, don't let them make babies, let's find from the river to the sea, get rid of the Jews. What the fuck?
It's wild. It's fucking wild. I would have never imagined this just 5-6 years ago. Never imagined.
5-6 months ago.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
100,000 people in London, marching, tearing down posters. I've asked this time and time again. There's posters of the kids that have been kidnapped, and they put them up in New York, they put them up in Brooklyn, they put them in LA, and there are hundreds of videos of people walking down to tear off these hostage photographs. Yeah. And I want to know why. Why don't you want to see a picture of a 9-year-old girl that was kidnapped and is now a hostage by a terrorist group in Gaza? Why don't you want to see that? Why are you tearing that down? And I think that the answer is it goes in direct conflict with the thing that they want to believe. And they think that it perpetuates a cycle of violence, and that them tearing it down, and that is them protecting the Palestinian poor, impoverished people, when in fact they're tearing down the victim, the Jew or the Christian or the Brazilian that was kidnapped, that is now being held hostage in Gaza by a terrorist group of people and thugs. Why are you tearing that down?
Well, this is very bizarre progressive narrative that you know, look, there's a reality of Gaza, that Gaza is essentially like an open-air prison. Yeah, that is a reality. Yeah, those people are fucked. They're stuck there, and it doesn't seem to be like a really good solution on the table. You know, and I don't know what can be done, especially now, to change that. That's true. That is true. And there is a hostility, a deep hostility between the Israelis and the Palestinians on both sides. It's palpable. I've seen many videos of atrocities being committed by both sides, which is just a horrible consequence of war and conflict.
What do you think? I'm Israel. You're the Palestinians in Gaza. If every one of the people in Gaza laid down the arms and stopped attacking, what would Israel do to you?
Good question.
Nothing. They've tried it 5 different times. They literally stopped the attack. Israel has never, not one time in history, initiated any conflict. Every single one of those things you're pointing to is a retaliatory attack by a terrorist organization. But if that was switched, where Israel, you, Hamas in Gaza, I take all of my arms and all of my protection and I lay them down, what would Hamas do? They would kill every single one of us. That's what they do. That's what they're sworn to do. That's their motto and the origin of their existence. All the way back to the Grand Mufti, traveling to Hitler to ask, how do we solve the Jewish problem? If you want to follow from the Muslim Hamas to the Muslim Brotherhood, all the way back to the Grand Mufti, to Mujahideen, and you see the origins of one thing, which is how do I solve the Jewish problem, is to eradicate and kill them. That is what Hamas came from, not the Palestinians, not those poor people stuck in Gaza. But it's that problem. If all of Hamas just went away, we would have peace. If they laid down their arms and they stopped murdering innocent civilians and raping women and killing babies, you'd have peace. If the other side laid down their arms, they would all be murdered, all 7.5 million of them, until they just were walking in blood through the Jordan River. How do you solve this problem? The radicals have to be eliminated. The terrorists have to go away. That is not. I'm not conflating the Palestinians and the terrorists. Those are separate things. But if there's 2.5 million people that are living in Gaza, they're allowing 30,000 terrorists to run them. At some point, the olive branch cannot be extended from Israel when 30,000 people are using that region to launch attacks into their sovereign nation.
And we were talking about the propaganda that exists in America. What about the propaganda that exists in Palestine? What is their thought?
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, did you see the hospital that got destroyed?
Well, it didn't really, right?
No, it did not really.
No, but the New York Times said it did. The New York Times said it was
Congresswomen,
which is insane, and they didn't retract it. They said it was
forced dewormer, and Israel destroyed a hospital.
Yeah.
So evil.
It's so crazy that they printed that in the New York Times, and that's the paper of record. That's the most important newspaper that we have in America in terms of if we wanted an objective source of information. Most people say, what's the best? I used to deliver the New York Times when I was a kid. And I did it. It wasn't even that profitable. I delivered the Boston Globe was my main newspaper that I delivered. And then I delivered the Boston Herald as well. And then I got a New York Times route, and I was proud of that because the New York Times was the real newspaper that intelligent people read. And it was a different plastic wrapper.
Yeah.
You got a clear wrapper for the Herald and a clear wrapper for the Globe, but for the New York Times, I got a blue wrapper. And I was like one of the people that got to deliver the New York Times. And I remember thinking as a 20-year-old kid, like, oh boy, I'm delivering the New York Times. And when I would drop the paper off at these people's houses, like, that's a fucking smart house. These people are reading the New York Times. They are. I remember thinking that, but I was proud of that. that I delivered the best newspaper in the world. Really, I literally wasn't that much money. And it was a crazy route because I'd have to go like a mile in between houses. Whereas like with the Boston Globe, I'd have like 5, 6 houses on one street that I would drop off papers to. And the New York Times, I'd have this fucking crazy route. I'd have to go all over the place to get rid of 100 newspapers.
Yeah, and then now 2023, they're circulating terrorist propaganda.
Yeah, and with no repercussions. No repercussions. And what did they even print a retraction? Did they say we fucked up?
You watch a missile get launched from Gaza. You know, 1/3 of all missiles that are launched from Gaza land in Gaza. Just like think about how sad that is. 28% of missiles launched from Hamas land on top of the Palestinian people. And obviously, they have no ability to direct any military target when these crappy missiles are being launched into Israel. They're just like populated area. I went and did a Fox News stand up in the city directly north of Gaza. That is the most rocketed city in all of Israel. And then like the one day that we were there, we had like 6 rocket attack sirens go off. It's the weirdest thing that the Palestinians are allowing Hamas to literally kill them and pillage everything about their existence from them. Hamas is so rich and so powerful. $70 million from Iran. You know, every humanitarian ship that comes into the port, or right now that is being brought up through the Rafah Gate via Egypt into the south portion of Gaza, the moment that lands there, that is taken control of by Hamas. They then build underground infrastructure in the tunnels, and they build military infrastructure, and then they turn whatever they can into rockets. And the humanitarian aid that is supposed to be distributed to the people, they have control of. They have to go. Not the Palestinians. They have been so screwed by Hamas.
But the propaganda by the people that they encounter in Palestine has to be insane.
Yeah, they believe that they're on the good side. How did they sift through fact from fiction when what they're being told and being fed is being fed to them by Hamas?
How do they get access to other information? And how will they ever organize and discuss this openly without fear of losing their lives and being tortured?
The only time that you had consistent water and power going into Gaza was when Israel was controlling Gaza. Now that Hamas is running it, it is nightmarish in there. But they're still in charge. And they're being protected. And here in the United States, being like called freedom fighters. Like they are barbaric murderers and absolute terrorists that want nothing besides the genocide of when I saw like the LGBTQ flags of LGBT stands with Hamas, mind is blown.
Isn't it hilarious? Have you ever seen that meme that says queers for Palestine and Palestine for queers? Like, yeah.
They wouldn't live there like hours. They'd be pushed off a rooftop or burned alive immediately.
But they don't. But the narrative in this country is not that, which is so strange. That like there's sort of overwhelming evidence about the approach that they have to gay people. Yeah. But yet somehow or another, there's this "I stand with Palestine" thing that makes you a progressive.
Go to Tel Aviv as a gay person. Walk around with your gay pride shirt with your husband or wife of the same sex. Nobody will bat an eye at you. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, what up? You know, like, normal. If she and her wife tried to walk down the road in Gaza, oh man. You know, it is so, this tinderbox that is that region with the West Bank, with the Gulf Heights in the north, with Hezbollah, which is being supported by Iran. They're all positioned on the border, with Iraq allowing people from Afghanistan, the Taliban, to move through. Taliban being funded by us, $40 million right now is what we're continually giving them, the Taliban.
Why do we do that?
I don't know.
What's the cynical side?
We want to recognize them as a legitimate government, and we are paying for them to start a democratic process of that is I think would be the tagline of what we want them to do. What it is actually doing is the same thing that happens when we release $6 billion to Iran in exchange for hostages. They then take that $6 billion. No, they're not using that exact money to fund terrorism with Hezbollah or Hamas, but I have one bank account that has an additional $6 billion in it, and now I'm able to spend $6 billion over here to finance other things that are going to destabilize the nation that I've sworn to eradicate, Israel and America. So, cool. I'll happily give some more money to. They've been planning this for 4 years. The Quds, the Iranian Special Operations guys, training and preparing Hamas, advising on how to execute this. How do they get the intelligence to know what direction they need to fly with their paragliders, which areas, which you don't think they have scouts in all the Quds around Gaza to identify which houses they're going to be targeting? How do they find all that stuff out? The people that Israel was allowing out of Gaza to work as agricultural workers, they were going into these areas, these kibbutzes, into these houses, into these villages, doing recons for Hamas. So then when Hamas launched their attack on October 7th, they'd been funded. There's this amazing book called The New Rules of War. And The New Rules of War lines out all of the ways that America is not prepared to fight a war. By non-state actors, by corporations, by cartels, by violent extremist organizations using proxy methods. So, we are at war with Iran, period. They are funding every single group that just attacked our American base in Syria, that attacked our American base in Iraq, that attacked and killed a bunch of Americans in Israel. That was funded by Iran and trained by Iran. But we don't have an appetite to try and fight the war that they're fighting because they're doing it just we want that World War II, we want Patton standing on top of a tank, coming across, be like, there's Rommel, go and get him. That war is never going to happen again. And we're just not ready to fight this new type of war under these new rules of war, which is fighting non-state actors, fighting proxy wars, fighting corporations funded by governments, fighting cartels that are getting subsidized by governments, all to destabilize the greatest nation to ever exist in the history of mankind, us.
You were saying that you think we're more vulnerable now than we've ever been before, and you're legitimately worried that the United States might fall.
I am more worried now because of the lack of preparedness of the individual. Americans are fatter than they've ever been. They are, even though there's more guns now owned, there are fewer per capita owned by individual people that train regularly with them, people that are able to provide and protect for their families. All the metrics and measurements of that family's gonna be okay. That is the smallest that it's ever been. And our government right now is more vulnerable internationally than we've ever been. Our military is, even though I'm so proud to be a service member, when the Army tells me to do something, I 100% have no say whatsoever. I got to go do it. And I'm really proud to be part of the most elite fighting force on the planet. I think we are the weakest that we've ever been. Things together, and you just take a step back and the aggregate, the accumulation of all of these different factors make me be like, oh crap, we're vulnerable. The only way to combat that is the individual to start taking their own security and preparedness seriously. Get less fat, get more healthy, go and train, go and buy a gun, go and start exercising your freedoms. Learn what it means to volunteer in your school. So you have, cool, you can't start your own school. Cool, you can't homeschool. Well, get involved in your kid's school. Like, you got to do something, because if we continue down the path that we're in, we're done for. Like, soon. Not in like a generation. Like, right now. I'm scared.
Jesus Christ.
Would you have considered yourself a patient?
I'm sorry, I'm freaking out listening to this right now.
But that's good. There's a 20-year special forces dude that in the past 3 years has been in 4 gigantic international crises in 3 years. I've spent my entire adult life doing this. I run companies that train people to do this. Like the sole mission statement of the large company and every single subsidiary under them ultimately goes down to preparing people to provide for their families, to protect themselves, and to expand freedom. Like, I'm just gonna, the wave top, my elevator pitch would be like, that's all we do. And I'm scared. But for us not to hit the Titanic, it only took a couple of degrees change, right? And for the Titanic not to hit the iceberg, it would have just been like early enough us turning it just slightly. I don't think we're past a point where that can still be changed, where we can still avoid this what would be the catalyst of destruction for this nation. But the individual has to step up.
Well, the individual, but also we have to have changes in the approach that the government has.
Oh, yeah. Lobbyists have to go away. These gigantic PACs have to go away. We have to have age limits and term limits. Like, if these things don't happen, our republic is in a bad place. How cool would it be if we just had age and term limits within Congress?
It would be pretty nice at this point. I mean, when you see Mitch McConnell just fucking Windows 98 out.
When Dianne Feinstein voted the day before she died.
Yeah.
Did you see her aide that was like hitting her, being like, "Hey, you're supposed to vote yay on this. Hey, vote yay."
Yeah. That should be illegal.
Yeah. I mean,
how is it not?
How is it not?
Yeah. That's like she's not voting anymore. You're voting for her. You're dictating how she should vote.
Yeah, and
she's one of the most empowered people in the world.
That aide was making that decision off of the lobbyists that were telling her what to do.
Right.
All the special interests that were saying, "Okay, on these issues, this is how you're going to vote." And then that aide went and effectively voted for a congresswoman. Dude, that's insane. Yeah. Oh, this meme of George Washington with like the 4-2 nods. He's like, "Me and my homies would already be slaying right now." Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they would.
Yeah. People don't even recognize what a danger it is. It got so little outrage in the mainstream. So many people were just so ignorant to what was going on. It's almost like there's too much to pay attention to when things like this happen. People are so overwhelmed by. That's also the thing about the news cycle of today. You are being bombarded constantly with things to worry about. And then when there's nothing to worry about, then they hit you with climate change. When there's nothing to worry about, then they hit you with something else. There's like a constant barrage of things to occupy your attention. And meanwhile, decisions are being made that slowly erode everything this country is supposed to be founded for. We are the greatest nation to exist in the history of mankind. And in the cycle of dynasties, of empires, we're at the right limit of the average one of those. And Rome didn't die in a day. It was a slow decay of the things that made them special. We're still the greatest ever. And it's not, and I will be positive and I will be hopeful that, how do we fix this? Like, what do you think, Joe? Like, what are the things that an individual can do in a day? It seems so insurmountable, right? Like, oh, Tim, like, I can't fix Congress. Like, I don't get to pick the next president. I'm only in charge of me. Okay, be in charge of you. What does that look like? Right, we need a polar shift in the understanding of the importance of it. And I don't think you're getting that from many places. And I think really the only way you're getting that from is individuals like you speaking about it, people talking about it online, people that aren't captured by these massive institutions and corporations that do have a very specific narrative that they're discussing always and constantly. You're not getting these kind of conversations. They don't exist in the mainstream news. They don't exist anywhere else other than independent media. And that's been so strange. And it's one of the reasons why independent media has become so huge is because people are confused. It's like, why am I not being told what's really going on in some sort of an objective sense? Why am I not being informed of all the variety of things that are playing against the things that make this country great? Why is the concept of freedom being downplayed as some sort of a far-right perspective, which is so strange? So strange.
Fitness is far right.
Fitness is far right.
Eating healthy is
Eating is racist. Eating healthy is racist. It's so crazy. It's so crazy that they've managed to marginalize almost every positive thing and put it into a category of either racist or discriminatory or homophobic or whatever the fuck it is.
There's a fascinating, not a study, example of China combating information-wise. So at TikTok, the advertisements that are being fed to, let's say, a 14-year-old boy, right? He's seen like soft porn. He's seen like scantily clad girls. He's seen like drug vape things. And in America, that is the constant ad that he's being fed. And, go and party, be a TikTok star, be a YouTube influencer. Like, these are the things he's being fed nonstop. That exact same age person in China, on a China app, they're talking about becoming a strong contributing member of the Chinese society, being good in school, being a good athlete.
Yeah. Scientific accomplishments.
Athletic
accomplishments. Yeah.
America, they're fed things that destroy the individual. B, in China, they're being fed things that make the individual stronger and a better person in that society.
But the only way that you can get that is you have to give the government control, and the government has to be doing it for the will of the. They have to be doing it for the overall good of the nation. That's what their perspective is. When they're trying to make stronger Chinese citizens, they're doing it because of a very specific government mandate that's trying to strengthen China. They want their men to be more manly. They want all these things to take place that will strengthen their nation.
Yeah, and what do they want from Americans?
They want us to be weaker.
They want us to be weaker. They want us to be fatter. They want us to be more mentally unwell.
Yeah. But I don't think people realize that that's what it is. I think when people are trying to be a TikTok influencer, what are they saying? Well, they're saying, well, I don't want to work at a fucking insurance company. Like, what other job can I go? Oh, can I just, like, make wild, wacky videos of me eating, and I can make more money than I would ever if I got a college degree? Like, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you want to be the richest personal planner right now in Austin? Be in construction. Be an electrician. Be a plumber. Do you know how much those people are charging right now here?
Yeah. Well, this is a boom town.
They're worth like $200,000 average income of a good electrician here in Austin right now. You go to 2 years of trade school to become an electrician, right? You spend a year and a half, 2 as an apprentice. And then you go and you start working for a couple of years for a guy that owns a shop. You go and start your own. Your electrician business is going to be worth $10 million in 3 years here in Austin. But it takes a little bit of work. I'll give that to you. But you're not going to do the work. To be worth $10 million in 3-4 years from now, to do something that, like, that's another wild thing is, like, some of these jobs have been demonized. You know, it's not cool to be a plumber. It's not cool to be an electrician. It's not cool to be a roofer. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty cool to have a badass truck and be able to go home whenever you want, be able to hang out with your kids, make it every single weekend to their lacrosse or hockey games because you have successful businesses and you just did a little bit of work for a few years to build that thing.
It's very bizarre that we've somehow or another demonized blue-collar work and put white-collar work on a pedestal. Whereas, like, the freedom comes from owning your own business. That's real freedom. Sovereignty. Yeah, that's real personal sovereignty. Not having to report to some asshole that doesn't give a fuck about you and might fire you as soon as the company takes a downward turn. Oh, you've worked for that company for 25 years? Sorry. Here's a month's severance pay. Kick rocks. And that happens to people over and over again all the time. That they get so disillusioned and so disenfranchised and depressed. And so then the doctor puts them on medication.
And then they start eating crap food, and then they stop sleeping, and then they stop being intimate with their partner. And
What was me?
and and that's been the cycle for the past 30 years. Well, we can break that cycle, right? You get up early, you go and work out. But man, I got a 9 to 5, and I have to leave at 8 to commute. Got it. Wake up at 6.
Yeah.
You get an hour of workout. You get a great breakfast from the chickens. You just walk out. You pick up like these fantastic 10 grams of protein, micronutrient-rich things, and you put them in a pan with some just butter. Don't use anything else. Stay away from those seed oils. Then you come home from work. Oh God, you got a 30-minute commute through traffic. That sucks. Go do jiu-jitsu. Come back and have dinner with your family. Put the biggest smile on your wife's face after you guys pass out in bed. Dude, repeat for a couple of years. You start your own business.
Yeah. People need to hear that. And they don't. They don't hear it anywhere, which is crazy. We hear it from a few places. But
I look at like the Evans, Black Rifle Coffee.
Yeah.
Mike Glover at Fieldcraft Survival. Tony Primo, A Course of Action. Jack Carr from not just his success as an author, but also as a businessman. Like we can just go down the list of all these guys that just grabbed the reins of their horse and started directing it in the thing that they're passionate about, with discipline, a process, and hard work. Those 3 things yet again. And look at where they are right now. And I'm so proud to call them friends, but more importantly, I'm so proud that they're Americans, because that's the idea. And it's not this unattainable thing. Like you're calling it unattainable because you don't want to do the work necessary to be successful at it.
Wasn't Mike Glover put on some very fucking bizarre list?
So yeah, he was called a radical extremist by the FBI.
Because he was telling people
How to can food and pickle things.
that you should be prepared in case something goes south.
Yeah,
How bizarre is that?
This administration would and will not call Hamas the radical extremist, violent extremist organization, a terrorist organization that they are, but will call MAGA people radical insurrectionists. The two-party justice thing that we got going on right now that is dangerous for a republic. Mike Glover is an amazing dude. He served his country for 20 years. He was my boss for a little bit on the special operations side. We went to sniper school together. Saved my butt in sniper school. Do you know the story?
No.
Dude. Okay. Not that I need to talk about how amazing Mike Glover is, but he's an amazing human. All those dudes, Andy, Mike Sorelli, just great people. But so I'm writing a book right now called The Purpose of Pain. And my sniper partner during sniper school, he is dealing with a bunch of stuff, trauma from his last deployment. And I am such a selfish little prick. I am more concerned about being the #1 shooter in the school than my brother that is next to me every single day, right? We're sitting here on a stalk. I'm with him for 20, 30 hours at a time, and we're sitting here looking at the back of a tree. We're discussing every single thing, but I'm not listening into what he's actually telling me, and he's pouring it all out there because I'm too concerned with being Special Forces Sniper School honor graduate or something stupid that I was at the time. Ultimately, during the field shoot, which is a must-pass event during sniper school, in the middle of it, he stands up and he quits. Literally just stands up and says, he makes a wind call in the opposite of the wind direction, so I see it left to right, so we should take the target, dissect it, and hold it into the wind so the bullet travels and hits the target, right? So I see it left to right, and he gives me a right call. And I was like, hey man, give me a different call. You're missing this. And he's like, I'm freaking out. And I see his eyes start darting around, and he's just getting the pressure, and he stands up and says, I quit. And I said, in charge. School, it's you and a partner. So they walk over to the people that have already shot, and they say, hey, I need one person to volunteer for Tim with one target, with one bullet. It's a go, no go. He gets a first round hit. He graduates. He misses. He's out of school. And this is to like the pool, the people. Mike Glover's hand pops up. I know him. We're both in this special mission, like this unit called the CRIF, the SIT at the time, the Commanders and Extremist Force. It's a special operations, counterterrorism, hostage rescue unit within Special Forces. So like, it's a very small pool of people. So I knew who he was. And his hand goes up. The instructor, check this, he goes, okay, what if your graduation depends on this shot? Mike's words wouldn't change my answer. I don't know him. I've never shot with him. He volunteers and effectively puts his graduation go, no go of Special Forces Sniper School on me to come and lay down with me to make a shot. So they give me an M118 LR. It's a 175 grain match grade bullet for my 308. And they walk over and they go, here's your bullet, there's your target. So we measure it, slightly over 700 meters. We get our wind call, we take the shot. And as the bullet travels, you see a thing called trace. It's the displacement of vapor in the air. And it looks like this laser beam. And when you shoot really far, especially with a large, kind of slower bullet, 2,600 feet per second for a 175 grain bullet, you see this laser going directly towards the target. So the moment I press that trigger, Mike's like, center hit. Before it even hits, right? Before we even see that impact of that 40 by 20 target. And you see the splash, but it takes 3-4 seconds for the sound of that impact to reach us. So like, I see the trace, I know it's going to be hit. Mike stands up and he just starts walking off. Boom, and center impact, and they're like, where are you going? And he's like, with Tim, as graduates. Like, no big deal, just volunteered to shoot with the dude that he has no, like, that is the Mike Glover that I know. And that was the Mike Glover that was condemned, that has spent 20 years serving his country in the military, and then spent an additional factor of working for the 3-letter agencies protecting America, and then they have the audacity to label somebody like that. It's infuriating.
Has he been removed from that list?
I have, it was odd that you asked me that, because when I'm building these manifests to fly these people out of these countries, I want to run, we check to see if their names and their passport numbers and their date of births are on any lists where I want to bring one of these people into the United States that's on the list. I have a bunch of times, even in the past couple of weeks, I was like, I just would like to see if he's still on there. Yeah. But then I didn't want to because I didn't want to like run a name and him to be on there or him not to be on there, and then them to look at me to see that I ran his name unnecessarily. You know. Yeah, that's not good.
Fucked up dilemma.
Yeah. So I don't know if he's on our list. He shouldn't be. The dude's an amazing American.
Just the motivation to put him on that list is so fucking strange. He's teaching people to be prepared.
I'm like, shadow ban. If you try to share one of my posts today, you're going to get a notification from Instagram that I am sharing this information. And if you try to follow me on Instagram, if you go to Tim Kennedy MMA, you won't find me. You have to go down until I have like, couple million followers, and you will not find a verified. You'll see 20 fake Tim Kennedys until you find the verified Tim Kennedy. And if you click on it and you say follow, it will give you a thing that says Tim Kennedy spreads misinformation. And you have to say, okay, follow, for you to follow me on Instagram.
Didn't they tell you that you had to remove certain factual posts?
Yeah, I did. I deleted them all.
And what were they?
One was that Epstein did kill himself. The other one,
what the fuck does that have to do? Imagine that being a controversial position.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 of them. That was one of them. The second one was I listed economic problems within the American government that a couple $1 trillion was missing before 9/11, and
the Donald Rumsfeld speech.
That's the one.
Yeah.
He specifically said, but he did not say missing.
Right.
He said unaccounted for. So the third-party fact checker that I got a strike from because I said that we were missing over $2 trillion from, or $2 billion before 9/11, that then went missing after 9/11. They said, no. He didn't say missing. He said unaccounted for. So you're spreading misinformation. That was strike number 2.
Did you go back and edit it, or did you have to?
No, I just deleted the whole entire thing.
Just to keep your account.
Yeah, to keep my account, but I'm still like I said, can't be searched on Discovery. Can't share my posts. Can't follow me.
Yeah.
It's like they're doing the thing. And then the third one was my son and I were playing Nerf. And it was a video in like first person of me chasing my, at the time, 7-year-old with a Nerf gun. And they said that I was violated the community guidelines of sharing violence and encouraging violence. And it was a Nerf battle between me and my 7-year-old, which I also deleted. But that post currently still says, like, your strike is from violating the community guidelines of encouraging violence and
Nerf guns.
A Nerf battle with my 7-year-old.
What about video games? If you play like some like war simulation video game, is that a violation as well?
I don't know.
I know they ding people on hunting. Like you have that Montana Knife Company hat. Josh from Montana Knife Company just posted something that he's been attacked because he showed a hunting photo because his wife killed late season elk with a rifle. And this is a photo of this Nosler rifle, this beautiful rifle, the elk that they shot, the animal they harvested, they're going to eat, and that got. He got notification that his account cannot be shown to anyone other than his followers. It's insane. Like, what? What are we doing?
A great small business guy that gives back and incredible. Another great human. Where one of my friends, Af, he's a command sergeant major at 7th Special Forces Group. And they do this thing on this, like, change your responsibility where they give gifts. And normally it's like something dumb, like a lighter that's engraved, right? So I hit up Josh. I was like, hey man, one of my homies that I went to war with this guy. I love this man to death. Ath is like one of the greatest humans to ever walk the face of the planet. Can I buy some knives and hook me up, with a good deal? He makes the 7th Special Forces Group red color for their the emblem that you wear on your beret, that red, he puts on the handle of the speed coat. Then he makes it black, and then he takes the crest and he puts it on the blade, and then he sends it to him to give to his dudes. And never saw an invoice, just like Josh being Josh, dude.
No, he's the best. I went pig hunting with him recently. Such a good guy. An amazing business and an amazing story of a guy who he came up with a name, Montana Knife Company, and copyrighted or patented or whatever I think he was 19 years old. Yeah. And the company's only been around for a couple of years. And it's fucking gigantic. It's huge. It's killing it.
They make great knives.
They make amazing knives. Amazing
I'm
knives.
talking into making some fun. So obviously, while I didn't want to get murdered by a bunch of terrorists when I was overseas, so I had stuff to take care of me. And I sent Josh a photo of me with one of his bigger knives. It's like I kept it right underneath my body armor as I was cruising around that kind of contested area of southern Israel. And that knife is just sitting underneath my body armor. And thankfully, I never had to use it, but it would also been a picture I would have sent to Josh, and he'd be like, dude, I don't want to see this. You are such a psychopath.
Right.
It would have been blast, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably doesn't want to see that, but it's just insane, that kind of censorship, and I don't understand it. I don't understand who is following him in the first place. I mean, he makes a hunting knife company. It's a hunting knife company.
Who does it benefit a censor?
And I don't understand it. It's leftist people that are involved in these organizations that have a very specific ideology that they adhere to, and they think that anybody who is pro-America is in some way, shape, or form negative.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. And I'm sure I'm on some of those lists.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm like weirdly, I fucking sneak through.
You're kind of too big to mess with.
It's odd. Well, I'm friends with Zuckerberg. It's nice.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I can text him and go, hey, what the fuck is going on with this? You know, and he's a good guy, but his company is run. I mean, he's a publicly traded company that is filled with people that are in the tech industry. And I think a lot of those people are out of their fucking mind. They're out of their fucking mind. And I had a conversation with Elon about it last night. We discussed it. He says it's a death cult. He says people are a death cult. They think that there should be less human beings. They think that human beings are the problem. And they just have this specific ideology that they want to push on everyone. And anything that's even remotely opposed to that, like hunting, is that most of these, how many of these people fucking eat meat? And somehow or another they think that hunting somehow or another is in opposition to this leftist position.
Yeah. X has gotten really fun.
X is so much fun.
It's so much more fun.
That wild motherfucker spent $44 billion, and we discussed it last night. We did a podcast last night, and he said, I don't want to sound melodramatic, but I did it to save humanity. And I think it's
the only place that I can have a rational conversation and actually say what I think, as you should be able to do in the First Amendment way,
and not worry about getting banned.
Yeah. And I'm not saying crazy, like you could go and read every single thing that I've ever said on Twitter. I'm not saying wild stuff.
Right.
There's no like inappropriate, like I try to say some funny things sometimes, but not like any of your freaking hilarious comedian friends like the dude that just walked out.
Shane goes,
that guy is so funny.
He's the man.
Dude, he is so funny.
I've got him working out.
Dude.
I got those guys working out. I brought my buddy Brian Simpson was here, Duncan Trussell was here, Matt McCusker. I told those guys, I go, if you want to work out, I will take you through a workout. I go, I won't kill you. We're going to build up slowly. So today was the third day. I've got them pushing themselves, but nothing crazy. I don't want to break you down. I don't want you injured. I go, I will develop a very specific program and get you up to speed. And as long as you stay consistent, you will see radical changes.
In your life in every measurable way.
And they're seeing it. I got them cold plunging. I got them in the sauna. They wanted to quit. They wanted to quit, like, we'll just do 10 minutes. I go, fuck that. I go, you do it 20 minutes. I threw water on the rocks. I go, now let's make it harder. I go, we're going to do 20 minutes, man. And I go, when it's done, you're going to feel good that you got through those 20 minutes because those last 10 are going to suck. Because you get in the first couple minutes, like, it's not that bad. I go, right. It's not that bad yet. Until 10 minutes comes around. 10 minutes is you're going to feel uncomfortable. And when you can survive it, and you just have to learn how to just accept the fact that you're suffering.
Yeah.
Just deal with it.
That's so awesome.
And then they get in the cold plunge afterwards, and then in the beginning, you can only tell your movies are fuck this. And I'm like, listen, man, it's all in your mind. And you're going to realize that when you do it a second time, and a third time, and now it's still 3 minutes. So it gets in that
endorphin, serotonin.
It's like a Molly. Yeah, I go, yeah, because what happens is your endorphins, your dopamine ramps up by 200% naturally in a healthy way. It makes you nicer to people you run into. You feel better, and it lasts for hours and hours throughout the day.
Who's a Stanford neuroscientist, Huberman.
It's amazing.
He did a podcast on the benefits and also the approach, methodology, and process of cold plunging and sauna.
Yeah.
And I just copied and pasted that whole entire. Again, here it is, discipline, process, and hard work. I took his process, the way that he recommended to do this for both sauna and cold plunge, just life-changing.
Huberman got censored by Wikipedia. You know what happened? Huberman, I had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on my podcast, and Huberman made a comment, and that comment was, I hope that more presidential candidates submit to long-term conversations like this. That's all he said. They removed all his published papers, all of his peer-reviewed, all of his work, all of his papers that are scientific papers. They removed all of that from Wikipedia. You no longer see how is it possible? How insane is that? And they locked down his account where you can't edit it anymore. They literally and they said something about I don't know what negative thing. I don't want to even say about it, but it's fucking insane. So what does Elon do? He offers Wikipedia $1 billion to change their name to Dickipedia.
Is he just a crazy person?
He's a wild motherfucker.
I mean, it's wild.
He's a wild motherfucker. He really wants to fight Zuckerberg. He said it last night. He wants to fight him in the Coliseum. He said, I'll fight him in a house with a mouse. Well, it was like, I don't give a fuck. Let's do it. I'm like, you really want to fight him? He's like, yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to. Let's do it.
Yeah, he needs to start training. Make sure you get him on the.
Yes. He thinks he can just do it with no training. It puts his, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Someone who's very smart at one thing thinks they're great at everything. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Because I was trying to discuss with him, he's talking about the size difference. I'm like, you need to roll with someone who's like 145 pounds, like my friend Gabe Tuttle at 10 pound jiu-jitsu, who could just fucking strangle you.
Demetrius Johnson. You know, take this tiny little human and like, good luck with that.
Good fucking luck. Yeah, good luck dealing with that badger. There's a skillful, intelligent badger.
And wildly gifted. Physically, intellectually, I mean, I think he was underappreciated, one of the best ever.
Like, he's the best expression of the martial arts I've ever seen. And when he was in his prime, I don't think anybody was better than Demetrius Johnson.
You watch Francis's fight?
Amazing. He won.
He won that
fight. They know he won that fight. He won on one judge's scorecard who was honest, and I think the judge only gave him one round, where I think he should have given him two. Should have won by more than 1 point. But at least one judge scored it right, and then that other judge who scored it 96-93 for Tyson Fury should go to jail. Get the fuck out. And then, was the other one who's 95-94 in favor of Tyson Fury. So great. Or 96-95, whatever it was. It's look, he fucking dropped one of the amazing. And he looked for that left hook over and over again. It was clearly something they were looking for. And look, he's fucking incredible. To have your first boxing match ever against the lineal heavyweight champion, a 6'9" fucking juggernaut who's been beating everybody, and rock him. And then rock him again in the 8th round with a barrage of punches. I mean, it was fucking amazing performance. Amazing. One of the greatest combat sports performances in the history of the arts. Yeah. Of the history. I was screaming. My dog freaked out. I was like, it's okay. It's okay, buddy. Daddy's happy. He's scary. Oh my God, he's amazing. And when you see that guy's origin story, when you want to talk about a man who persevered, that guy for 14 months, he made his way from Cameroon to Morocco and 7 times got arrested and sent back to the fucking Sahara Desert. And made his way right back to Morocco and finally made it across to Europe on a raft. Was in prison for months and then lived as a homeless person in a fucking parking garage in France. It's amazing.
The movement that he had made from Cameroon into Morocco, I've traversed multiple times. It is hellacious. I mean, it's like the most unforgiving terrain with radical groups, with property owners like water to water trying to travel. The water's controlled by warlords. So his story is just like so inspiring.
It's incredible. It's a comic book story. It's like an origin story in a movie that you wouldn't believe. And to have this guy go in his first ever boxing match against a guy who nobody gave him any chance, and to have the Las Vegas odds, like the online betting odds, in the last round in his favor, was fucking incredible. Because it was like 14-1 at the start of the fight. And at the end of the fight, he was favored. And he should have won. Dude. He should have won. Yeah. They fucked him. But they didn't, because the world saw it. Like, you could write all the bullshit you want in terms of scorecards. The fucking world, including boxers, all the boxers that were there said that he should have won.
But now, he gets another gigantic payday. His perceived worth is through the roof, skyrocketed.
Tyson Fury's not going to fight. Yeah, I'll tell you that. He didn't want no part of that. They tried to bring that up. He was, no, I'm going to fight Usyk for the world title. Like, nobody wants to see that, buddy. Yeah. Nobody wants to see that.
But who are they going to fight in PFL? Who are they going to put him against?
I mean, if I was in Ghana, as much as I love watching him fight MMA, I would tell him, you're going to make so much money in boxing. And I think he might be able to beat them all. I think he's that good. I think he's that much of a freak. Well, he was always more of a striker than anything else anyway. But he's such a quick study. If you look at the fight with Cyril Gane, he beat Cyril Gane with grappling with a fucking completely blown out knee. He took an immense chance.
Like he's never has been a grappler, has no real background in grappling.
Right.
He goes and out grapples a guy that has been doing this for a long time.
Amazing. He's an incredible person. He's incredible, and the fact that he gambled on himself, he vacated the UFC heavyweight title, which is the most prestigious title in all combat sports. You can say anything you want about the world heavyweight boxing champion, but everybody fucking knows that the world heavyweight UFC champion will fuck that dude up in a real fight. That's the reality of the world. That's the reality of everybody knows that, especially everybody who knows.
He's the baddest dude on the planet.
He's the baddest dude on the planet. 100%. And the only person that has a chance is John Jones. And John Jones unfortunately just tore his fucking pec off the bone.
That video was heartbreaking.
Horrible to see. Horrible to see because I was really looking forward to that fight with Stipe. But in a perfect world, Francis makes a fucking $1 dollars and then the UFC resigns him and then he fights John Jones for the most epic encounter in the history of combat sports. That is a perfect world. That's a perfect world. But at least Francis, he got his flowers from the whole world. The whole world saw it. You can fucking lie all you want. You can have your bullshit scorecards. You can have your paid off judges. You can have your corruption. You can have your nonsense. Everybody knows what happened in that fight. And what happened in that fight was Francis Ngannou beat the best heavyweight boxer maybe ever. Maybe ever. Right. And then what happens if he fights all those other guys? What happens? That motherfucker hit so hard. And I was always wondering, like, how is his power with the big gloves on? Well, we fucking know. We fucking know. The look on Tyson Fury's eyes when he went down in the third round from that left hook, he was like, oh, Jesus.
It was it was a clubbing.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of ass behind it. He had stepped into it. He didn't turn his shoulder over. He just hit him with a hook.
Yeah.
And it put him all the way to Kerr Street.
Yeah, he was on Court Street for sure. And, there was a moment in the second round that I yelled out. I was like, oh, he hurt him there. In the second round, there was a moment in the clinch where he hit Tyson Fury with an uppercut, but then the commentators didn't even notice it. He hit him with a right hand over the top. And the right hand was a short clubbing right hand. You see the look in Tyson Fury's eyes where he's like, Jesus, that power is fucking extraordinary. But not just the power, but the intelligence to deliver that power in the most high-pressure situation imaginable. Your first boxing match is against the Gypsy King, a 6'9" fucking phenom who's one of the best boxers to ever do it. Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. And he just fucking cashed his own check. I mean, he is the man now. I mean, he's in demand everywhere. Everybody saw that fight. It was a huge fight. And now they're talking about him fighting Deontay Wilder. They're talking about him fighting some other people. Anthony Joshua stepped up. Ooh, yeah.
I love pugilistic sports. It's as crazy as this world has been. Wrestling, boxing, and MMA, jiu-jitsu has been so fun from this last ADCC to UFC. The past 5-6, not the most recent card, but 3 or 4 of them this year have just been dynamite. Tons of finishes. Lots of watching Sean Strickland, his rise, and crazy beating what I thought stylistically to be a very hard matchup. So God, I love martial arts. Another thing that I wish every single American would pour themselves into, because it is the reward you get from it is.
Well, everybody wants to talk about the bullying crisis, but the counterintuitive solution to the bullying crisis is teach bullies how to fight. Teach everyone how to fight. And
Not just the victims.
Right.
You take, I want every bully to come into my jiu-jitsu school.
Yes.
Because they won't be bullies anymore.
They won't. And what it is a deep insecurity and this desire to impose yourself on other people to somehow or other make yourself feel better because you are lacking. And if you are not lacking, you don't want to do that. Do you think Francis Ngannou is a bully? He's not. He's a very nice guy.
All the most savage Jews on the planet.
The nicest guy.
They're the nicest, sweetest, graceful people.
Yeah.
And another Jordan Peterson philosophical perspective on, a good man isn't a useless man. A good man is a man that is capable of violence but chooses to be kind.
Yes.
Chooses to be graceful. And I 100% agree and subscribe.
Be a monster and learn how to control it.
Just an absolute my mom hates this word savage.
Yeah.
But a savage under control is somebody like that. Would you rather be the gardener in the war or the warrior in the garden? Right? Like, I want to be able to create. I want to be able to write. I want to, I want to be a contributor and a good lover and a good father and a good entrepreneur. But like, let's call a spade a spade. Like, I will wear your skin. I will destroy everything about I will salt the fields. I'm talking like scorched earth, permanent destruction, everything that you love. If you come at me or towards mine, but inversely, my kids will never ever understand the level of violence that I'm capable of to be as kind and as gentle as I am to them.
Yeah.
That's what I want that for everybody.
On that note, let's wrap this up with that. It's perfect. Tim Kennedy, you're the fucking man.
No, man, I love you. Thank you for giving people like me opportunity to talk about the things that we love and believe in. I was really struggling. Like, man, I don't know if we can talk about this, but thank you.
It's complicated and it's difficult, but it's important. And thank you for being you, because there's not a lot of people that can express it the way you have. Appreciate it. Bye, buddy. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're going to buy in this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
Less time you search for God, less time you spend praying, talking, connecting with God. It's time that He has you in a place of vulnerability. He has you in a place where you're softened to Him, even when it's a place of strength in one arena. You're getting better, you're strengthening yourself, you're trying to purify yourself through God. The enemy uses that transition to make you feel so bad about yourself, to make you feel so ugly, that you'll turn yourself away from God. But he'll make you believe that it's God turning Himself from you. But I assure you, it's not. My arms are always open, and I'm facing right at you. I do nothing more than you run right into them. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask a question, dial 800-520-1534. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Rich County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Transformation begins. I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour news. Hollywood Boulevard, as you know it, is going back. Changes are coming to the iconic street. Including protected bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and dedicated bus lanes. This project is about making Hollywood safer, transforming how residents, workers, and visitors use this iconic street. LA City Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says more than 3.5 miles of changes will cost around $8 billion, with Metro footing most of the bill. Construction is set to begin in the fall. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Trolley, KFI News. The multi-million-dollar winning lottery ticket has been sold in SoCal for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley, and there's 5 of the 6 numbers missing, only the Powerball number. Lucky winners scored $2.5 with a crash popping up through South LA on 105 westbound at Vermont. Also put in a Coughlin Boulevard in the second crash there. Seems to be so not see what's going on there. Now, as you make your way through the Pasadena portion of the 210 West in Sierra Madre, then crash from there to Arcadia, the 210 West in Baldwin as well. Some boxes in the roadway from Anaheim, it's on 57 South in Catella. Stall is still clear now as you head through the 60 on the freeway. This is going to be a purple and it's blocked off eastbound at Mission Boulevard through here at Loma. And Jesus Christ. It is the Jesus Christ show. Your holiness, happy to be with you this Sunday as I do every single Sunday. Talking about things important in life. John, welcome to the Jesus Christ show. Hi, John. What's going on?
Yeah, my question is that I've been baptized as a believer, and I do read scripture and I do attend church, however, I'm surrounded by my family. What I would call kind of atheists. In other words, they're not believers who have been baptized. They mock every word and action that I pursue in my life. And it's very damaging and very painful to me. So I was wondering if there's a passage of scripture that you can help me focus on so that I can receive some answers from them.
Okay, well, for one, I'm not sure why you'd expect them to love you through this. I mean, they disagree with you. I think it's silly in their own eyes, and that's okay. There's why are you looking for them to somehow pat you on the back for something like this?
Well, maybe I'm not, but it sure feels like I'm carrying the cross.
Well, that's part of the process. I will assure you, as the one who did carry the cross, but there is a process of growing that happens through this. And Scripture says that they're going to treat you the same way they treat me, and that there's going to be problems. And if you read Matthew chapter 10, starting at verse 34, it says, "Do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but sword. For I came to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's enemies will be members of his own household." And that points out that there's going to be problems even in your own family. And that's okay. As you grow in Scripture, as you grow in learning, expect people to press up against you. Resistance is not a bad thing, John. If you look at everything in life and its beauty, the bird flying, the fish swimming, that those things can only happen due to resistance. The bird only flies because of the resistance of the wind. The fish only swims because of the resistance of the water. Resistance is something that should propel you forward, not keep you back. Don't expect everybody to love you, they didn't love me. Don't expect everybody to high five you, even your own family, when you were bettering yourself or they've been forgotten. Especially if they don't understand it. If they don't conceptualize it and be able to put it, especially if they're, as you say, scientific atheists in their own words, and they're not always loved, by the way, but just because they come from that mindset, they can't put your experience in a petri dish. They're not going to understand. Steve, welcome to the Jesus Christ show. My pleasure, Steve. And in the last little while, we get to also got all the church we have to get a good sense, just sort of exited Deuteronomy and Leviticus, sort of sense of knowledge of all the horrifying things that take place there. And the good thing for me is also sort of thinking that, keeping faith as mine. I thought of God and said, please just help me find, because I cannot accept that loving God gives him people, guilty or not, loving guilty or them, people, I think, eternal portion. And therefore, I cannot accept that he was kindness as far as that God still loves me. I feel so wrong to the fact that one day this is just an excuse to continue to control and enjoy in a certain sense. Right? In other words, there were no help. We can't find, but I still find these sort of sidestep because I'm my own self. So I understand that I can't actually close some kind of things up. And just lastly, for example, I have some wonderful moms who I work with and are great friends, and they are people also who are great older than I. And according to those in my congregation, no, help me. And that just, when I think of that, then I try to express something to someone else, all from the clinical dreams right out. Because I think of that, and they, follow, they express that different dogmas that surround the various sorts of Christian faith, and then of course all the rest of Muslims, etc. So that's my point.
Okay, and I think it's legitimate. I think it's a healthy place to be. I think if you're a believer and you don't go through this in your walk, you don't ask those questions, and you're not concerned about that, I think that there might be an issue with your heart. However, if you don't work through it, I think that there's an issue with your faith, possibly your head. They meld together, and there's a way to explain and to see them. We'll go through as much as we can and give time for it. To give you a little different perspective. First of all, I've always been humored by the fact that people have an issue with hell because they feel people haven't earned it, but they have no problem thinking people have earned heaven, which they have not. So if it is based on those kinds of concepts, yet people have a problem with that, yet inherent in every culture, every world belief system, so every religious belief, everything, always has a punitive punishment system. Always. It is inherent in man to understand that punishment is not only important, that it's just and it is good. Everyone stands up at the end of the movie when the bad guy gets it and cheers. Everyone stands up when the bad guy is arrested or has to pay for the crime that they committed, because that's good. Yet for some reason, when it comes to God, things that are the holiest of holy, the God should just kind of brush it off and say, yeah, it's all right. So let's look and see what really is being done. And the problem is that man keeps comparing themselves to one another. You just did it with religion. You said all these religions, they're kind of the same, or they may be different, but they're really trying hard, they're sincere. And as it's been said, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The problem lies in the fact not that there are differing views, that no one believes that there is a true view, yet they do in every other walk of their life. If you pick up gasoline and put it into a glass, it looks very similar to apple juice. But there's two very different consequences when you consume it. So it's not about appearances, it's not about things that you feel comfortable with, it's about the reality. And the reality is that the sins you commit are not against one another. The sins you commit are against God, who is a holy and righteous eternal it's because you're looking towards man, though. It's not against the analogy that I give is that if you were to slap your brother in wrestling, you're messing around in the house and you slap your brother, it's a bad thing. But if you slap your mother, that's a worse thing, right? Same act on a different person, different consequences, right? Okay, now the police officer comes and he says, why did you slap your brother and why did you slap your mom? And he slapped the police officer. Different consequences, right? Same act. Same act, right? Okay, when you slap the face of the holy, righteous, eternal God, the consequences by definition are eternal, period. Now to wrestle with that is to make God human or to make you superior. And you're not. Neither are true. The key is to understand you get focused on the act. And this is how humans work. They focus on themselves. Even the faithful focus only on themselves instead of focusing on God and who they're slapping when they reject the will of God. That is what the punishment is. In a moment, I'll explain a little bit more. So hang tight, Steve. We'll get into what hell really is, and maybe that might give you a better understanding. But marinate, think about that. It's not about the act. You keep going back to the act. It's about who you're doing the act upon. That is why the consequences are so bad. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask a question, dial 800-522-1555. So right to the merchant ship, minutes after they took Yeah, I can do this dresser by myself, no problem. 3 times stronger is the difference between an arrow and a Oops. Versus Iron 3. I got it. Let me take this out. I got this out. I got the door. Coming through. Wow, this is great. Casual Legendary Oil is 3 times stronger than only with Folsom Barrels, even on maximum performance with every drive. This viscosity rate transmission stronger oil for maximum performance. Shop for Casual Legendary Oil on Amazon. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most important time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook. Use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, call them Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients are real 100% fruit juice to help them all through the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Wanting the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety. That's 6 cocktail bags to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party pink. Level up your next gathering and order your sweet Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to artesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how the medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. We have some delays here as we make our way through the Hawthorne stretch. A slight here delays on 105 westbound Hawthorne Boulevard. So vehicle crashed there off to the right shoulder. Certainly a bit of a hazard there. Be careful. As you head through the Seal Beach stretch, 405 northbound Seal Beach Boulevard, you got a stalled vehicle there. Also, as you make your way through the Cascade area, you've got some construction work southbound past the Candy to Lake Hughes Road. Watch for delays. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Beaton. Chatting with Steve. Steve, you still there? Thanks so much for holding on. I marinated on a little bit of what I was saying about that it's not about the act, it's about who you do the act on that creates the consequences. I will say also the concept of hell, which is a great concern not only for you, for others, is different than what people think it is. Now, wash away all of the emotive parts of different belief systems. It's not about that. Logic states that regardless of how you feel about something, there are certain laws in which are universal. You have a phone number. It has certain digits in it. If I call that phone number and I'm off one digit, I don't get you by default. I don't even get your name necessarily. So in life, you can't just say, well, if it's close enough, I should be okay. Now, that would be great for people who counterfeit money. It's like, well, it looks pretty close. There is reality, and there are things that aren't reality. There are things that are true, and there are things that are false. That's just the way it goes. Every truth claim is going to have, is going to be exclusionary by definition. So that's something you need to get over, because that's the reality of everything. Every belief system you mention believes the same of you. So that is everything. You are who you are, Steve, and no one can take that away from you.
It's the concept of a kid yelling mom in a grocery store. You might have a bunch of women that turn around, but only one is his mother. So there's more to it than just the term God. There's more to it than just sincere faith. And it's not about ignorance either. Hell is not about ignorance. It's about rejection of God. So everyone will hear the message and reject it. So like that glass of apple juice versus the glass of gasoline, everyone must be told one of these, this one is gas and will hurt you if you drink it. This one is apple juice and you'll be fine. But they will refuse one and drink the other, and that's where the consequence lies. In addition to that, the concept of hell is very different from what people think. The concept of hell is not about the fire and brimstone that people assume that it is. Hell is the absence of the salvation of God. And in that is a place that has, there's nothing to satiate that quench. I'll explain more. Listen, it's a Jesus Christ show. To ask a question, dial 800-520-1534. Sandy Wells live for the KFI 24-hour news. Three people have been arrested for attempted murder after allegedly chasing a man and shooting him at a community center in San Bernardino County. Police say the relationship between the guys is not clear. They think the attack last week was a retaliation for a stabbing that happened in 2022 near the Milton Grove Shopping Center. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure. The drive-thru's last day is today. Republican Senator Marco Rubio has warned that the U.S. needs to take border security seriously following the ISIS attack in Russia that killed more than 130 people. Their aspirations go beyond Russian Iraq. They would love to do what they did in Moscow here inside the United States. And it's something we have to be very vigilant about. When we have a border in which 9 million people have come across in the last 3 years. Rubio, who's also the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, says he's not claiming that there's an imminent threat to the U.S., but the border situation and the existence of ISIS trafficking network are things that should not be overlooked. Pope Francis has led the Palm Sunday celebration at St. Peter's Square, but he's been reading his homily at the last minute, which officials say is unusual, especially on a major event. Pope has been suffering from his health in the past few weeks and has delegated aid to read for him, but today his prepared text was not read at all. Got a crash in Hawthorne. It's on the 105 freeway. And luckily, things moving along fairly well through the areas. The 105 Century Freeway westbound at Hawthorne Boulevard. It's through Hawthorne, crashed down the right shoulder. And looks like just some slight delays on the hazard and anything as you head through, so be careful. This one hazard to stall on the Sea Beach stretch of 405 North and Sea Beach Boulevard. And through Cascade, with the semi, it's a crash here on 105 South and Temple Highway. Much for some slight delays there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Peter. Southern weather from KFI. Wind advisory starting at 11. Partly cloudy this morning, becoming mostly cloudy. Chance of showers and slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s for Metro LA and OC. Mid-60s along the coast. Mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. And 40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valleys. It'll be mostly clear tonight and sunny. Warmer tomorrow, 63 down in Westminster. We expect 21 degrees in Mission Viejo. We need local. Live for the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells. This college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrilled and excited of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up
up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, give all of your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new model means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas. Or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. Sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
We're having a conversation with Steve that keeps getting rudely interrupted by commercial breaks. A very interesting question that Steve was asking about the concept of hell. And I love that it comes from such a great place, Steve. We know that this is something that is rocking your faith. And the reason why I'm so impassioned by it, because I think it's imperative to have an understanding that punishment is not evil. Punishment is necessary because of evil. And the concept of hell, if you don't, is there particular music that you can't stand, Steve? Okay, that's a legitimate choice. So polka, yeah, Steve doesn't like polka. I get it. I understand. There may be a problem. So you don't want to listen to polka for a couple of hours. You certainly don't want to listen to it for a year, right? And if you don't want to listen to it for a year, you wouldn't want to listen to it for 10 years. And if you don't want to listen to it for 10 years, you're not going to want to listen to it for eternity. So God creates a place where the salvation of God is not. Because there are those that reject God throughout life. And God says, if you don't want to serve me, If you don't want to love me and obey me for the 70, 80s, generously 90 years you have, measly years that you have on this planet, I will not force you to do it for eternity. I will allow you to go to a place where I'm not. Now, the consequence of that is that people don't understand how much God they get in life, whether they believe or not. They're still reaping benefits. It's like somebody who drinks soda all the time says they hate water, but don't understand that water's in soda. They're getting if they didn't get water, they'd die. So they're getting it from somewhere. It's maybe not the best choice, but they're getting it from somewhere. Likewise, people are getting parts of God, even non-believers, as the Bible says, it rains on the just and the unjust. But there must be a place where those that don't want God, that reject God, that doesn't mean you can say, I believe in God or I'm doing good, because your good doesn't matter, Steve. God's good is the ruler. And if you think about having a contractor come and build something for you in your house, you don't want somebody who means well, but whose ruler is different than yours. Because the house needs to be built based on a measuring system that you adhere to, or that the rules of the land adheres to. Otherwise, it's going to be built faulty. So in that sense, if it's just anybody's belief and anybody believes anything, there is no truth and there's no worthy of having faith at all or any purpose to it. It is all about God. It's not about you in that sense. And to compare yourself to others and say, well, I'm better than this, or even as those groups of moments you said, that I agree, amazingly dedicated and loving people. And you start pointing to all these different faiths and saying, or different belief systems, and you say, well, what about these people? What about that people? Then it becomes a hard issue. I get that. And there's argument to be said, especially for the different denominations of Christianity, and some would put, obviously, Mormons into that category versus there are some, as you said, that would say, oh no, they're separate. Well, and above all of that, to compare yourself to another human being may get you far in the judicial system of the United States or any government, but it doesn't get you far enough for God. If the measuring rod is next to God, not the person next to you, then it's important to understand that God is the final judge. So to sit there and kind of measure yourself and say, well, I'm better than this person, or they're better than me, or this and that, that's not what it's about. If there is a God, there is one. Our Jewish brothers and sisters would say the Shema. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Echad, one. There is but one God. And if there is one God, that one God is the one that deserves the attention of creation. Regardless of emotion, regardless of what have you, every belief is exclusionary. Every belief system believes that it's right. Every belief system contradicts one another. So they cannot all be right. They can all be wrong. But they can't all be right. So it's fair to say there's a right way to do it. You do this every day in your life. Every day in your life, you make decisions based on what is right versus what is wrong. And when it comes to religion, nobody wants consequences. Nobody thinks it's fair. Well, let me tell you what's fair. A holy, righteous, true, and eternal God created you and wants you to be with Him for eternity. But if you reject Him, out of respect, He will allow you to go where He is not. And in doing so, you will feel burning, the gnashing of teeth, not based on the punishment of flames and fire, but somebody and shot them, the decision is final. You don't get to say, oh, well, I don't like the way the consequences look, so I'd like to reverse it. It's done. Not because God is mean, not because God is stamping his feet like a child, actually says, you didn't do it my way, so you're done. Because God is loving, God is just. And it's not that everywhere else gets justice except God. God is supposed to be, he is supposed to wave it. That is not loving. That is like the parent that doesn't care or doesn't give any consequence to their child. That is not loving. You see it every day. It is not loving to look the other way and just hug someone when they do wrong and harm others and reject truth. I don't expect that from God either. I don't expect God to look the other way. Okay, Jesus Christ, to ask a question. God, take you 5 to 0. John Coco speaking at the political trash, one hack at a time. Taking a duster. 3:30 on KFM. Spring is in full bloom, and that same building counter at King's College also includes your clothes. Now you got your washing machine working overtime, and maybe need some help. Enter a fresh appliance kit, the one and only washing machine cleaner made of magic or made for clients. Now for a fresh appliance kit on Amazon. It's tournament time. The proud excitement of March Mania is here. You can get it on the Shared DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn live bucks into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how the medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about your idiosyncratic problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See it for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-Dupixent.
No matter what the day brings, check out Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients are full of 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is unsweetened fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles for juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 carpet with advanced control mist. The new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Adjust lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for non-continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Featuring a lower sweat-resistant sport formula to keep
Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, please there for them and their families left behind. We're sending our greatest families and our nation to never forget 9/11. The Tunnel to Towers. 90% towers goes to those programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate 11 colors of milk to Tunnel to Towers at TTT.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. Good stall for Seal Beach on 405 San Diego Freeway northbound for Seal Beach Boulevard. It's going to be in the center divider there. And a tow truck is on scene, but looks like it's going to be there a little while longer. Now, through the Hawthorne portion of 105 Century Freeway westbound Hawthorne Boulevard, still have a wreck here. So only will crash off to the right. And you can't stay in today's 5 south at Temple Highway, just slight. Got a set right there, right hand block. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Marvito. The question is a healthy one, but principles of salvation deal with giving your life to Christ. It means that there's a lot of things that drive your life. Sex, drugs, rock and roll, whatever it may be. And whoever's in the wheel is going to determine whether that be you, self-worship, that it's all about you, or whether the principles that are in Scripture, the things that are taught in Judeo-Christian precepts, are part of your life. If they're not, it's like you ask me right now, well, what does relationship mean? Well, it's when you put somebody in a place of purpose in your life. You exchange ideas. You propel yourself based on that relationship, protecting it and understanding every deepening it. It's a process. It's not just one particular day, but it's for our salvation. The word self means secure, safe. Purpose of it, deliverance. The purpose of it is to understand there is a God that loves you, that created you, that wants to have a relationship with you, and wants to guide your life. Once you understand His will, that's just the maker. And His will is what will help you to live efficiently in a way that is just and loving towards the rest of creation. And if you rebel against those ways and you continue to just do it however you want, then you're not in a place with God. However, if you put God first, you have given your life to God, truly to God. That is salvation. It's said in Scripture that if you confess your sins and that God is faithful and just to forgive, that if you confess before man that God is your Savior, if you believe, some people talk about it as the sinner's prayer, and that's praying for God to meet you, for God to give my life to you, you are the center of my life. I want you to direct my life. From here on out, I will see myself as a Christian degree, respond to those that ask that I'm a Christian, not because they're looking for a label, but because the word means to be a follower of the unity. And that if you find yourself in a good Bible teaching church and you're reading God's word, then you're in that relationship and you're experiencing It's not lying if you're passing on something you believe to be true. Lying is for the purpose of deception.
Okay, but again, that neighbor, I mean, no, I hate to be such a, persistent on this, but I just think
You're getting hung up on your word neighbors that
well, no, this is again, that you're lying to hurt someone.
yes.
For example, if your wife were to ask you how she looked in the dress that she just bought, and let's say your wife is 35 years old, and she's looking kind of not so good, you might say you look fine, you look great. And are you sinning, or are you?
Okay. This is what they call situational ethics. It applies to scripture. That there are times where it is better to, kill a lie to save a life than to kill a life to save the truth. The neighbor part, I will tell you this: the neighbor is referring to anyone. It's not just the immediate people. The term neighbor is because of the small communities that were inherent back in the time of Scripture. So,
they all practice it. They talk about it all the time. That was one of the big issues that we had as kids growing up. Why are you affected? Why do you think that is? They could never tell them.
yeah, that's Catholic doctrine that partakes. Think of sin as missing the mark. In the Catholic Church, they believe that that's missing the mark, and that it was disrespectful. That's in the Catholic Church. That's not everyone. There are those who Protestants would point to 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 3. That partake of any group that forbid marriage or advocate abstaining from certain foods which God has created to be gratefully shared by those who believe there's another truth. So there are those that might argue back and forth, but ultimately, the first question I think stands as far as there are going to be times. The worst sin of lying is when you are applying it for personal gain. You're lying for personal gain. And this comes throughout Scripture. You see in Proverbs it talks about false merchants that would falsify the weight so that they could get paid for produce or what have you. Okay, so that is most harmful. Now, honesty is important in a relationship, and I think that if you genuinely don't like the way something looks, you should say so online in a loving manner. And I know many couples that are very honest. My producer, he and his wife have a very open and honest relationship where they'll tell things that they don't like, and there's going to be tastes and flavors and comments and go, well, that don't like these. Well, I really enjoy it. Or you got something in your teeth, or you need to blow your nose, whatever it is. I think there should be incredibly open communication in the relationship. When it comes to lying, you have to understand circumstance being dictated by the law. If you're in 1940s Germany and you're a Christian and you've got Jews and foreigners to save their lives and the SS comes knocking you, you lie. You lie to protect, for the purpose of protecting your neighbor. And that's imperative. Now, if your neighbor did something illegal, truly illegal, that is against the law of the land and not against the law of humanity, wasn't true, and you're protecting them, then that's different. So there are circumstances that dictate, but all lies are equal in the sense that they are rejecting truth. Couples want you to reject truth, but sometimes the implied situation is that it is made up by a community, in this case the SS, saying that it was bad to target certain humans, and that in fact supersedes. Thank you for joining us Sunday, this wonderful Palm Sunday. I hope you join me every Sunday, including Easter. Remember, more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators with the LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force arrested the group. They say that thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Troy, KFI News.
A driver in Fullerton has been killed after crashing into a wall. Police say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. They say the driver was pronounced dead on scene, and they're looking into what caused that crash. Thousands of protesters in Ireland have gathered to show their support for Palestinians. Many of them are part of the Ireland-Palestine Solidarity Campaign. They marched to the capital Dublin, calling for the Irish government to pressure Israel into a ceasefire and allow aid into the Gaza Strip. Millions of people in Gaza are on the edge of starvation. Russia has carried out another massive air attack on Ukraine. This comes as President Putin tries to blame Ukraine for the attack that killed at least 143 people in Moscow, even though ISIS has claimed responsibility. The Polish Armed Forces Operational Command says Russia violated Poland's airspace with a cruise missile that flew near a border town. Both countries have increased airstrikes in recent weeks. X, formerly known as Twitter, has seen a steady decrease in users since Elon Musk bought the company. Data shows the number of daily active users on the app was down 18% compared to the same time last year. The U.S. user base has fallen 23%. The number of users worldwide has dropped 15%. Other social media apps, including Instagram and TikTok, experienced increases in users during the same time period. Checking traffic now in Hawthorne, there's a crash on the 105.
The good news here, they're clearing this out. The westbound side of Century Freeway, the 105 right before Hawthorne Boulevard. It's a vehicle accident at Bush Elephant out in way now. But you have some metal debris in the right lane of Avenue Rialto and the 10s happening at the freeway westbound at Riverside Avenue. And through Castaic, the crash semi at the right lane blocked on the 5 southbound at Temple Highway, the Golden State Freeway. They're just very slight delays. KFI in the sky. Let's get to their password. I'm on Beagle.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to hit $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com.
specifically birds, bees, pests, trees, things that we need to take care of or be ready to take care of. This is part 2 of a 2-day conversation that we started yesterday. Dive right in. If we do it all right, we can bring some light into your morning. Make you feel glad that we're here. We're also going to take some calls, of course, as we do. The team is here. Tony and Brandon are on the board. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Okay. Even no, Brandon said good morning. He gave us a full good morning. And Tony, I'm not even sure what one syllable word we got that whole thing there. You know, I know you're there. Producer Richie is standing by to take your calls. By the way, I'll give you the number out right now because we will be going to the phones. A couple of 3 times during the program today. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-D. 833-2-ASK-D. 833 the number to ask. There you go. Anything you want to talk about regarding construction, DIY, design, yes, please. Anything at all, inside, outside, above, below, anywhere regarding it. That's why I am here to help you. Sandy Wells at the news desk. What is Sandy? How you doing?
My wife's been away for 2 days, so it's affecting my cat. This morning when I left the house at 4 a.m., the cat gave me the weirdest look. Just stared me up and like she hated me. It was kind of tough for me to tell.
It's not that unusual for cats, though, for that long, right? So,
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
so really, yeah, just, I tell you though, of all the animals that we keep close to us, cats do resentment best. They really do.
They were so right. That's exactly what I should be going to hear. She just was like, so resentful. I just felt like I could barely leave the house. I said, I'm sorry, I gotta go. I brought her with me. She gave me the signature.
You brought it with you.
I should have. You know, I really didn't want to grab her and just put her in the car and say, you're going to help me do the moves.
Yeah, let her walk all over the just make the whole thing exciting. Tina loves doing puzzles out in our garden, and she'll be like right smack down in the center of the puzzle. Come in and just walk all over the decide to rearrange the pieces, sometimes slide something that she's accomplished right off the table, and happy to do. I'm always happy to do.
Well, it is time. It's the charm of cats, I guess.
Yes. All right. Hey, you heard from her across the table. My better half, my design partner. What? You exactly. You know it's true. My design partner, the co-owner and co-founder of House Whisperer, and most importantly, my best buddy in all the world, Tina, is Mary. All right, let's get to it, shall we? We are talking all things spring. Where I left things in the previous episode, yesterday's show, we covered a lot of stuff, but I wanted to kind of deep dive into pests. Of course, as I said yesterday, pests is not a taxonomic designation for any creature whatsoever. It is a human categorization of things that we don't want around us at a certain time and place. That's all pest is. My granddaughter really is occasionally a pest, but most of the time she is so that lets you know right there, pest, not an actual term, officially in the world of biology. And I bring that up because, quite often I run into homeowners who are just south, and we've all been trying to find a way to cohabitate with them, especially seeing that it was their land before ours. And as a result, we just need to find a way of bringing as much nature back into the areas that our homes have displaced as possible. It's a very simple concept. And it's not just humans. It's not a human guilt trip thing. Anytime any creature moves into an area and makes itself a home or a nest or whatever, there is a displacement of what was previously there. Okay? If a gopher digs a burrow or a series of tunnels in the ground, it's displacing soil that was previously there in a different position. So it's not the displacement is the issue. It is our unbelievable power to displace so universal and so uniform, so as to really cut into the natural world around us, which is what other creatures aren't doing. That's it. So we need to learn once we get our houses built and ourselves settled in place, do everything we can to bring nature back as close to us as possible. Like, I've got all these problems. Not if we manage it and handle it right. I actually have found that this is not just me being nature right. I am self-confessed. I have found that when there's a dynamic system set up of nature in your yard, around your property, the nice thing about it is not only is it present and near you and you gain all the benefits of that, but one of the main benefits is kind of a biodynamic system around you is by and large taking care of itself as opposed to you having to constantly fight against every twist and turn. So that takes us to this discussion of pests. Now, I'm not saying there aren't pests. Like I said, anything can be a pest at any given time. But how are we going to handle it? Well, the general that I like to practice is what we call RED. RED is an acronym, and it simply stands for repel, exclude, and deter. Repel, exclude, deter. These are our tactics. RED is our strategy. These are our tactics that we will employ. And so, right on the other side of the news here, we'll do a little deep dive. We'll talk about certain species of critters that are often categorized as pests, like rats, other rodents, mosquitoes, who honestly I will represent pest at all times. And we'll talk about those techniques, tactics of actually repelling, excluding, and deterring them from being too close and or in our homes. All of this and so much more. So your home, in charge of the house was Sandy Wells as the new.
Medical officials have continued their investigation into the crash of the single engineer plane near Acton. Hospitals with the FAA says the pilot reported an engine issue at about 6:30 Friday night. All of it begins today with on Sunday. Archbishop Jose Gomez will celebrate Palm Sunday Mass in English at the Cathedral of Our Lady of Angels at 10 a.m. The Spanish Mass will be at 12:30. Lawmakers in D.C. have passed $1.2 trillion spending package, which avoids a partial government shutdown. We'll check the 91 freeway coming up right after this. I feel good. Come on, Ava. Start the morning out. I encourage you. Real calcium, vitamin D. Get moving. It's basketball season. Checks for unlimited helping the cash back on the paper. Even the sound system that auto-tunes again. Please visit guest service. Bet you've never heard cashback and sound like that. Cashback, checks are unlimited. Checks, big college hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 in
Pay 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms sportsbook at DraftKings.com/BeatLong. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's true. Today, black folks and African Americans are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get this the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the Juicy Juice is only served with fruit, sugar, no fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in various size pouches and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Get more at juicyjuice.com.
It's America's greatest heroes. He looks like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled breathing around his home until Tides Towers gave him a mortgage-free smartphone. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tides Towers at T.org. Prescription medicine for people 6 months ago with moderate symptoms is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps you reduce skin from the but you can see how your medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be seen. You can help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your AZ specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This season, give all of your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 carpet with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray an all-new bottle. It's an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the temperature you can count on temperature reliably to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Get your full storm-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Selling your home. Stop. It's not in tip-top shape. You might lose 20 to 50% of your home's value. Before you sell, call my friends at Revive Real Estate to see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I've ever seen. Starts with Revive Real Estate purchasing your home just like any other buyer. Simple. But here comes the game changer. Revive renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit from the renovation. You heard it right. You get a second check. Revive Real Estate has many different programs for every homeowner. And right now, the average homeowner who works with Revive receives an additional $188,000 they would have otherwise left on the table. That's a fact. Revive Real Estate can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. Now, of course, every home's potential is different, and not every home qualifies. So, to find out if your home is accepted, go to KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive.
As we wonder why school shootings keep happening, as we argue about legislation, someone is posting threats on social media. As we continue to mourn the loss of innocent lives, someone is planning the death of another. Knowing the signs is the best way to prevent gun violence.
Spacey, they're going to rally virtually. Can we stop it with this virtual crap? I'm virtually done with it.
Well, I would assume that people finally found some kind of interest in it. Gary and Shannon had a lot to do a Zoom call. Yeah, a lot of Microsoft Teams call. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Nature of the House Whisperer at your service. And whether you live in a shed or a castle, when you rent or are the Lord of the Manor, I am here to help you take your home to the next level. We are talking about springtime concerns, specifically right now, talking about pests and what to do with pests, and the little acronym RED, which is the best possible strategy you can take with pests around your house. RED meaning repel, exclude, and deter. These are the 3 tactics that we will employ along the way. So we're going to dive back in. I also want to remind you that in just a bit, we're going to be going to the phones. The phone lines are open now. Producer Rich is standing by, ready to take your call. Reach me at 833-2-ASK-me. 833-2-ASK-me. Anything you want to talk about, design, construction, DIY, landscape, hardscape, interior scape, up, down, all around. Make that sound like a tree or a song. Just came out now. All right. Repel. Repel is the first letter in our acronym. How do you pests of red? Repel, exclude, deter. Let's talk about rats. I'm going to get them out of the way here because I am not a big well, let's put it this way. I'm not a big believer in anybody's ability to effectively repel rats. Okay? And I don't mean to say the word rats derogatorily. I'm just saying that if they want to be in your yard, they're going to be in your yard. However, there are things that perhaps you can plant around your garden and other things like that that can limit their desire to go into an area. On a purely flowering side of things, stuff like snapdragons, geraniums, mint, lavender, amaryllis, daffodils. Surprisingly enough, rats just do not get into it. They're not fans. And you put up a border with those around, and you will likely, maybe, possibly repel them. You can see I'm not really giving it much of stock now. Understand, Tina and I have chickens. And if you have chickens, you have rats. Period. The very first thing you learn when you become a backyard chicken farmer, raiser, rancher, person, is, I love this. Everybody loves chicken. That's what you learn. That's the first thing anybody's going to tell you. Just know this. Everybody loves chicken. In other words, everybody wants to be near your chickens, eat your chickens, or steal your chickens' eggs, or steal the shavings from your chickens, and all this kind of stuff. So when it comes to our rats, our pet rats on our property, our chickens are rat magnets in that, now no rats bother the chickens. Chickens are little dinosaurs. Rats don't want anywhere near the actual bird. Also, they don't bother with the eggs. We've never had a rat steal a chicken egg, ever in all the years that we've been doing this. Now, if an egg breaks, they'll clean it up for you, no problem. But we've never had a rat steal it. What the rats are all about is that the chickens are in there really cozy, and they would also like to be really cozy. And we see them going in stealing feathers, chicken feathers, and shavings, because they're off building their own home somewhere. They're stealing materials for our job site. So the point is, rats are near chickens. Oh, and then the rats also very much enjoy the chicken feed and the water that we put out for them. So it's a whole thing. Anyway, I cannot personally imagine snapdragons and geraniums and a little bit of mint keeping rats out of our yard when you consider the products out that do a much better job even than that. There's Rat Out Gel, which is garlic-based. There's a product called Detour, which is basically white pepper. Roadblock is another rat deterrent product, or repellent product, which I'm not exactly sure what's in Roadblock because I forgot to write it in my notes here. And Propel, which is peppermint, rosemary, and citronella oils that work as hair. You spray it along the foundation of a building. It's not easily washed off because it's oil-based, and it lasts for a long time. And so it kind of keeps them from wanting to get close and rub into it. So there you go. Repel it off of that. All right. Can we repel mosquitoes? And by the way, we're going to come back to rats and all of these as we do each step, whether it's moving and deterring, but now we're just talking about repellents. Can we repel mosquitoes? I mean, really? Can you really repel mosquitoes? We'll talk about that right after the news. Your home, Game Shark, the House Whisperer, Sandy House has the links.
The state rate to help the Balboa Island Ferry Club rates despite cleaning mandates and rules. What's down?
Balboa Island Ferry owners needs that's only just a few million more to comply with cleaner mandates. Again, it's kind of crazy to me because our whole operation over 26 gallons a piece a day. He says, yeah, darn near the price of boats. The taxpayer-funded grant announced this week will retrofit his 3 boats to electric by 2026. Our operation is very smooth, just the way it is. The more than 100-year-old company ferries about 1.5 million people and 300,000 cars each year. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Two men have been arrested in connection with a fatal shooting in Long Beach. Police say they responded yesterday morning where they found the guy suffering from a gunshot wound to the upper body. He was pronounced dead. On the scene, they say witnesses described a car they saw leaving the area, and officers on patrol were able to locate the car nearby and take the men into custody. One gun has been recovered. A man dubbed New York City's worst landlord has been attacked in Rikers Island prison and turned himself in Friday after an arrest warrant was issued. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. Indeed, he had talked to the school. Anyway, the city says a tough approach is designed as a deterrent and pressure point for bad landlords. They was fined $3 million for violations on another property last year. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 million he owes in a civil fraud case.
The massive fine comes after a judge found Trump overvalued his real estate and exaggerated his net worth.
ABC's Eric Kaczynski says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County, which is the site she may be behind Trump's Briarcliff Manor Golf Club and Matrix State, known as Seven Springs, in addition to his properties in the city. Trump's attorneys have argued it's impossible for them to secure the bond to appeal. We'll check the 605 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/viewball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Ladies and gentlemen, today black folks and African women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by laboratories. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, call up Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get this nutrients in you, 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is literally sweetened with fruit, sugar, no fructose fruit syrup,
Find Juicy Juice in your favorite local grocery retailer and juicyjuice.com. Want the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails and non-holding. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection brand. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your summer. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make you a party king. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand. Is the goal. NexGard Plus, Foxalon oxycodone and parental chewable tablets is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about NexGard Plus chews today.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, visit KFIKF640.com/rules. I have been a BMW owner for 25 years, and I just bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for 30 years, Sterling BMW, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, SterlingBMW.com.
This is Jacob Edmond. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640, the news. And it means why it matters. AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. We are talking about springtime pest concerns around your home. Also, after our next news break, we are going to be going to the phones. Here's the number: 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the number 2-ASK-D. Give us a call. Phone lines are open now. Producer Richie standing by, ready to take your call about anything. I'm talking pests, bees, trees, and all sorts of goodness. In the spring around your yard today, you can talk to me about anything: design, construction, DIY, whatever. Anything you want to talk about. 833-2-ASK-D. Okay, back into it. When I left you, we had asked the question: can you, in fact, by the way, we're moving forward with our strategy here of red, repel, exclude, and deter, the best possible strategy you can have when it comes to pests in your home. And we're on the repel side. We talked about rats, repelling rats, whether or not that's realistic, that's fine. We'll catch them on the other 2 letters, I promise. What about mosquitoes?
kind of repellent lotion or spray that has about 20% keratin in it, and you are good to go as far as being better than DEET. Actually, created by the Bayer and Bayer, like aspirin, Bayer, developed initially by Bayer, not Bayers out there, but Bayer. And strangely enough, to be 100% transparent, I was just reading this morning. So what exactly is happening when a mosquito lands on my skin? I've got the keratin. They literally don't know. All they know is this: it's not hurting your skin, and the mosquitoes don't know. And so they leave before they bite you. That's what they know so far. They have literally not figured out why yet. So, yeah, mosquitoes, right? It is important, though. Very, very important. Especially here in Southern California, we've got a relatively new species of mosquitoes, the Aedes, Aedes, otherwise known as ankle biters, or back in the Midwest, they're referred to as no-see-ums because they're super small and they are down near the ground where you don't see them. Typically our regular mosquitoes out here, they land on your shoulder, or on your hand, or your face, or your neck. No, these little guys are down there, biting away at your ankles, and during the day as well. Other mosquitoes like culex start biting at dusk, and it continues a few hours into the dark. Mosquitoes are considered the deadliest animal on planet Earth because it carries things like Zika, West Nile virus, dengue fever, yellow fever, and parasitic canine fever. I mean, it's not, mosquitoes, not my favorite chapter of evolutionary history, mosquitoes. Anyway, the key with mosquitoes is not repelling them. Like I said, you can do it locally, immediately around you, okay? But attracting them elsewhere is probably the most effective. If you have a real mosquito problem, probably the most effective technique. Attracting, not repelling. Mosquitoes love CO2. They love the smell of human, mammal flesh, but they especially are attracted to the pollutants that arise from us as we exhale. Okay, CO2, and so your breath. It doesn't matter if it's too fresh or not. It's not about that. It's about the carbon dioxide that we exhale. And so, what do? Well, you can create a larger, more substantial amount of CO2 elsewhere, as far away from you as possible. And that's what large-scale mosquito attractors are. And the theory is you can offer them a 4-course meal elsewhere, just a few yards away, and they'll spend their time over there without you. And the theory tends to prove itself out and work pretty well. There are all sorts of gadgets and gizmos out there claiming to deal with mosquitoes. I will tell you the two that I am aware of that actually work locally, meaning right next to you, near where you are. Thermostat makes some excellent products. We use them here in the house. There are rechargeable pellet devices that run you about $50. They have about a 20-foot range, 20-foot radius, or a 10-foot radius range, or 20 feet around the overall. And you get a couple, 3 of those around your patio table or around where you're entertaining, and you'll see a significant difference if any mosquitoes get through them. I mean, honestly, they work really, really well. They're the only listed repellent that I know that actually has worked for us here. So I'm just telling you that on personal experience. The other thing are the attractors, and that you would use most of them work off of a canister that you use to gas up the barbecue, right? So the same propane tank that you get for your barbecue, you mount this device on top and set it all the way in the back of It's just more than the group of humans over on the other side of the yard creating at the time that they're afraid mosquitoes come over. You're not running it all the time. You just set it up. You just pull mosquitoes away while you're out there. So that's the idea. That's the best stuff that I know to tell you about mosquitoes. And I will tell you this. Mosquitoes are not, M-O-T, not attracted to bug zappers. Okay? Bug zappers, useless against mosquitoes. Studies have shown that less than 1% of the insects that are killed by zappers are mosquitoes or other biting insects. The devices attract and kill beneficial or harmless insects like wasps and have no effect on the overall mosquito population. That is science. It's the truth. Don't waste your money on bug zappers to get rid of mosquitoes around your yard. It is not a thing that actually happens. All right. When we return, we'll table this conversation and we're going to hit the phones. We got a lot of calls on the board. We're going to pick some calls and answer your questions about your home. You are home with Dean Sharp, House Whisperer Sandy Wells. That's the name.
A search is underway in Northern California for a belt line that attacked two brothers, one family. Two men have been arrested in connection with a kid shooting in Long Beach. Cops say it responded yesterday morning when they found a guy suffering from a gunshot wound to the upper body. Brazil's federal police have arrested the men suspected of orchestrating the killing of Maria de Janeiro councilwoman. Maria Franco was black, openly bisexual, was gunned down in 2018. We'll check the flag for a weekend coming right after this.
All right, you want to look and feel your best? The sun is coming out. It's not going to be long before you're out and about. I want to tell you about Life Source, a Life Source whole house water system. Since you are made up of 70% water, improving the water in your home makes a massive difference. It's going to leave you healthier. It's going to leave your hair shining, your skin glowing. With the Life Source system, there's never any regular maintenance. There are no filters to change or salt to buy. And right now, actually, a really great time to get a Life Source system. They are celebrating their 40th anniversary.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Media is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball or national tournament game and turn $5 equal $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most exciting time of the year, DraftKings has given new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BNOM. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients in 100% fruit juice to help you the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by sugar. No fructose fruit syrup, artificial sweeteners, original famous-sized bottles for juice mixes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spread. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist
prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of medicine. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps you block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from glue, but you can see how medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Pick up right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about your worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asking medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. During America's darkest day, 9/11, the Twin Towers revolution has become America's heroes never since. People put their lives on the line for our country and our communities. Need your help now more than ever. Join Twin Towers and let's reach to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of its country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Home-free basket is better. The most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Artesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament. Artesian is offering a $50 discount with a big game bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big game bundle includes the Artesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the tropical margarita and gin lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Artesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Artesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian. Premium cocktails on demand. Looking for practical living principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during the day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app. I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or enhance your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I live and breathe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy? After Dark. Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome home. Glad to have you with us on the program. It is a beautiful, beautiful Southern California Sunday morning out there. A little cool, a little sunny, a little breezy, maybe a little rain today, maybe some clouds. It's springtime. Spring brings it all. Sometimes it brings it all in just one day. And that's one of the cool things about spring. But it is beautiful all the way through. No question about it. Yeah, plans to get out into it today. We're talking about spring-related stuff. We're going to get back to that in just a bit. But because of the hour, it is time to go to the phones. Let's talk to Candy. Hey, Candy, welcome home.
Good morning, Dean. Good morning. You're such a doll. Listen, I have interior doors, big door, and case we all painted the door space. I want to repaint, and I need to know how I can go about painting over the oil base with the water base space. I actually prefer to use oil if I can get it mixed with my color, but I don't know that yet.
Yeah, and you know what? Oil is becoming rarer and rarer in the state of California. Technically, you can't use it anymore anyway. And that's not just leftist California. It's going to be happening all over the nation very soon. One of the reasons is because water-based alcohol some have a Benjamin Moore compete with oil-based paints as far as their overall durability these days. We're so close. But you bring up a really good point. If you already have oil-based paints on your trim, walls, your house, your doors, you got to be careful because putting a water-based paint on top of an oil-based paint, you will have an adhesion problem unless you prep it right. And, paint work is always prep. It's 90% prep. So the simple truth can be, and I'm not going to pull any punches with you, I don't care what manufacturer claims that you can just slap it right on. The simple truth is you don't need to sand the door down to get the oil base off. All you need to do is sand the door to rough it up. You need to open up the porosity, get the sheen off of the paint, and that's all that's necessary. Once the sheen is gone, you've sufficiently opened the porosity of the paint up. The pores are there on a microscopic level. They've now been exposed. That means that a good primer, water-based primer, can go down and grab onto and now become a perfectly prepped surface for water-based paints from here on out. So the key to painting over oil-based with water-based is, number one, knocking off the sheen, clean it up really good, no dust or anything left over, a good coat of primer, and then your water-based paint, and you should be good to go.
All right, I'll try that. I did have someone tell me to just use the primer first. Yeah, so that's a solid. Really do need to rough it up. And I'm wondering about the doors that have I feel like a little too amount of really wood, but they have a wood grain, so to speak, on them. And you're not going to be able to use all those little tiny crevices.
Oh, I see. You mean they're embossed. They have a wood embossing. The grain.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, again, you don't have to go crazy with them, okay? You don't even have to, technically you could rough up the oil-based paint with steel wool, okay? Which isn't going to dig into the door at all. I'm talking about a very, very light grain of grit of sandpaper. Very, very fine grit. Just enough to knock off the sheen, not enough to cut into the wood in any way, shape, or form.
So those little crevices that are created by this fake wood grain, if I don't get action down into all those little crevices, it's not going to be an issue. But maybe with the steel wool, you do get into it.
Yeah. With steel wool, you will, but no, don't. I would say this: you get the surface grain handled with roughing up, and then you get it cleaned up really good, and get a nice primer coat on there, and you're not going to have any problems. Don't obsess about every little nook and cranny. You get 80% of the surface of that door opened up in its porosity, and the paint is going to hold, I promise.
Oh, great. That's good news. I appreciate it ever so much. And I always love listening to your show. You're the best, and if you don't believe me, ask Steven.
Danny, thank you so much.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I'm hearing that. All right. Danny, thanks for the call. Good luck with your door.
Keep the state of course. You take care. Bye-bye now.
All right, you too. All right, y'all. Hey, as long as you have as many nice things to say about me as Candy, feel free to get on the show. How's that? I kind of like that. When we return, more of your calls. You're home with the Living Doll Game Show, the House Whisperer on KFI.
The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you. KLST HD2.
Los Angeles, County.
Everywhere. On the radio app, Fashion District of Death. I'm Sandy Wells, live from the KFI 24-hour news. The man has been found dead with a gunshot wound after crashing into a building in LA. The LA police says officers responded to the Fashion District early this morning when they discovered the car and an unresponsive man inside. They say they think the guy was likely shot near Olympic Boulevard, trying to escape before crashing. There was better damage to the building. Search underway in Northern California for a mountain lion that attacked two runners unfatally. ABC's Mark Rutherford says the young men were hunting for shed animals that helped Murphy guns, which scared it away. Lions are known to attack people, but the last fatal encounter was in 2004 in Orange County. LA County has approved new short-term rental rules for unincorporated areas.
Rules now include an annual fee of $914 and a requirement that hosts only rent the primary residence that meets an accessory dwelling unit. Vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, while also leaving some room for owners to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. The rules are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Del Rey or Catalina Island. The California Coastal Commission is expected to enact its own regulations. Michael Monks, KMIU.
Russia has entered a national day of mourning following a terrorist attack that killed at least 133 people in Moscow. ABC's Patrick Rubio says ISIS has claimed responsibility twice, even releasing a video.
Vladimir Putin ignored the ISIS claims. Putin instead tried to link it to Ukraine. Putin saying the suspected attackers have been arrested trying to flee to Ukraine and suggested without evidence that a crossing had been prepared for them there.
Putin has vowed retribution. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack. A shirt Britney Spears wore on the X Factor 2012 is up for auction. The chain Bill halter top could sell for thousands of dollars. Bidding starts at $500, but it's been appraised for $25,000. It's rare for clothing worn by the singer to go up for auction since Spears sold most of her iconic outfits to her charity, the Britney Spears Foundation. And we'll be checking, 110 in downtown LA right after this.
As the experts in transmissions for over 50 years, there's nothing at AMCO we haven't heard. So when I hit the gas, that's the button. And nothing we can't fix. It's going. What's that? From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit, finance, or repair AMCO. Exclusion requirement combined with any other offer during time for participating centers only. People who know go to AMCO. AAMCO.
We're experiencing delays now in downtown LA on the 110.
This is really our one heavy spot right now. It's 102. It's going to be downtown LA on 110 northbound. From the 10 Santa Monica Freeway to the 101, the connector there, the downtown 4 level. That's going to be a little heavy, give yourself a little time. As you make your way on through the southbound side of 15, Baxter Road, got a crash there in the center divider. Some slowing as well from the Castor area, southbound side of 5. You have a semi off to the side, right lane affected. KF5, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. AM 640.
AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time. Sunday mornings, 9 to noon Pacific time. Welcome to the program. Always a privilege and a pleasure to have you along for the ride. Welcome to the second hour of the program this morning. We're talking about all things spring. Specifically right now, the things that kind of are pesty, that kind of get in your way or bug you, get it? Pest bugs. Ants, mosquitoes, rodents, bees, although, as we will discuss later in the program, bees are not pests. Never to be labeled pests. No. No, you don't. We'll talk about that in a bit. And also going to explain the swarming of bees right now during the spring, which is when they swarm, and why you should not freak out about that or fall
exterminate. Yeah, true. Okay, we'll get there. But right now, it's top of the hour, and therefore we are taking calls. We're going back to the phones. Now talk to Nancy. Hey, Nancy. Welcome home.
Hi, Dean. Thank you. I'm loving today's subject matter. Okay, I'm finally wanting to tackle repairs to my old lawn neglected house. I got those done daily. I need wood repair, which is termite damage. I need stucco repair, probably the gap that was left between the walls and where the old roof line was. And then I'll need painting. Would it be better to hire a general contractor or to use separate dedicated repair people for each type of work?
Really good question. It really kind of depends, and ultimately, I mean, sometimes it depends on the scope of the work. It sounds like you've got several different disciplines that you want to get done there at the house. In that case, a general might be a possibility, but in the end, it really depends on you, my friend. Because hiring a general who knows what they're doing, well worth the money, well worth it. Takes a lot of complications and hassles off your back, assuming you find a really good general who's giving you their full attention and getting it done. They can spot things maybe that you would overlook while certain repairs are being done in order to make sure that the repairs are the most comprehensive and the most effective. We just say good general contractor, and there are a lot of them out there, also a lot of bad ones. But good general contractors worth their weight in gold. They're worth every penny of the profit that they make on the project. Now, if you don't hire a general contractor, you handle it yourself, then you're going to be saving that level of the profit on the project. Okay, but just know this, you are going to be earning that yourself in spades. Because it's going to be on you to make sure that people are showing up, that they are doing the scope of work correctly, and that they're getting the repairs done the right way. Now, it can totally be done. It's a question of you doing your homework, you not abdicating your responsibility for the repairs of your house, you kind of being the captain of your repair team, and whether or not you want to put the time and energy into that, and the stress that goes along with it. So it really comes down to you, my friend, and make the decision on what needs to be done for the house. That doesn't mean even if you take the project on yourself, it doesn't mean that you're going to be out in the dark in terms of good counsel and advice, because if you are hiring individual contractors, subcontractors, or what we'd say specialty contractors for each of these areas, you should be getting 2, 3, or 4 bids for every area of work. And in doing so, handling it right as you're taking those bids and having people out to take a look at the problems, listening very carefully, asking probing questions. You should be getting an education on what your repairs exactly entail. And you will see amongst the bids an overlap of the things that every single contractor is talking about, just like Venn diagrams that overlap each other and share a common source. It's those areas of overlap that amount to the essential area of your building. If all 4 contractors come out, let's say for stucco repair, and they all mention 5 things, a couple of them mention a couple of other things, then you know for certain that those 5 things that they all mention are essential to the job, and you can take a look at the outlying things as well. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be about you. I've got clients who absolutely insist that they are going to be their own generals for their project, and they are ready and willing and able to dive in 100%. And they end up saving themselves money, although not necessarily saving themselves stress along the way. I have other clients who are like, no, here's the key. Just call me when it's over. And you know what? It's totally fine. Either way, it's just a question of individual, how much you want to put into it.
Wow, okay. I've got some thinking to do then. That's very, very helpful advice.
All right, so we're talking about putting linoleum over ceramic tile.
Yeah.
Okay, so not linoleum over other vinyl tile products, but ceramic tile. Well, okay, so it's all about adhesion. No, it's not. It's about two things, actually. It's about adhesion, and it is about contours of the tiles, okay? Now, the tile in your kitchen, relatively flat tile, and what about the grout joints? Do they get down below? Are they large? Are they wide? Are they small and minuscule? What do you got?
Unfortunately, they're wide. Yeah, that was the mistake when we were starting. I'm building them right now.
Okay. And are you on a slab?
We are on the slab.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to tell you what your options are. My preference would be to tell you to chip up the tile and put down whatever you want, linoleum or whatever, but to chip up the tile and so that you're not laying one finished surface and making it dependent upon another finished surface. Okay, that would be my first preference. And I can understand why we wouldn't necessarily want to go to that length if we can get around it safely. So, just so you know, that would be my first approach, especially since you're on a slab. You just expose the slab and you go for it. But in Logan, if those tiles are really well secured, you had no issues, no leakage, no popping of the tiles, it's down there, it's good to go. First, we got to clean those tiles. It's much like the advice I gave earlier. We need to scuff them up. In your case, with the ceramic tile, we want to use some heavy-duty grit, sandpaper, or abrasive to get any kind of a glaze kind of buffed down off of them so that we open up the porosity of the surface of those tiles. Make sure that it is clean, clean, clean. And then, here's the critical part. Not ready yet. You want to get yourself a tile, a vinyl tile, a vinyl sheet good filler and leveler. And what that is, they come in 5-gallon buckets. It's kind of a paste. It feels like almost like a glue. It's not a glue. And what you want to do is you're going to take a trowel and you're going to trowel this paste across the whole floor into all the grout joints. And essentially what we want to do is we want to bring everything up to the same level. We don't want to be able to see the grout joints. We don't want to be able to detect them, that there's a dip. And the reason this is so important, Mike, is because you may lay your linoleum out there on the tile on day one and it all looks super great, but I guarantee you, if we leave any indentations with grout joints or even the contour, some tiles have like a kind of a knobby kind of finish on them. If we leave any kind of that on there, then after a few weeks and or at most months, you will see the linoleum settling down into the grooves of the old tile floor. You'll start to see the impression of the old tile floor through the linoleum because it just won't bridge and hold up about that. So that's why they make this leveling compound that you can just trowel in. It's not critical stuff. Anybody can do it. You trowel it in and you just make sure it's nice and level and straight across the top of the tile too. You don't put it on thick, just as thick as it needs to be. Smooth that floor out nice and smooth. It'll look crazy ugly when you're done with this. And then you've got a nice surface, and that compound was made specifically to be an excellent surface for vinyl flooring to adhere to as it gets laid. So that all said, that's easier for a lot of people than chipping up the tile floor. I would still chip up the tile floor first, but that's a secondary alternative. By the way, for everybody who's listening, that holds true if you've got an existing vinyl floor that's embossed, like an embossed pattern on it, and you just
it up, get the glaze off it so you open up the porosity. And number two, use some of this leveling filler to fill up the embossing so that what you're laying your vinyl on top of is nice and flat and smooth. And that's how it works best.
Great. Well, thanks, Dean. But something to think about. I guess my concern is I chip up the tile right up against the cabinet. That's not easy to try to chip that off without screwing up the edging on the cabinets themselves. So that's probably going to take a little more work, unless there is another way to do that. But it's just a matter of getting fixes down dirty. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And I will tell you this, Mike. You should verify if your tile, for some reason, goes underneath your cabinets, then work on top of the tile. Go for step two, like I was talking about before, because you're not going to be able to break it apart evenly, and your tile, your cabinets may actually be sitting on top of the tile if for some reason. Now, if the tile just runs up to the cabinet, then down there along the cabinet kick, get yourself some RAM board. RAM, RAM board is protective construction cardboard, basically. Cut it in strips, tape it onto the kick, the face of your cabinet kick, so that as you get in there with the chipper and you start stuff moving around and popping around, that you don't run the risk of damaging. So in other words, you protect the cabinets first, which you can do, which is an extra step, and then chip the tile on. But if the tile is running underneath the kick, then you probably just want to leave it all in place and fill it by the top. Mike, good luck on your project. You're giving people lots of things to think about this morning. That's like the third call. It's like, it's something to think about now. I'm glad. That's why I'm here. You are home with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, Sandy Wells. That's the new.
Robert Phillipson has died after crashing into a wall. Cops say it happened just after midnight. Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant because of crime in the area. New York Attorney General Letitia James has prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 billion he owes in a civil fraud case. We'll check the 105 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings has given new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/BetOn. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dexit. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dexit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain, but you can see how Dexit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing or trouble breathing or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop buying medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your aging specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get past the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose fruit syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer.
Info at juicyjuice.com. Penetrating through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the twit, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr's like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical. However, they probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a simple moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you can start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
July is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric, 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses in impeding and whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. Pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never served so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. See a SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers. Or visit SoCalBMW.com.
1-877 cars you can KNRS cars you can 1-877 cars you can donate your car today.
Donate today at Comics for Kids Your call, whether or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No time, no problem. Go to comicsforkids.org today.
1-877 cars you can donate your car today.
Accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This week on Mad Money, a landmark ruling could save you a lot of money when buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money with Joel Hartgar. Today at noon on KFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI. Insert the House Whisperer at your service. Hey, thanks for joining us on the program. All right, it's time to dive back into some deterrent and exclusion and repelling of pests around your house. I just literally said that backwards. Repel, exclude, deter. RED, red. That's how you remember it. Repel, exclude, deter. We talked about repelling about as much as is rational for pets. Okay, that's the weakest part of this, as far as just the idea of like I would just like to learn how to keep everything I don't want in my yard outside my home. That's not really going to happen. You slow it. You can slow it. Okay, you can eliminate it with repelling. But generally speaking, the nature of it's coming in. Now, I had a special request during the break from Connie. Asked, could we talk about snails? All right, I will talk briefly about snails because snails are cute. And, well, not probably just really close to generally speaking, they're cute. But they do a lot of damage to flowers, plants in the garden. So, what's the Achilles heel, as it were, of the snail, since they don't have any or even legs?
say this, you're not going to stop everyone, but gravel, bark, sand, the chips, all of this create a barrier for snails and slug counts. Not an impossible barrier, but it's a difficult one that they'd rather not move over. Just know, snails would rather not slide around over sharp, irregular surfaces. And so, you provide, instead of just soil in the barrier garden, if you have a snail, then consider getting some decorative rock. Not smooth, sharp-edged decorative rocks. Sharp cut, chiseled out, sharp cut decorative rock. And cover your soil. By the way, it's always a good idea, especially in Southern California, to cover your soil around your plant with another layer of something, whether it's mulch or a thick layer of bark or gravel or what have you, because you're not choking over the soil. There's plenty of air and water gets right on through it, yet having that layer on top holds moisture in the soil. Now, snails don't burrow subterranean, neither do slugs, but they just don't like climbing over rough surfaces. For that reason, there's snail repellent chemicals that you can sprinkle around. One of my favorites of all time, basically, okay, is called SR-Go. SR-Go! Exclamation point. It works really, really well. I think it's made by Bernie's, or at least it's sold at Bernie's. It's slug and snail weight. They don't like it at all. SR-Go! Alright, there you go. The snail, Connie, and the rest of you. Who are dealing with snails? Let's talk about excluding. Excluding is, in my opinion, the most essential. That's why in the word red, RED, it's right there in the middle. There's nothing more important, more effective you can do than to exclude. Now, what do I mean by exclude? I mean keeping stuff out of your house. Sometimes keeping it in your yard, but definitely keeping things out of the house or wherever you don't want the mess to be. When it comes to rats and mice, we have techniques and strategies to exclude. Rabbits, yeah, there's a way to exclude them. Snakes, yes, we can exclude them. Coyotes, yes, we can exclude them from your yard. What about gophers? Well, I can't exclude them from the soil under your yard, but I can exclude them from popping their heads up through your yard. We'll talk about all of that right after the news. You're home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells has the latest.
As the woman from Newport Beach has introduced a bill to strengthen protection from the heart by violent crime.
The goal of the Woman Diane Dixon says is to prevent people from having to face abusers over and over in court to renew restraining orders.
Hearings follow the judge the discretion to issue a lifetime injunction for a serious felony.
Kaylee Kozak got the first ever Kaylee's Law passed in Arizona.
I was sexually abused at the tender age of 12 and 13 by my middle school PE teacher, who was also my club soccer coach. When I turned him in, he felt that all was unbearable.
She says the law protected her once Nevada's so-called lifetime probation was lifted for good behavior. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
One of the 133 people have been killed and even more hurt in the terrorist attacks in concert hall in Moscow. Many witnesses said they feared for their lives Friday. This woman works in wearing the same entertainment complex says she felt the explosion.
We were not believing by 5 months and we had to essential energy. We saw fire in the progress of our life. When we
It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BLAW. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 640. KFIM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You are home. Dean Sharp, House Whisperer. That's me. Right after our next news break, we're going to go back to the phones. Just to let you know, you can reach me 833-2-ASK-DEAN. If you're already on the board and you're on you want, go hang tight. It's completely random. Is that what I'm looking for? Dude's voice or lady voice? Apart from that, it's going to be good. Everybody's got a shot at getting on here. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. There you go. Coming up right after next week. Okay, let's exclude some things from your house, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. I promised a long list, and some of you are like, you can't promise to keep snakes and coyotes out. Let's first talk about rats and mice, the more common thing that we definitely want out of our house. Stop freaking out that you have mice or rats in your yard from time to time. They're adorable. Let them do what they're going to do, okay? But absolutely, keep them out of the house. Seal all buildings with road-proof expanding foam. That's one thing that you can do. You do a walk around, both at the foundation of your home, doors and windows, up around where the rafters hit the eave boards, any venting up on the attic, anything. You're looking for half-inch square holes. That's all it takes in your house or a smaller rat to get inside your attic space of your house. And if you find a hole and you don't feel like it's capable of being patched effectively with this wood or something else, or something flashing, or some galvanized mesh, then go to the hardware store, get yourself some expanding foam. It's like expanding foam insulation, but it's specifically road-proof expanding
predatory creatures in our open spaces test positive for blood thinners. That's because of these stupid blood thinning based rat poisons that are primarily these days around commercial buildings. Here at the station, I don't know how many times I have to talk to somebody about it, but I see it all the time. I see it in shopping centers, a poorly managed trash can where the lid is not locked, propped even open, okay? Basically saying, hey, Rose, come on down. And then there are blood thinner rat poisons right in the basement. Seal up your trash can. Don't overflow your garbage cans. Lock the lids. Stay away from blood thinner. Good if your household pets end up catching them. Now your pets have blood thinners inside them as well. I'm telling you, it is the domino effect of disastrous proportions for our open space in Southern California. Get off the blood thinners. I don't want to be personally. I'm saying the pests around your house, no blood thinners, please. No. All right. Clean up after your pets. Get rid of the feces. Pick up fallen fur. Remember, these are animals that are opportunistic eaters. Okay, all sorts of stuff like this. Blows up the barbecue. Sweeps under the garage door and the little rubber gasket under your garage door so there's not a gap there. That kind of stuff. All right. Rabbits, half-inch by half-inch mesh, 6 inches deep, okay, down into the soil, and 4 feet high on your fence, and you'll keep rabbits out of the given area, okay, 4 feet high, 6 inches deep under the soil. Gophers? How do you stop gophers from going around into your property? You don't. You can't stop them keeping their heads up through, caddyshagging through your lawn, your beautiful green lawn. And here's how you do it. I mean, if you're serious about this is how you do it. You go and you call a landscaper and you say, hey, I want you to sod cut my lawn. In other words, take it all up. It doesn't destroy it, just sod cuts it, just like it was at the grass farm where a lot of lawns come from. You can rent a sod cutter yourself if you want to DIY this. Sod cut the lawn, roll it up, set it off to the side, and then roll out overlapping layers of half-inch by half-inch mesh right down onto the soil, and then put your grass in place. Now, right underneath the root density of your grass, in your lawn, there is a solid half-inch by half-inch mesh barrier underneath the grass, which means the gophers can burrow right up to it, and they're like, oh, can't go. And guess what? We do that for your entire lawn area. They figure it out really fast, and they just give up and go dig somewhere else. So yeah, you can stop it. What about snakes and coyotes? Snakes and coyotes. Snakes do not have suction cups on their belly. Okay, they are not adhesive in any way, shape, or form. Snakes rely on their own muscle strength in order to reach up and get towards. Okay, so here's some snake fact. A snake, generally speaking, can only reach out with half-inch body. Right, so around here, the worst snakes, obviously rabbit snakes, Southern California. The big boys, the old ones, be lucky if they get up to about 6 feet in length. I know that's great, 6 foot long rattlesnake, but that's a big old rattlesnake. Okay, most of them are of far shorter. So let's just deal with the biggest one. So 6 foot long rattlesnake needs to have half of its body to anchor the rest of its reach, which means it can only reach up vertically about 3 feet unsupported. Okay, or I should say it can lean against something, but it can't get up any higher than 3 feet before it needs to hook its head around something and pull itself up. So a 3 foot high barrier around your yard, buried a little bit. It's not that they did, it just made sure that they can't slide over. A 3 foot high barrier, solid barrier around your yard is going to keep rattlesnakes out of your yard. But I have grown up with them all my life. I'll
tell you that for an absolute fact. Coyotes. It is a myth that a coyote can simply stand on the ground and clear a 6-foot fence. That's a myth. What happens is a coyote can jump up, get their front paws on the top of a 6-foot fence, and then shimmy over very quickly. I mean, super quick. Okay? So, how do we keep 6-foot fence? Well, yeah, if you have a hillside back behind your fence, so they get to start higher. That happens too. Okay? But we're talking about from the ground, a flat high jump over a 6-foot fence. Coyotes are not making that happen. They're not clearing the fence. They are grabbing the top and going over. What is my favorite way of deterring that from happening? Coyote rollers. A coyote roller is like, think of like a long stainless steel, relatively low profile roller that can be mounted to the top of any fence in a series. So wherever your open space is, wherever the coyotes come from. So the idea is very simply this. You can have the very low set. They don't have to be super ugly. You don't need to put barbed wire up or extend your fence way up. If you have a coyote roller as the very top element of your fence, then the coyotes jump up, they get their feet on that roller, they slip right over, and they just get to anchor themselves to get over into the air. There are solutions for every situation. The solution is very rarely kill, kill, kill. It is just learn what they want, learn how they do it, and adjust our situation accordingly. Does that make sense? All right. I got more, so much more to talk about. We need to talk about bees and trees and a few other things. But first, when we come back from the news, we're going to go back to the phones. Your home, Deep Sharp, the House Whisperer. Yeah. Why am I joking today every time I say that? Sandy Wells has the links. A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the F-150 Friday night. Gas prices going down, keep going up. Now over $5 a gallon, the highest seen since November. The average price has increased more than 10 cents in just 10 days. The man who has been called New York City's worst landlord has been attacked. At Rikers Island Prison, he's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. We'll check the 5 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus. Most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BLOG. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's June. Today, black folks and African women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and you're on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients like real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Towers Foundations includes America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another and was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Donaldson Towers gave him a mortgage-free spring. The home legal docs
chance to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Dunnings. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can see. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Looking for a Medicare plan that fits your needs and budget? United Healthcare has a plan for you. The plan is designed for all styles, stages, and ages of Medicare. There's a reason more people count on United Healthcare for their Medicare Advantage plans. This is Medicare made for California, trusted every year. To learn more, call United Healthcare today at 1-855-MEET-UHC. That's 1-855-MEET-UHC. Again, that's 1-855-MEET-UHC.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you can start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill and boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. If you think your car is a lemon, get My Lemon Law Lawyer on the case. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say the keyword Lemon Lawyer. You have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. Get rid of that lemon. Also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
It's spring. Time to gather your friends and family and fire up the grill with some Kingsford charcoal. Because everything tastes better cooked on the grill. Whether it's a casual get-together or a special occasion, Kingsford Original will give your food that authentic wood-fired barbecue flavor everyone craves. Because it's not spring until you've thrown some burgers on the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. Kingsford.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. And we really don't have those. That will be updated. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Can you call this number? I know that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attractimate, cupidate, experiment, hedge your reproductive odds. That's what I tell you. The science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. I'm not Dr. Wendy After Dark.
Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome home. Thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking about things spring. Spring has sprung, and with it, all sorts of creatures, pests, some of them we call pests, issues with trees and trimming, and questions about that, bees swarming in the air. We're addressing it all. We're going to be talking about trees and bees coming up in just a bit. But right now, top of the hour. Time to go to the phones and talk about anything that you have got going on with your home. Let's talk to Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Welcome home.
Hey there. Thanks for the great show. So, I have in my backyard, it's a track, so we've got walls, brick walls around all three sides. I've got a
just pull an answer out of the hat here that everybody has to use. Okay, so tree frogs especially, they're tough because they just want to be there. You should take it as a compliment, first of all. But I get the sound. Some people find it very soothing. Other people are like, oh my gosh, turn these frogs on. So I was gonna say, turn off the waterfall for a while because I don't think you have to leave it off for months and months. I think turning off the waterfall can at least send them elsewhere temporarily, especially as summer kicks in here and drier weather kicks in. You'll find them going elsewhere. Then when you turn it back on, you start attracting them again. Here's the key, okay? Coffee grounds, no good. Coffee grounds, when it comes to a frog, is a killer, actually. They'll inadvertently eat coffee grounds, and caffeine will kill a frog. Just kills it. But it doesn't present that way. It doesn't prevent the next generation finding you as well. The best, honestly, the best I can do is a little bit of help. There are some products out there, and here's what the thing is. People have used vinegar mixture effectively with frogs.